face. "Holy fuck," Poe said as he came in the room, a big box of condoms in his hand. Smart. We'd work our way through all of them tonight. I was glad he'd pulled his shit together and was ready to play. Parker looked to him, her eyes a blurry haze of pleasure. She stiffened slightly, probably realizing 3 men were seeing her get eaten out. Her mind got distracted, but Kemp slipped his hand between her thighs and I knew the second finger or 2 slid inside her. "Grab a leg and get her nice and open for me," Kemp told him, his voice the deepest I'd ever heard. He barely lifted his mouth from her pussy. "Baby girl's been so good, saving her pleasure all day just for us." "Gladly." Poe went over to the bed, dropped the box of condoms, and put a hand on one of her bare knees and pushed it wide and toward her chest. Parker fell back onto the soft bed, and I could see so much more. Glimpses of the pinkest pussy. So wet, Kemp had a lot of work to do to clean her up. My balls drew up, and I could feel the orgasm building at the base of my spine. Just from watching. Again. "Is Kemp giving you what you need?" Poe asked, looking down at our girl. "Yes," she cried, writhing as much as she could with them holding her so securely. "Gus, get over here and hold her other knee," Kemp ordered. While I didn't want to let go of my dick, I did want to watch as Parker came, up close. Pushing out of the chair, I joined them, taking her other knee and opening her up. I left my pants open. There was no way my dick was fitting back in until I came a few times. She was so wide, Poe and I could watch as Kemp ate her out. He lifted his head for a second, let us get a look at her. Before I took in her open pussy, I leaned down, kissed her, met her dark gaze. "Hey, Pixie, time to come." She nodded, licked her lips. She was right there, so close, and it hadn't even been much more than a minute. She'd been primed all day. The taste of her lips, the hot scent of her arousal had me groaning. I moved so I could look at her. Oh, fuck, such a pretty pussy. And it was. All pink and open, her lower lips parted so we could see everything. Her opening clenched, as if it were trying to find a dick to pull inside. And she was dripping wet, even after Kemp made some effort to lick it all up. Her thighs were glistening, and so was Kemp's mouth. Even the little pink asshole, all coated in her juices, winked at us. And sweet. I was right, she's sweeter than honey, Kemp told us. I had no idea how she had the brain function to reach out and grab my dick, but she did. Her little fist gripped it, stroked it once, and that was all it took. I came, my hips thrusting forward. Cum shot from me like a fountain, thick spurts of it landing on her inner thighs, sliding down toward her pussy. Fortunately, Kemp had lifted his head. White-hot pleasure sizzled my brain, made my muscles tense then weak. I groaned through the blinding pleasure, and all she'd done was touch me. I was no better than when I was 18. When I could open my eyes, I looked down at her. She had a satisfied smile on her face, even though she was the one who'd not yet come. "Oh, you think you're in charge?" I asked, trying to catch my breath. "You came, didn't you?" she countered. Beau's hand came down on her ass with a light crack. She startled but couldn't move much. No, we had her held down, open wide. He tisked her. "Sweetheart, sass gets you spanked." My dick was still hard. It wasn't going down any time soon, especially seeing Poe's handprint blooming on her pale skin. But thank fuck my mind wasn't clouded by the driving need to come. Now I could focus on her. We had all night, and with 3 men, she was going to leave for work in the morning well satisfied. I doubted she'd be able to walk right. "Kemp, our girl's stew in her head," Poe said. "You're right," Kemp replied. He looked up at Parker from between her thighs. "Gus and Poe are holding you down, baby girl. This pussy's ours. Maybe I should tease this hard little clit for a while." He leaned down, flicked the hard pearl with the tip of his tongue. She thrashed her head back and forth. "No, I'm sorry. I'll be good." I couldn't help but grin at the desperate pout to her voice. "There's nothing you can do but come," he told her. She moaned, let her head fall back as Kemp got busy. She wanted us to take control. Oh, We would. Chapter 8. Parker. Oh my God. Kemp had a wicked, ruthless tongue. It wasn't easy sometimes to let go enough for a guy to make me come. My mind would be too distracted. Something. Too many possibilities. But now, Poe and Gus held me down. My legs spread so wide I couldn't hide. I couldn't do anything but feel Kemp's mouth and finger as he worked me. I'd been so worked up to begin with that I was so close. My brain shut down. I felt the firm flick of Kemp's tongue. I heard the wet pumping of his fingers. I breathed in the musky scent of Gus's cum on my thighs, my own arousal. I looked up and saw two men, their gazes squarely on my pussy and their friend's head as he pushed me over the edge. My muscles tensed, heat spread and sizzled through my body. I cried out, gave over, sunk into the most brilliant, blinding pleasure ever. I fought against their secure hold, but they wouldn't give. I was caught in the pleasure they could give me. No escape, nothing but bliss. And that had only been Kemp's mouth, his fingers. I had 3 dicks to experience. As I caught my breath, Kemp lifted his head to kiss my knee and wipe his mouth with the back of his hand. Oh, he was very pleased with himself, and he should be. Kemp pushed to his feet and began to strip. Poe's hand slid down, ran over my pussy. I gasped and tore my gaze away from the inches of gorgeous body Kemp was revealing to look at Poe. These curls, sweetheart, gotta go. Later I'll shave you bare. For now, up. He and Gus moved me about as if I were tiny, lifting me and maneuvering me so I was kneeling on the bed. They quickly rid me of my shirt and bra so I was bare. Then they stopped and stared. Kemp, now naked and stroking his dick, stared. Holy shit, Poe murmured. She's gorgeous, isn't she? Gus asked. He cupped a breast. They're fuller than I remember. Poe's big hand worked the other. I felt the rasp of calluses against my tender skin. I'm big everywhere, I murmured. My nipples had always been very sensitive, and they were learning that now. Their hands began to rove over my breasts, shoulders, waist, hips, ass, and even over my pussy. You are big, Poe said, his hand squeezing my ass. Just right for a guy like me. Get on all fours, baby girl, Kemp said, stepping up to the edge of the bed. I knew as soon as I leaned forward and put my hands on the mattress, I'd be right in line to suck him. I licked my lips. Poe grabbed the box beside me on the bed, ripped it open and pulled out a long strip of condoms. Suck Kemp's cock like a good girl and I'll fuck your pussy, Poe said as he shucked his clothes. Kemp arched a pale brow as he continued to stroke himself. While Poe gave the command, I could say no. Right here, right now, I could yank my consent. Kemp was waiting, making sure I was choosing to obey. Like he'd said, their dominance only worked if I gave them my submission. I wanted them to have it. I was still buzzing from the orgasm, but my pussy ached to be filled. I'd been soothed, but not sated. I wanted more. I needed more. I leaned forward, set one palm on the bed, then the other. I knew my breasts hung down, swayed. My ass stuck out, and as Poe grabbed a condom and crawled onto the bed behind me, he could see everything. I wasn't just stripping off my clothes. I was bare to them in all ways. Emotionally, too, for they were taking me places I'd never been but always wanted to go. Dark places. Naughty places. Kemp's cock was bigger than Gus's. Thicker. While Gus's was darker colored, Kemp's was pale like him. The crown was flared wide, pre-cum slipping from the slit in a steady stream. When he stepped close, I stuck out my tongue, licked it up. Tangy, salty flavor burst on my tongue. His hips bucked and I opened my mouth to take the head in. It was warm against my tongue, hard, yet the skin was silky soft. Kemp stroked back my hair as I looked up at him. His jaw was clenched tight, but a smile formed on his lips. His pale eyes were heated, and I knew I made quite the sight. His dick in my mouth as Poe opened a condom, the crinkly sound of the wrapper and the sound of my slurping tongue the only sounds in the room. Except when I pulled in my cheeks and sucked, then Kemp growled. A burst of pre-cum coated my tongue and I swallowed it down. Poe's hand settled on my hips, anchoring me in place as he pressed into me. Only an inch or so. I clenched and squeezed, wanting more. "I'm big, sweetheart. Ready to take all of me?" Poe asked. I couldn't turn my head to look at him, my mouth full of Kemp. "She'll take all of you, Poe," Kemp assured him. "She's only taking the tip now, but she can take more. Isn't that right, baby girl?" I wiggled my hips as much as I could, eager for Poe to slide deep. Same with Kemp. I wanted him to fill my mouth. "Don't worry," Gus said. "With 3 men, you'll get more than just the tip." I felt a finger tap at my back entrance. Gus's finger. Oh, God. Nerve endings that had yet to be awakened flared to life. I moaned around Kemp's dick. "In every hole." As Poe slid deep, filling me with every huge inch and Poe cupping my nape and feeding me all those thick inches of meat, Gus's finger circled and pressed against my ass. I wasn't used to so many hands, so many dicks. It was overwhelming. The feelings and sensations with 3 men's attentions focused on me was incredible. Poe bottomed out, his thighs pressing against mine. I felt so full. And then he began to move, sliding out so I was almost empty, as if it was only my pussy lips clinging to him that kept him inside. Then he thrust hard. I moaned again, and Kemp began to fuck my mouth, carefully going deeper and deeper each time. I kept my eyes on him, and he was watching me carefully, seeing how far he could go. I couldn't move my head to work him. Instead, he fucked my mouth as Poe fucked my pussy. Each deep penetration had Poe's balls slapping my sensitive clit. "She's going to come, aren't you?" Kemp asked, his hips moving a little faster. He barely touched the back of my throat. For someone on the brink of coming himself, he had a tight rein on his motions. "Her pussy's clenching so hard on my dick," Poe said on a growl. Gus's finger breached my ass. The slight burn of it combined with the dark bliss of pleasure pushed me over the edge. I came, my body jerking but not moving in their tight hold. I cried out, but my mouth was full of dick. My nipples pebbled to hard points, my skin bloomed with sweat. My pussy and ass clenched down hard in carnal ripples, wanting Poe deeper, to remain as far in me as possible. For Gus to slide his finger in even farther, to make everything so tight. Kemp's fingers tightened on my neck as he pressed deep and groaned. His dick swelled and he pulled back. "Open." I did as he commanded, even as the pleasure still coursed through me. He painted my tongue with his cum, his eyes glued to how he was filling my mouth. Poe's loud slaps of flesh on flesh came right before I felt his fingers tighten on my hips. He roared as he held himself deep. I couldn't feel his cum coating me, for the condom did its job. While it was a thoughtful precaution, I ached to have him mark me, to coat me with his cum, to feel it slipping out of me, knowing there was too much of it to fit, especially the way his dick crammed me so full. I whimpered when Gus slipped his finger from my ass. Kemp's hand slid around and cupped my chin. I looked up at him and Gus. "Swallow." I followed Kemp's command and closed my mouth, took his big load into my belly while his flavor lingered on my tongue. Gus stripped in record time as Poe pulled out, dropping himself on the bed beside me, his big size making the bed dip. "Toss me a condom, Poe." I sat back on my heels. My pussy was swollen and a little sore, but I knew I wasn't done. I didn't want to be. Poe's hand slid down my back and he turned my head to kiss me. He was gentle, his tongue almost playful in comparison to Kemp's rough kiss from earlier. "So sweet," he murmured, tucking my sweaty hair behind my ear. "Come to me, Pixie. Take my dick for a ride," Gus said. I pulled back from Poe's kiss, met his blue eyes for a moment. He nodded, then helped me to move so I was straddling Gus's waist, his condom-covered dick sticking straight up in the air. He'd just come and yet he was ready again. He grinned up at me. That was the guy I remembered, the one I'd fallen in love with all those years ago. The beard, of course, made him look older, but it seemed as if no time had passed. Oh, I'd put on some weight. My boobs had gotten bigger and my hips wider. I had some wrinkles and definitely some cellulite. But they'd said nothing, hadn't mentioned any of my flaws. It was as if they didn't see any of them. Gus was more ripped than I remembered. A smattering of dark hair on his chest was new. He'd been bare before, only a thin line running from his navel to the thatch at the base of his dick. He had muscles now, a six-pack of abs that indicated he worked out, and often. Eager, I lifted up on my knees and hovered over him, then lowered myself down, took him deep. "Oh, fuck, Pixie," he murmured when I was sitting once again upon his thighs, this time with him buried inside me. I couldn't remain still, so I moved, lifted and lowered, circled and rocked. "That pussy's heaven, isn't it, Gus?" Poe asked. He was on his way back from the bathroom after disposing of the condom. I stopped moving and stared. Poe was naked, and I finally got a glimpse of every inch of him. So big. Thickly muscled, dark hair on his arms and legs, a smattering on his chest, his cock pointed right at me, rock hard. "This is our second chance, Parker," Gus said, and I looked back at him. My hair slid over my shoulders and brushed the top of my breasts. "I think Kemp may be right," I said, smiling at him. He arched a dark brow. "Oh? I think your dick is the smallest." He gripped my hips then, held me in place. "Kemp, go get that plug you bought at the store. Our girl is a little too sassy for her own good." My mouth opened, but he hooked a hand behind my neck and pulled me down for a kiss. His dick might be buried to the hilt in my pussy, but this was our first kiss in 10 years. I remembered his lips, his taste, but the beard was new. I circled my hips as we kissed and kissed, my breasts mashed against his chest. It was only when I felt a cold drizzle of liquid between my parted bottom cheeks did I lift my head. I looked over my shoulder. Kemp held up a butt plug. Turquoise and silicone. "Ever had something in your ass, baby girl?" he asked. "Yes," I replied, as his finger worked the lube over my crinkled hole. Instinctively, I tried to keep him out. Poe, who'd been standing next to Kemp and watching, spanked me. "Let him in." Of course, that only made me clench more, and Gus hissed. "I'm dying here. I need to fuck her." Kemp dropped the plug and grabbed a different one from the bedside table. This wasn't a plug but a toy. A long line of silicone with little beads placed every inch or so, getting progressively larger until the end where there was a ring. A pull ring to hook a finger in to tug the beads out. I clenched again. "Fuck!" Gus gripped my hips and fucked me, lifting and lowering me as he thrust up. He wasn't gentle and my breasts bounced. After, God, I had no idea how long, he stopped and I could catch my breath. I was close to coming, my clit rubbing against him as I moved. But it hadn't been quite enough. "Now, deal with her sass," he said, voice ragged, sweat dotting his brow. His face was flushed and he looked like a god, one with a big dick and also the one I'd teased. And now more lube was being drizzled over my back entrance and worked in, followed by the beads. After the first one went in, I gasped. Gus pulled me down for a kiss, and I knew this position gave Kemp a better angle to work my bottom. I'd felt full with Gus's dick in me, but now the beads, as Kemp pushed the next one carefully in, stretched me. More and then more still until another one silently popped within. The beads, along with Gus, made me feel so full. Gus kissed away my whimpers, my moans, as I took each and every one of those beads. I could only imagine what Kemp and Poe were seeing, how I'd not only swallowed up Gus's dick, but a row of silicone beads, too. "Will we ever be able to curb your sass?" Poe asked, stroking my hair back. "Doubtful," I replied. Kemp gave a quick tug and one of the beads popped out. I gasped, arched my back, and clenched. "Oh my God," I moaned. Gus grinned. "Maybe another orgasm will get you compliant." He didn't say more, only moved me, fucked me, worked my body until I arched my back and came, the thick feel of his dick stroking over my G-spot. How did he do that? Set me off. But it was when Kemp pulled out the beads, one right after the other, that I screamed. The dual sensations of my clit and G-spot being rubbed, and the anal beads offering dark and slightly painful pleasure destroyed me. I was a quivering, sweaty mess when Gus called out my name and came. Someone helped me off of Gus and I curled up on the bed. "You're not done, Parker. Bad girls who sass get their asses fucked." I was maneuvered once again, this time so I was leaning over the side of the bed. My feet were on the floor and a pillow was stuffed between my hips. More cool lube. This time, though, it felt good on my work tissues, followed by another condom wrapper opening. A hand hugged one of my butt cheeks to the side, and a finger slipped into my back entrance. Nice and deep it went, working more and more lube inside. "Isn't that right?" Kemp asked. God, he was the dirty talker, the dark one. Poe might be intense and Gus laid back, but Kemp had a kink that matched my own. He was the one who'd pushed me, to give me what I didn't even really know I needed. Yet he was waiting for me to tell him yes. I nodded into the pillow as a second finger joined the first, stretching me open wider than the beads had. "I need the words." "Yes, sir." "Oh, so sweet. But yes, sir, what?" I breathed in and out as he added a third. I'd done butt stuff before. This wasn't new to me, but it had never felt like this before. It had always been a guy wanting to ass fuck, nothing more. But Kemp was making me submit in the most intimate way possible, making me admit I wanted it, making it seem naughty when it was anything but, especially between the four of us. But me, being a bad girl, only added another level of their domination. "Yes, sir. I need my ass fucked." Poe crawled onto the bed, knelt and parted his knees wide right in front of my face. His dick was right there. I smelled soap, as if when he'd gone in to dispose of the condom he'd washed up in the bathroom. "That's right," Kemp replied. I whimpered and looked over my shoulder. Kemp's condom-covered dick, glistening with extra lube, was settled right between my cheeks, the head nudging the well-slicked entrance. He prodded, pushed. Gus squirted more lube onto my entrance. Poe turned my head, focused my attention on him. "Suck my dick, sweetheart." I gasped when Kemp popped past my tight ring of muscle. I was stretched open, so unbelievably wide, but it felt strangely good. Jangly, intense, dark. After I caught my breath, I took Poe into my mouth. He was slow, careful as he mouth-fucked me. I glanced up, saw him watching his big slab of meat disappear in my mouth, but he would look down my back, watch as Kemp worked himself into me deeper and deeper until he bottomed out. Only then did they move. Slow and steady, I felt skewered, dominated, controlled. I couldn't wiggle, couldn't do anything except let them fuck me. Knowing that pushed me to the brink of coming. I'd never felt so submissive, ever. When a hand worked its way between my hips and the pillow and found my clit, I came. Instantly. I dripped all over Gus's hand as I clenched around Kemp's dick, my pussy empty. Poe pressed his dick to the back of my mouth, the broad head still sitting at the back of my throat, and he came. I swallowed his cum, down and down again before he pulled out. Kemp continued to slowly fuck me until he too came, deep in my ass. I was done, finished, ruined. "This is just the beginning, Pixie," Gus murmured as he kissed my head, tucked me beneath the covers. "I'm not letting you go again. We aren't letting you go," Kemp added. I must have fallen asleep, for the next time I opened my eyes, the room was dark and Gus's head was between my thighs. We were alone, the big bed just for us. And hours later, as dawn turned the sky pink, I woke to Poe picking me up and carrying to the bathroom and helping me into a hot shower. There he settled me on the bench, parted my thighs, and shaved me, just as he'd promised to do. After he fucked me, then left me a boneless heap. If Kemp hadn't already left to go to the gym, I'd have been late for work. Even without a different kind of morning workout with him, I was deliciously sore and had a smile on my face when I walked to my sheriff SUV, Honey right on my heels. Chapter 9. Kemp. I think Gus getting a second chance with Parker is really romantic, Julia said. She was setting out plates on the teak table, circling it and putting one in front of each chair. Her red hair caught the early evening sun and made it even more vivid. For the Duke family weekly dinner, it was at the ranch since it was Tucker's turn to host. Even with Mr. and Mrs. Duke not back yet from a Mediterranean cruise, the rest still got together. The weather was so nice we were eating outside on the large patio. The huge grill was hot and smoking. The scent of barbecued meat made my stomach growl. I was hungry, and not just for food. Parker was to show up after her shift, and I was eager to see her. My dick, too. It had been hard to let her go this morning, content to keep her naked all day. Fuck what we'd done with her. She'd been so responsive. It had been practically vanilla what we'd done. We hadn't tied her up or made use of her handcuffs or spanked her. Barely. She hadn't stayed naked all day so we could bend her over any available surface and fuck her. We hadn't put a plug in her ass and made her wear it. Hell, it wasn't like she could keep it in when she went to work, but I would certainly insert one and send her off to the market. Or get her on her knees after she came in the door, taking turns sucking all three of us off. My dick got hard thinking of my cum on her tongue, then her swallowing it down as if it were her favorite treat. Yeah, I was ruined. Good thing she was off the next 2 days, so every dirty kind of play was still a possibility. But Julia's words made me smile and glance at Gus. He was stroking his beard with his thumb, and I had no doubt he was thinking what we'd done with Parker was anything but romantic. It had been filthy at best. My mouth watered for the taste of her pussy again. Just remembering the way her inner walls had clenched my fingers when she came for me that first time, or later when I'd been balls deep in her tight ass. My dick wanted in her again. I'm not claiming her alone, you know, Gus told her. She set the last plate down, then faced us, smiled although a little wistfully. I know. I'm glad you guys found someone together. You've been waiting for a while. As far as I knew, Julia wasn't dating anyone. She'd gone out with a few guys. Gus had grumbled about the simple dinner and a movie date she'd went on, but none stuck. None worth bringing to a Sunday dinner. No doubt she wanted to find the one herself, especially since all three of her brothers had. I smiled, realizing that was true. Gus had found his woman, and she was mine and Poe's, too. Just yesterday we'd met her for the first time, and yet she was ours. For good. I wanted to hug Julia. Tell her the right guy was worth waiting for and the right one would treat her like a queen, or her brothers along with Jed, Colton, Poe, and I would beat the fucking shit out of him. She knew it, probably felt the pressure of that alone because any guy who wanted her would have to be so pussy-whipped that he didn't care what all of us would do to him. Because if he so much as ever had a dirty thought about Julia, let alone touch her, he'd have his hand lopped off at the wrist. And if he even considered doing half the dirty stuff we did with Parker, he'd be buried somewhere on the ranch never to be seen again. But I didn't want to embarrass her, to make it obvious to her brothers she wanted her own romance, so I did nothing. Julia went back inside. It was just the guys on the patio now. The women were in the kitchen. They left the grilling to the men, although I had no doubt they could do a perfectly fine job on their own. Gus, Colton, and Jed were relaxing in Adirondack chairs, while Tucker and Duke manned the grill. Not that it was a two-man job. Poe was leaning against the railing. "I'm surprised you're even here," Tucker said, lifting the lid on the grill and flipping a sizzling steak. While his nickname was T-Bone, he wasn't called that because of the beef his ranch produced. Hell no. I had no doubt the well-satisfied look on Ava's face meant his dick was a serious piece of meat. And Colton wouldn't leave her wanting either. "Did she sneak out at dawn because you didn't satisfy her?" I'd think with the three of you giving it to her, she'd get a little pleasure. Duke ribbed, holding his fingers close together. Yeah, little brother. If you can't figure out where her clit is, there are videos online, Tucker added with a grin. Gus just stared at his brothers, clearly having learned not to give them any more fodder to fuck with. You get Parker Drew between you and you let her go off to work? Jed added. Can she even walk right after taking on 3 dicks? Gus grinned and Poe frowned. I'm not even going to talk about how Parker takes us. You Duke boys can fuck around and joke. Poe grumbled. But her heading off this morning to be the fucking county sheriff? Not my first choice. He went to the cooler and grabbed a can of soda. I thought Parker'd be the one to have something shoved up her ass. But you, Poe? Tucker asked. They might kid and poke fun at our sex lives, but it was only brotherly ribbing. None of the guys would ever disrespect a woman for her sexual desires. And while Parker'd had my dick deep in her ass the night before, the 3 of us wouldn't have shared that with anyone. He was only poking fun at Poe. The jokes were always about the guy's performance, not that of the woman. She was able to fuck with wild abandon as much as any guy. Poe stood, gave Tucker the finger, then popped the top on his drink. You're protective of Ava. Would you let her take on Parker's job? Tucker's smile slipped and he was thoughtful for a moment, even glanced at Colton. Then he looked to Poe and nodded. Point taken. She's ours, no question, Gus began. He was sitting in one of the Adirondack chairs with a glass of iced tea. I knew Tucker and Colton saw Ava once and knew she'd be theirs. Duke and Jed got a glimpse of Caitlin across the bar and were done for. So us seeing Parker for the first time yesterday, fucking her thoroughly last night, and saying she was ours today was not out of the ordinary. But she's got a job, Gus continued. An important one. Responsibilities. You didn't keep Ava from running the seed and feed after she finally said yes to being with the 2 of you. And Caitlin's still working at the library, I added. Speaking of not being able to walk right, you let her up for air sometime. While I didn't think Duke and Jed were into having Caitlin submit, they were dominant men, and I had no doubt they took charge in the bedroom. But definitely not to the same extent as what Parker needed. Jed grinned. But she quit the job at the hotel. At first she hadn't been thrilled to have us help her financially, but getting her house fixed up and rented made her feel like she could hold her own, that she could be self-sufficient again. Not that she'll ever need to be, Duke added. I could see why Caitlin didn't want to rely on a man financially, especially since her dad had been a drunk deadbeat, and worse from what Gus had said. But I knew Duke and Jed. She was theirs and they had 0 plans to let her go. Ever. And Parker's the sheriff, Tucker said, closing the lid. Smoke came out of the little vent at the top. No way she will let you guys run roughshod over her. Hell, she'll probably taser you if you even tried. If it kept her name off the ballot and had her handing that badge over to O'Malley or Bierstadt, I'd let her tase me, Poe said. The guys eyed him but said nothing, obviously recognizing how serious he was about having her step down and letting someone else have her job. The mention of Bierstadt had Duke and Jed looking grim, but it wasn't Roger, the one who'd been fucking with Caitlin, who was running for sheriff, but his older brother Mark. I didn't want Parker to be sheriff. It wasn't because I thought her underqualified or not good at her job, but shit happened. It made me nervous with the possible dangers she faced. Poe wasn't alone in that thinking, but Parker wasn't the kind of woman to rely on a man. She might give over her control to us in the bedroom, or even the shower, but she kept it elsewhere. There was no fucking way she'd let us run roughshod over her, as Tucker said. If she wanted to add her name to the ballot for sheriff, we were going to have to support her in it. I glanced at Poe because I wasn't sure how we would handle that. She's smart. To be a lawyer, really fucking smart, Poe added. There are plenty of other jobs out there for her. Jobs that don't require carrying a gun for safety. She could talk to Porter, Duke offered. He's the DA and based in Clayton. Poe frowned and I looked to Duke. Is that your cousin? I wondered. He's 2 years older than me. Grew up with us. His mom and our mom are sisters. Don't fuck with her, Poe, Gus warned. She's worked hard for this job, for what she's built for herself. If this is what she wants, all of us have to respect that. He eyed the others as well before turning his attention to Poe. Would you want her telling you to stop being a vet because working with horses might get you kicked? When a horse carries a gun, then we'll talk, Poe countered. Our attention turned to the sound of a vehicle pulling up, parking beside the others. Parker's sheriff SUV. Is that a dog in the front seat? Duke asked, hands on his hips. I didn't know they had a canine now. They don't. I grinned at Parker's new sidekick. She may not want a dog or consider herself a dog person, but she had one now. Honey was in the passenger seat, sitting there as if she were Parker's partner. Ears perked up, her tongue hanging out. That's Honey, Gus said. That's what you call her? Jed asked. I call Caitlin Sugar. The dog, you fucker, I said, going past him. But she does taste like honey. I went down the walk and over to Parker. Poe beat me to her, opening the door before she could do it herself. As soon as she climbed out, Honey followed, then trotted off to explore, and Poe pulled Parker into his arms and kissed her. It was a blatant kiss of a guy who wanted a woman, but there was an obvious hint of desperation to it, as if he held her to reassure himself that she was alive. Chapter 10. Parker. Spill, woman, Julia said when I joined the ladies in the kitchen. The scent of grilling meat followed me indoors. Spread out on the granite counter were plates with rolls, bottles of condiments, a basket of chips, and a crock pot that had something bubbling inside. By the smell, I guessed baked beans. I glanced between the three of them. Julia Duke had gorgeous red hair. Where it came from, I had no idea, since she looked nothing like any of her brothers, and a quick grin. Caitlin pushed her glasses up her nose and had a soft smile, as if she had a secret. Ava looked all glamorous with her blonde hair and beautiful curls down her back, her nails a bright fire engine red. I was off for 2 days, barring any acts of God, and wanted to kick back and enjoy the dinner. I hadn't seen Gus's brothers and sisters since high school, and had never met the others. First impressions were important, and I figured a t-shirt and jeans were better than a uniform. But then my stick-straight hair was pulled back in a rubber band I'd found on my desk, and I wore zero makeup. Looking at Ava, I felt ridiculously unladylike. And that wasn't taking into account I had several inches on them and maybe 40 pounds. I was ready for the roller derby while they were ready for a day at the mall. I'd taken off my utility belt and put my service piece in the lockbox in the SUV. I'd even, much to Poe's, Kemp's, and Gus's enjoyment, taken off my uniform shirt. They looked like horn dogs by the side of the SUV as I undid the buttons, but sad little boys when a racy bra and bare skin wasn't exposed, but a plain white t-shirt. Spill what exactly? I asked. I thought Poe was a vet. I didn't realize he did tonsil checkups on people. Caitlin replied, waggling her eyebrows. With his tongue. I blushed. I could feel it. No one had missed the way he'd practically swallowed me whole. God, he was the intense one of the three. That and the fact that this morning he'd shaved my pussy bare with a focused diligence, then fucked me in the shower, was a good example. He was also broody and wary, needy in a way I didn't quite understand yet, but was almost tangible about him. It was as if he were frantic for me. Oh, Gus and Kemp were frantic as well, their dicks hard and eager to get inside me. But there was something else with Poe. I just didn't understand it yet. But that was okay. I liked it, whatever it was. He smelled so good, and I remembered how I breathed in his clean scent along with the pungent scent of fucking. Of my juices, his cum, even though he'd filled a condom with it instead of my pussy. I squeezed my thighs together, felt how sleek I felt being bare down there. I was wet too, still. I've got 2 men to handle. How you take on 3? Ava said, going to the fridge and pulling out a jar of pickles and handing them to Julia. I shrugged. I, don't really know the difference. It's not like I've ever done it before. They're a handful, though. Julia put her hands over her ears. A handful? I don't want to hear that kind of talk about my brother. I stared at her wide-eyed, confused for a second. Then Caitlin, Ava, and I laughed. Ava grabbed one of Julia's hands and tugged it down. She wasn't talking about the size of Gus's dick, she offered me with a sly look. But I'm sure it's much more than a handful. Julia groaned. She was talking about dealing with 3 men, Caitlin clarified. They're stubborn, bossy, opinionated, Ava added. Alpha, Caitlin retorted. Dominant, I offered. They stared at me and Ava grinned. She came over, patted my arm. Dominant, bossy alphas times 3. Nice job. You talk as if Tucker and Colton don't tie you up and have their way with you, Julia said, opening the pickle jar. Ava put her hand to her chest. Me? What about little Miss Perv over here? She got it on with Duke and Jed on stage at a male review show, and she didn't even know their names. My mouth fell open. Caitlin the librarian? Not only at a review show, but on stage? Then I thought of Duke and Jed outside in their jeans and snap shirts. They knew how to fill them out all right. I didn't blame her. Hell, I'd bent over and showed my ass to 3 men in a vet clinic. So it's not weird that I saw Gus again after all this time yesterday, and I'd never even met Poe or Kemp before that? I mean, they're talking long-term here, and it's been... I glanced down at my watch. 30 hours. Welcome to the club of men who know what they want. More like who they want, Caitlin clarified. And going after it, getting it, and never letting go. The way Ava talked, it was as if the same thing happened to her. When she held up her left hand and flashed a big diamond engagement ring, I had my answer. Had Tucker and Jed been so intense, so serious, so fast? The way Caitlin was nodding and what Ava had said about how they'd done sexy times without even knowing each other's names, Duke and Jed were the same way. Is this a Duke thing? Lust at first sight? I mean, it's fast. You saw Poe in the tonsillectomy. I met him yesterday. And the stuff we did last night, and this morning... I blushed and the women grinned. Ava even high-fived me. Gus had said he'd always loved me. That made a little sense since we dated, known each other before we had sex. But Kemp and Poe? 10 minutes with them and I'd had my jeans pushed down over my thighs and thick stripes of Gus's cum across my butt. Another 6 hours and they'd been deep inside me. We looked to Julia, who held up her hands. Hey, don't look at me. I don't even have 1 guy, let alone 2 or 3. It's definitely a Duke thing, Caitlin said. And don't be hard on yourself. You deserve to take what you want. If that's 3 big dicks, then go for it. Caitlin! Julia groaned. She's right, Ava added, ignoring Julia. Guys are allowed to fuck who they want, when they want. A quickie with a stranger in a bar bathroom. But women? Total double standards. I do know that Gus and Kemp and Poe wouldn't go after you like they are if they weren't in it for the long haul. The Duke boys are one-woman men, Caitlin shared. That made me feel a little better, a little less like a hussy who had the best night of her life. With 3 men, with 3 really big dicks, and they knew exactly how to use them, and their hands. Oh God, and their tongues. I was achy and a little sore from the way they'd taken me, over and over again. Well, regardless of the fact you're sleeping with my brother, I'm glad you're here, Julia said, breaking me from my pervy thoughts. I sleep with your other brother, Ava said. And I sleep with the other one, Caitlin added. Julia rolled her eyes. Fine, I get it. My brothers have sex lives and I have none. Let's talk about something else. All 3 of them turned to face me. I sighed. What do you want to know? Do you want a drink? Ava asked. That's an easy one, I countered with a smile. Water would be great. I remember you from high school. I was in 10th grade when you started dating Gus, Julia said. I nodded. I remember. You played the clarinet. Horror crossed Julia's face. I will pay you $1 million to never mention that again. I laughed as Ava handed me a glass of ice water. What? You played really well. Fine, if money won't work, I'll be your best friend. Oh, well, in that case, I won't say anything about a musical instrument ever again. Ava rolled her eyes and opened a package of hot dog buns. We've got enough, don't you think? Caitlin asked, glancing at the ones already out. With her free hand, Ava pointed out the wall of windows that overlooked the patio and took in the view of the ranch beyond. There are 7 men out there. Right, never mind. You moved back to take the sheriff's job, Julia said. That's pretty exciting. My cell phone rang from my back pocket and I grabbed it as I answered her. I moved back to be closer to my mom. She has diabetes now, and I worried no one was helping her closely with it. I glanced at the screen. Speaking of, it's her. Excuse me. I need to make sure she's okay. I swiped the screen, then put the phone to my ear. Hi, Mama. Don't worry, I'm fine. Sugar's 140. It's something else, and I wanted you to hear it from me first, she said. What? I was relieved her sugar level was fine, but I dreaded what she would say next. I heard her sigh. I got laid off. What? From the dentist's office? He can't possibly need to downsize. I thought of Roger Bierstadt. While he was a total asset, he was one of the only dentists in town. He said I didn't fit in his practice any longer. I frowned down at the hardwood floor. Did he say why? Actually, he told me to ask you. But that makes no sense. At least he didn't fire me. She sounded dejected, and I didn't blame her. She'd worked there for over a decade, being the office manager not only for Bierstadt but for the old dentist who'd sold him the practice. While she couldn't clean teeth, she knew more about that office than anyone. But what did I have to do with anything related to her job? I hadn't been in town long enough to need a cleaning. She'd started working at the practice right after I left for college. I'd been back to visit on long breaks or weekends, but nothing that might affect that. He can't just fire you, I countered. Well, he could. Montana was an at-will state, meaning an employer didn't really need a reason to fire someone. But Rains was a small town. Word spread. Well, I'm glad at least I was given a small severance. She told me the amount and I was pissed. For a decade of employment, she should have received at least twice that. But I didn't tell that to her. What good would it have done except upset her more? Mama, are you all right for now? I'm at the Duke Ranch, but I can come over if you need me. The Duke Ranch? Are you seeing Gus Duke again? Something like that. I replied neutrally. Now wasn't the time to get into the complexities of that one, and there was no way I would tell her about last night, or this morning in the shower. Oh, how nice. No, I'm fine, really. Except she didn't have a job, and she needed to pay for insulin and other diabetic supplies. Well, I'll check in with you when I'm done here. All right. I love you. I love you too. I ended the call and looked up. Caitlin, Ava, and Julia were staring at me, obviously overhearing. Roger Bierstadt laid off my mother. She was his office manager. I told them. As if Mama didn't have enough challenges, this was all she needed. I could support her if need be, because I'd been doing quite a bit of saving, but neither of us wanted that. But jobs in a small town like Rains were few and far between. Why? Ava asked, frowning. I shrugged. No longer a good fit, she said. Something to do with me. Chapter 11. Parker. What does that even mean? Oh, I hate that guy, Caitlin said. She told me about their one date, how he'd been demeaning and rude, how she'd turned him down but he'd made it a point to try and embarrass her in front of everyone at Cassidy's, Jed's bar downtown, one night. Needless to say, the Duke family had shut that shit down pretty fast. I hadn't heard about any of that, but Roger Bierstadt hadn't done anything against the law, so he hadn't come across my path. Caitlin stomped to the back door and went out to Duke and Jed. We watched as Duke pulled her in for a hug. They're real careful with her, Julia commented. She's had it rough, with her dad and all. My confusion must have shown, for she added, her dad's the guy who hurt my parents, in the hit and run. My mouth dropped open. Holy shit. I remembered the accident. Everyone in town over the age of 20 probably did. As for Roger Bierstadt, Julia continued, he's a total asshole and she gets bent out of shape because of him. They give her what she needs, Ava added. Duke and Jed. Kemp had told me he, Poe, and Gus would give me what I needed. But this was something completely different. Caitlin needed comforting, not fucking. In the way Duke, as big as he was, held her so carefully, as if she were the most precious thing in the world, was amazing to see. I'm hiring, Ava said, breaking me from my thoughts. I stared at her wide-eyed. What? I'm living here pretty much all the time, she said. She waved her hand in the air, indicating the ranch house. Winter's coming, and Tucker and Colton aren't excited about me driving on the roads in and out of town every day. It would be nice to have someone who lived close to the store to take on some shifts, to be available when I can't make it in. Wow, Ava, I replied. I can't speak for my mom, but the offer sounds great. Maybe something different would be just what she needs. Have her call me at the store and we'll meet. If she's put up with Roger Bierstadt, she can handle the seed and feed. Heck, she probably knows all my customers better than me. And their teeth. Poe came inside, towered over Julia and Ava, but looked to me. His intensity was like a living thing, humming about him. Is your mom okay? We heard what happened. I shrugged. I guess so. She's surprised and confused. And you? His gaze raked over me as if I had been physically hurt. I put my hands on my hips, sighed. I'm pissed. She said I knew why she was laid off. He frowned. You know why she was laid off, or you were the reason for the layoff? I opened my mouth to answer, but took a moment to think. Oh shit. You think Roger laid my mother off because of us? I met you for the first time yesterday. He shrugged his broad shoulders and remained silent. I'd been mad for Mama, mad that Roger was such a total douche. But now, with what Poe was suggesting, it went deeper than that. Roger, who I didn't even know, hated me so much as to end my mother's employment. I'm not good for you, he said. I glanced at him, then at Ava and Julia. I offered them a what the fuck look. Julia stared at him wide-eyed and Ava just shrugged at me. I blinked at him a few times before finally answering, What? Like you said, it's been a day, us being together. Look what's happened. Imagine when the whole town finds out. And they will. Finds out what? That I'm having sex with 3 men? I all but shout. His eyes narrowed and his jaw clenched. Excuse us, ladies, he said, taking my arm and leading me across the great room and into an office on the other side of the house. He closed the door behind me, offering us some privacy. You're not just having sex with 3 men, you're in a relationship, he clarified, crossing his arms over his big chest. This is more than fucking and you know it. I sighed, relieved. I did, but it was good to have Poe say it aloud. The kiss he'd given me when I arrived wasn't from someone who planned on fucking and forgetting. It had been as if he were memorizing me. But hearing it made me feel better. Kemp and Gus came in the room, shut the door behind them, but not before Honey squeezed past into my side. She sat down and leaned against me, setting her body between me and Poe as if trying to protect me from him. What's going on? Gus asked. I reached down, pet the dog on the head, then crossed my arms over my chest. Poe says he's not good for me, yet he fucked me. So you what? Wanted to get off before you got out of this? I waved my hand in the air, meaning all of us. Poe narrowed his eyes at me. That's sass, and you should be spanked for it. I put my hand to my chest. I should be spanked. Smoke was probably coming out of my ears. If Poe's goal was to redirect my anger at Roger Bierstadt to him, he'd done the job. Don't make light of what's between us, he countered, swiping his hand through the air. Last night wasn't just fucking. It was our first time, our last first time. That was totally romantic, and no doubt Julia would swoon over those words. But he hadn't been trying to do so, hadn't even realized he'd said something profound. But the vehemence behind it made Honey growl quietly. I pet her again and she licked my hand. Then what are you talking about? Kemp swore under his breath. Gus slapped Poe on the back. Tell her, fucker, or I will. Poe lifted his chin, shrugging off Gus's touch. Fine. I said I wasn't good for you. I'm not. I murdered my father. I hadn't expected that. Not at all. Maybe he changed his mind about sharing me. Maybe he felt like his dick didn't measure up. Maybe he felt, whatever. But not that. You murdered your father, I repeated. I'd heard him the first time, but my brain was slow to process. Murdered? Poe nodded once. I was 16. I went to juvie until I aged out at 18. My record's sealed since I was a minor, but still. The murderer and the sheriff. Not a good match, huh? I can ruin your career. I laughed and rolled my eyes. Like I ruined my mother's. I sighed. This murder, was it premeditated? He nodded again. Did he deserve it? His eyes widened as if he'd never been asked that before. Fuck yes. Kemp ran a hand over the back of his neck in frustration. Jesus, Poe. You left out the fact that your dad would beat the shit out of your mom, out of you, for years. You killed him, not murdered, defending her. No wonder he'd been so upset the day before when I told him about that domestic call I went on. Then why did you go to juvie? I wondered. Sure, killing someone was a terrible crime, especially by a minor, but circumstances were always taken into account. I'd only known Poe for a day, but he wasn't a sociopath or deranged where he'd killed someone for no reason. They didn't see it as self-defense because my mom told the police she'd fallen down. Again. Your dad beat your mother. You killed him to get him to stop. Kemp elaborated. He sounded more frustrated by what happened to his friend than Poe did himself. Then she protects her husband, the abuser, instead of her son, which makes the police put Poe away. I was this size at 16, maybe 30 pounds lighter. I didn't get this big from my dad. Holy shit, I whispered. I thought of Poe, a teenager, probably clumsy in his newfound size, angry at watching his mother get hurt all the time. Pissed that he'd been beat up too. Finally, he was able to do something about it, to protect her. And while he'd been a child, 16 was a child in the eyes of the law, he was big, bigger than most adults. She turned on you, I said softly. The look on Poe's face was bleak, angry. The tendons in his neck stood out. Yes. I closed the distance between us. Wrapped my arms around him, hugged him tight. I felt the beating of his heart against my ear, his ragged breathing, the tense lines of his muscles. Does anyone in town think less of you for what you did? I asked. I couldn't see her, but I heard Honey circling us, her little nails clicking on the hardwood floor. No one knows outside of the Duke family, Kemp, now you. Then it won't affect my job. And if it did, I'd tell them to fuck off. Will you think less of me? I mean, you're a lawyer, you stand for justice, and you're a cop. I pulled back and looked up at him. I do stand for justice, and it sounds like you handed it out. That's it? He asked, surprised. His pale eyes were wide as if he were stunned. It was just that simple. I told you, fucker. Kemp grumbled under his breath. I felt Poe sigh, then he wrapped his arms around me. As for my mom's job, if it's because of us Roger laid her off, we'll deal with it. Yeah, but his brother wants your job, Gus said, moving to stand at my side. I looked up at him and he placed his hand gently on my shoulder. Now wasn't the time to tell him that I wouldn't be sheriff after November. The damage to my mom, if it was because of Mark, was already done. So Roger fired my mother as what? Retribution? Poe kissed the top of my head, breathed me in. Pettiness. Roger hates the Dukes, Gus said. That's well known to anyone in town, so if you're connected to us, then your mother's just collateral damage. See? I replied. It's not you who's bad for me. It's Gus since he's a Duke. Poe loosened his hold, looked down at me, smiled. Finally. Like honey. He reached out and gave her a pat. I'm protective of what's mine, Parker. More so than any of the other guys. Can you handle that? He asked. Yes. Good girl. He replied, and the praise felt good. Have Gus or Kemp seen your bare pussy yet? My mouth fell open. That was quite a topic change. No. Show us, Pixie, Gus said. I looked around the room. A cross between an office and a library, a big desk in the center. I'd been to the house a bunch of times that one summer, but never in this room. No doubt it hadn't changed much since when it belonged to Mr. Duke, Gus's dad specifically. Here? Here, Kemp repeated, crossing his arms over his chest. Now. I swallowed, my heart racing. I love the idea of doing something so illicit with a bunch of people just beyond a closed door, and I was the one getting naked, or at least halfway, in front of the men while they remained clothed. Instantly a calm settled over me. Quiet. They knew that exposing myself, showing them my pussy which Poe had thoroughly shaved, got me hot. My pussy belonged to them and they wanted to see it. I was dripping with eagerness, for what would they do once I was bare? Slip their fingers in me? Fuck me? God, I wanted anything, everything. They stood before me like three titans. As I undid my jeans, worked them down over my hips, being sure to take my panties with them. Once settled about my thighs, my legs were pinned together and they couldn't see all that much. Gus didn't seem to like that fact. Turn around and bend over the desk. Good girl, Kemp added when I did so. Ass out. Yes, like that. Now we can see your bare pussy. We did this yesterday and again today, Gus said. Maybe every day you should do this so you don't forget what's ours. She's not a good girl, she's a naughty girl. Poe added, and I looked over my shoulder at him. She's dripping wet. What have you been thinking about? You, I replied. Just me, he countered. I shook my head. All three of you. Fuck, Gus said, palming his dick while his eyes were laser-focused on my pussy. No, he couldn't. On your knees, baby girl. You've some cum to swallow. Oh, shit. It was so filthy, so degrading. I loved it. These weren't just any dicks. These were my dicks. And all three of them were hard and needy. I knew the feeling. I popped up and dropped to the floor, not bothering to fix my jeans. My bare butt rested against the heels of my boots. All three of them opened their pants, but Gus stepped up first. His hand tangled in my hair as I took him deep as best I could. Such a good girl. Take care of your men now. Fuck, he growled as I sucked hard. And we'll reward you all night long. For now, dinner with the Duke family was forgotten. We were all hungry for something else. Me? I had 3 big dicks to swallow. Chapter 12. Parker. 2 days off and I spent them naked, with 3 men. It had been easy for them to assure it. I'd pretty much gone from bed to bed to bed, or couch to bed to shower to kitchen table. I'd been bent over, laid back, propped up, and fucked so many different ways. They were inventive, dominant, and wildly virile. Butt plugs and handcuffs, rope, and even chocolate syrup had been brought into play. They took me together, took me alone one at a time, and once just Poe and Kemp, with Gus having to pick up his parents at the airport. I'd submitted each and every time. To say they took control was an understatement, but I loved every minute of it. I'd been out of my head, forgetting work, chores, everything. Heaven. Orgasmic heaven. But time didn't stop for a new relationship. The men had animals to tend to, vaccinations to give, dogs to neuter. I had a town to keep safe. I should have been relaxed with 48 hours off shift, but no. I needed coffee. Lots of it. I ached in muscles I didn't even know existed. I shouldn't even be walking right. Yet I had a smile on my face and a spring in my step as I walked from the station to the coffee shop a block away. I'd volunteered to do a caffeine run. Honey trotted along beside me, probably knowing she'd get a treat. While she didn't know where we were going, people knew she was my new sidekick and seemed to always have something for her. She was well trained, but if it kept up, she'd be spoiled rotten and as fat as a barrel by Christmas. The weather was holding for this time of year. There was just a hint of color to the leaves, and I had talked to Porter Duke to confirm the ADA job was mine after Election Day. I was excited about the prospect of getting back to litigating, but doing it in Rains instead of back east gave me a sense of coming home. I could be with Gus, Kemp, and Poe, be close to my mom, and have a dream job all at once. You! Someone shouted. I turned to see the wife-beater stomping toward me. He was cutting across Main Street and a car had to stop because of the jaywalking. I hadn't seen him since we'd gone to his house for the domestic call a few days earlier. Then he'd had a smug look on his face because his wife wouldn't press charges. She'd called 911 in the heat of the moment, but he'd somehow gotten her to change her mind. But now he looked pissed. His dark hair looked greasy, his beard a few days past well-kempt, his jeans stained with what looked like grease and ketchup. "You sent her away. Where the fuck is my wife?" I stopped, set my hands on my utility belt. I'd been involved in altercations with belligerent people before, trained for them, but adrenaline still kicked in, my heart rate skyrocketing. At least I was right downtown and not out at his rundown house with no one around for at least half a mile. "Sir, you need to calm down," I told him. "Calm down." He came up onto the sidewalk, got close. Too close. "My wife left me all because you showed up, told her that she didn't have to be slapped around. That bitch. I gave her everything and then she leaves me." His eyes were bloodshot, and he smelled like a bar floor at last call on a busy Friday night. "Sir, you need to step back, then walk away." "Don't tell me what to do, you dyke bitch. How they made you a sheriff, a fucking woman, I have no idea. Tell me where my wife is or I'll—" "You don't want to finish that sentence. I'll ask you one last time. Step back, walk away, and cool off." His eyes flared wide, and he raised his arm as if to punch me. Before I could react, Honey attacked, her teeth clamping down on the man's ankle. Deep growls came from her throat. I'd never seen her so aggressive, so vicious. The man howled, kicked his leg as if to loosen Honey's clamped teeth. "Shit!" he shouted, reached down and punched Honey in the head. I took his moment of distraction and the way he was bent toward the dog to push him further even more. With a sweep of his ankle, the one Honey had bitten, I took him face first to the ground. People were out on the sidewalk now. I had one knee in the middle of his back as he swore and thrashed. I had his hands cuffed behind his back in seconds. I pulled my radio from my hip, but when I looked up, I saw 2 deputies running down the sidewalk. We were only a block away from the station, and someone must have called it in. As he continued to cuss and belittle all women, I had a clear head to notice Honey. She was on her side whimpering, tongue hanging out. I couldn't move off the fucker's back, but passerby knelt down and petted her. I moved to let the deputies lift the guy to his feet. "Take care of Honey. We've got him," one of them said as they gripped his upper arms and shoved him toward the station. I dropped to my knees on the sidewalk right beside Honey. "Do you think she's okay?" I asked. I hadn't realized how much I cared for the dog until right then. She'd just been following me around, literally hanging out with me, until now. Now I realized she'd been watching out for me. I'd rescued her from the side of the road and she'd taken me on, and now saved me in return. A lump of tears lodged in my throat. I was more afraid something had happened to her than what that wife-beater could have done to me. The owners of the fishing and outdoor store we were in front of were checking her out. "We saw what he did," one said, his tone angry, but his hands gentle as he stroked and soothed Honey. "The fucker. Let's get her to the vet." Right then a woman went over to the car that was parked at the curb and hastily opened the back door. "My car's right here. Put her in the back seat," a woman said, waiting for the men to carefully lift Honey and put her in. "We'll get her to the vet." Poe. I come out of exam room 2 with Mrs. Mitchell and her cat to discover the small lobby in chaos. Well, not quite chaos, but there were at least 6 people and only 1 pet, a tiny dachshund sitting on a woman's lap. I was used to dogs barking, hissing from cats, and even the constant squawking of a bird, but not so many people talking all at once. And at the center of it was Parker. I said goodbye to Mrs. Mitchell and went over to her, got her attention by placing my hand on her shoulder. She looked up at me and smiled. In her usual uniform shirt and jeans, her radio was turned low, but it was noisy with communication. It had been only a few hours since she'd walked out of the house to go to work, not before she bent over the kitchen counter, pulled down her jeans and showed her men her pussy. Gus had been keeping that sweet treat shaved smooth. She wasn't here to play, to continue where we left off that first day back in the kitchen. Something was up. "What's going on?" I asked.
Honey was protecting me from someone and the guy hit her.
Jesus. Is she all right?
I didn't see her anywhere. Parker pointed down the hallway. She's in one of the rooms with Gus and Kemp, but they said she seemed fine after a quick look. They're taking x-rays to make sure.
I sighed, relieved. Honey was a great dog. What do you mean she was protecting you?
The guy from the domestic dispute the other day approached me on Main Street.
Holy fuck. That fucker went after her? I went instantly angry. My heartbeat was pounding in my ears and my fists clenched. If I had a little barometer, I would be close to exploding right now. Approached? I asked. He was drunk and furious. Tom from the sports store said. Even worse. A drunk wife-beater going after my girl. His partner Lucas nodded in agreement. As if the sheriff here would know where his wife went. Where's the guy now? If he was out there, I was tracking him down. I'd killed one man, another wouldn't be a problem, especially if he'd intended to hurt Parker.
In custody. He'll be charged with assaulting an officer of the law and cruelty to animals.
That's it? I asked, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. Parker's eyes widened slightly, as if noticing I was about to turn into the Incredible Hulk.
For now, that will hold him. If we can find his wife and get her to press charges for the injuries from the other day, we can pin more on him.
For what he did today, he'll only get a fine, a warning? I assumed.
Probably. Or serve 30 days if he has priors.
30 days. He'll come after you again. I sighed, looked at the ceiling, trying to calm myself. That's it, sweetheart. You're quitting. I won't have you put in danger like that.
Her mouth fell open as she blushed hotly. I did my job, Poe. I did it by the book. She did. Got that guy to the ground and he's huge. And drunk by the smell of him.
A woman who'd been quiet until now said. Besides her, there was Marge the florist and 2 other women I didn't know watching us. I had to guess they'd all seen what happened, and had come with Parker to take care of Honey. The woman's words didn't help at all. Exactly. Big and drunk, I said. You'll give notice to the city council and have Bierstadt or O'Malley cover until the election. She crossed her arms over her chest.
And what will I do for a job?
I talked to Porter Duke at the DA's office and you can work there. No weapons, no assholes coming after you. Safe. After the barbecue at the ranch, I'd gotten in touch with Porter, told him about Parker, her qualifications. He'd been interested but hadn't said much more as he'd had to go to court. It had eased my mind, though, knowing my woman wouldn't be in danger every day.
You got me a job because you think my decision to be sheriff is a bad one.
A dangerous one, I clarified. Why put yourself at risk when you can be safe? She was all but vibrating with frustration.
Because it's what I want to do, Poe. You don't get to decide something like this.
I put my hands on her hips, stared her down. I could see out of the corner of my eye everyone else was watching us like a tennis match. Back and forth their heads turned. I didn't give a shit about any of them. Only Parker. Watch that sass, sweetheart, or you'll be over my knee getting your ass spanked faster than you took that fucker down. Her mouth fell open and she stared at me, wide-eyed, blushing furiously. The ladies laughed.
I can't believe you just said that.
As I watched, all fight left Parker. It was as if she wilted before my eyes. For the first time since I met her, she looked weak. Were those tears in her eyes? She turned away, looked to Tom and Lucas.
Tell Gus to keep Honey.
She turned and left, not looking back. The waiting room was silent and everyone was staring at me. Why did I feel like she wasn't just walking out of the vet clinic, but out of my life? Chapter 13. Gus. What the fuck did you do? I asked Poe. Mr. Monroe's corgi was the last patient of the day and the door was locked behind him. It was finally quiet. Honey was staring up at me, her head cocked to the side. Their x-rays hadn't shown any issues, which was what we'd assumed, but it was possible if the guy hit her just right, she could have cracked a tooth. We'd have to watch for an abscess, but she seemed fine. A little lonely without Parker, but who wasn't? This was the first time we'd been able to corner Poe since earlier. The afternoon had been booked solid. But now he spilled what he'd done, what he'd said, and I was ready to kill him. Poe ran a hand over his dark hair and winced when he finished. It was as if saying it aloud made him realize how much of a dumbass he was. I fucked up. Really? Kemp asked. He was a pretty even-keeled guy. Not much got to him, but this? Kemp was pissed. You blew it with Parker. Jesus, Poe. She isn't your mom. She isn't that woman who got beat up by her husband. The one who thankfully got smart and left him. He paced the lobby. I know, but that guy went after her. And she took him down, I added. Yeah, I wasn't too thrilled with the idea of a drunk asshole coming after our woman either. Fine, you were overprotective, Kemp offered. She could understand that. Hell, she already forgave you for that, understood why when you told her about your dad. On top of that, no doubt Caitlin and Ava have shared how possessive their men are. I get that. She gets that. But you told her you'd spank her ass? In front of Tom and Lucas? He swore under his breath. And Mrs. Mitchell, Corin, Borden, and Marge. From the florist shop? I asked. This was worse than I thought. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. She's the biggest busybody in the entire town. You used Parker's kink against her, turned her submission into something shameful in front of others. I know. Poe groaned. I didn't mean it. I was just so angry that it just came out. And what's this about Porter? Didn't we tell you at the barbecue to lay off? He glanced at me with those weird pale eyes. He was pissed too. Yeah, I just scolded him, but he fucking deserved it. I was trying to help, to find her a job where she wouldn't have to be in danger, where I might be able to breathe. It made sense. It did, but it didn't make it right. I want to keep her naked and tied to my bed, but that doesn't mean I'm going to do it, I countered. She's a grown woman. She's got an advanced degree and police training. If you stifle her, she won't be the woman we all love. Yeah, I loved her. I always had. This past week, had proved that sometimes people had a second chance. I just had to hope Parker would give Poe one. And fuck Poe, spanking her ass? You just took a beautiful thing she gave us and turned it filthy. Kemp looked at his phone. She's not responding to texts. He glared at Poe, pointed. You're going to fix this. I don't care how you have to grovel, beg, plead. Hell, let her spank your ass in front of the entire town. Just fix it. There was nothing else Kemp and I could do. We could track her down and tell her to reconsider how much of an idiot Poe was, but it wouldn't work. Poe had to apologize, make this right. He had to get whatever fucking demons were driving his actions out of his system, and the only way to do that was bear it all to Parker. Again. I went to the front door, flipped the lock. Where are you two going? Poe asked. I looked at my watch. Town council meeting. Parker will be there. We'll make sure she's okay, that there's no fallout from what happened. Great. I'll come too, he replied. Kemp stopped Poe by a hand to his chest. No fucking way. Come up with how you're going to fix this shit. In private. Parker. I didn't have time to sit at home and feel sorry for myself. I was so angry at Poe I wanted to track him down and tase him, the dumbass. It wasn't as if he would miss any brain cells. Unfortunately, the monthly city council meeting got in the way of any of that. As sheriff, I had to offer a report on calls since the last get-together, and any other issues I might want to share. The council, in turn, brought things to my attention as needed. Last month, they let me know a four-way stop had been put in on the south side of town, and to expect many people to blow through it. The meeting was in the community room at the library, and I waved to Caitlin as I went in. I didn't dare stop to chat at the checkout counter, or she'd see I was upset and get me talking. The last thing I wanted to do was to cry before the meeting. It wasn't well attended, perhaps 10 to 20 people besides the council, depending on agenda. It was my mother and Mrs. Duke chatting together inside the multi-purpose room, which took me by surprise. "Parker, sweetie, I thought I'd come and say hi," Mama said. "These days I never know where you might be." I leaned in, kissed my mother's cheek, taking a moment to wonder if she meant I was busy or that I'd spent more time at the men's house than my own, that I'd been in a haze of newfound lust and love ever since I took Honey to the vet. And that thought made my heart lurch, my cheeks get hot. I'd forgotten about Poe's actions for all of a minute. "I'm glad you're here," I replied. Mama was 55 and I looked just like her, although she was 5'4" and petite in figure. I got my size from my dad, although I'd only seen pictures of him, because he died in a work accident 3 months before I was born. She always had a smile on her face and a nice thing to say about everyone. I always wondered why she hadn't remarried but never pushed. She was involved in so many activities around town, a bowling league, teaching Sunday school, and even learning French, that she seemed content. "I talked with Ava Carter and I start at the feed-in seat on Monday." She smiled almost brilliantly, clearly excited about her new job. That's great. It really was. An understanding boss was important now, especially if she had doctor's appointments or needed to rest for a bit because of her sugar levels. "I know nothing about animal feed or machinery, but if I can learn about teeth and dentures, I can probably figure it out." Mrs. Duke laughed, her chin-length hair swaying. She was quite tan from her cruise. "Dottie, a new beginning for you. I don't speak ill of too many people, but I think not seeing Roger Bierstadt every day will be a wonderful change." Gus and I may have headed off to college and not talked for 10 years, but Mama and Mrs. Duke had kept up, and while perhaps not close friends, liked each other very much. Mama laughed. "You're right. I feel liberated." Mrs. Duke had always been so nice to me. Hell, she was nice to everyone. I remembered being the nervous girl who dated Gus, and Mrs. Duke had always made me part of the family. Had me over for dinner and one time took me for a manicure with her and Julia. Ava is a sweetheart, and it will make Colton and Tucker feel better knowing she's not driving that stretch of road between the ranch and town when the snow begins to fall. You'll be an asset to all of them. It's nice how they're so protective, Mama added. All my boys are that way. Mrs. Duke turned to look at me, her graying brow arching up. They take after their father. They mean well, but sometimes you want to strangle them. Gus was like that when he was younger, wasn't he, Parker? I nodded. Gus had been possessive and bossy even at 18. Yes, ma'am. And now? She asked pointedly. I glanced at my mother, who eyed me with eagerness. They knew about Gus, Poe, and Kemp, but wanted confirmation. I wasn't sure if Gus told his mother we were together, or if the small-town grapevine had just picked it up. Either way, I was in no place to deny it. Mrs. Duke's older two sons were in relationships where two men claimed one woman. It wasn't as if being with Gus, Poe, and Kemp would be shocking to her now, and Mama didn't have her head in the sand. It might be a little weird for her to adjust having her daughter be with 3 guys, but I knew she only wanted me happy. 1 man or 3, she probably was eager for grandkids, just like Mrs. Duke. I wasn't ready to give either of them any, but it was a step in the right direction. More so, I replied. Both women beamed, and Mama pulled me in for a squeeze. Oh, sweetie, I'm so happy for you. Those 3 men are beyond handsome. And thoughtful. They went door to door last March when that big blizzard hit and made sure everyone had power and heat. They're bossy, too, Mrs. Duke added. Be prepared to stand your ground. The council members moved to their seats at the front of the room. Mrs. Duke patted me on the arm and said, Glad you're finally part of the family again. I stared after her as she walked away, then took a seat beside Mama as the meeting began. I tuned it all out, replaying everything Poe had said. Even now, hours later, I felt my cheeks heat with embarrassment because the guys from the outdoor store knew that Poe spanked me, and not for fun. Well, not just fun. He'd made it seem I couldn't be self-sufficient, that I needed someone to control me because I was wild and perhaps dangerous to myself. He'd used my darkest desires against me, and that was what hurt, what shamed. I'd given them
Him, my trust. The most secretive part of me, and he'd belittled it all. I liked that the three of them were possessive, that they would protect me. I felt a foot shorter and 50 pounds lighter, like a dainty female who had Neanderthals watching out for her when I was with them. I felt feminine in a world and a job that made me feel anything but. Poe had made his thoughts on my job well known. He hated me being sheriff. While it was kind of him to talk to Porter Duke about a job, it had been done in poor taste. Obviously, Porter hadn't said anything to Poe about me starting to work at the DA's office in November. It wasn't his place to share, and I respected him for it. I could have told the guys at any time that I wasn't putting my name in for the sheriff's job, but we'd been pretty busy not talking. Now I was glad I hadn't said anything, for Poe's true feelings had come out. I knew where I stood with him, and it wasn't as an equal. It wasn't as the woman who gave my control over to them as a gift. He'd taken it and used it like a weapon against me. "Sheriff Drew," one of the council members called. "Your update, please." I stood but didn't move to the front of the room. It was small enough where everyone could easily see and hear me from where I was. I'd prepared this morning for the meeting and read from my notes I'd pulled from my pocket. It only took a few minutes to cover my list, and I sat back down. Mama patted my arm, leaned in, and whispered, "I'm so proud of you." Because of her kind words, I almost missed someone say, "I'd like to speak to the council about the sheriff." There were a few murmurs, and Mark Bierstadt stood. I took a deep breath, let it out. Mama took my hand, squeezed it. I flicked a glance her way and saw her jaw was clenched. She wasn't over what Mark's brother, her boss, did to her, and she was smart enough to put the puzzle together. I was the missing piece. Mark was in his early 30s, hair receding at a faster pace than he could grow a comb over. His belly rolled over a large belt buckle, indicating he had won a few rodeo events in past years. He ran the local grain elevator and was very eager to be sheriff. He took moments like this to often share his feelings about something or someone in the community not to his liking. He liked to grandstand, even on a small scale. The fact that he had everyone's attention only made him roll his shoulders back and preen like a peacock. More like a cock. "The sheriff is a civil servant, one who serves the community. He or she is a representative of the town." Mama made a huffing sound at the blatant dig at putting my gender's pronoun as an add-on. "Mark, we're all aware of the sheriff's role and that she serves the community," the mayor replied. He was in his 50s, easy to like and even easier to work with, and because of this, was in his 3rd term. "Yes, but has it come to light that she's now involved with 3 men?" Bierstadt stared pointedly at me. I lifted my chin and met his gaze head-on. I'd been shamed once by my choice today. I wouldn't be again. "Cavorting in such a way is not an example we want set for our youth. I moved to have her removed from office and replaced." Murmuring broke out across the room, and the mayor raised his hands. Everyone fell silent. "Issues with county employees should be brought to human resources," the mayor added. "Not aired at a council meeting. Any breach of employment is considered by that staff, confidentially." I had a gun and a taser. I could cross the room in a few steps and have Mark flailing on the ground, peeing himself. I could stand up and say something, that what Mark said was true. I was in a relationship with 3 men, but I wasn't ashamed of it. I had no idea what I was going to do about Poe, if I'd be able to remain involved with him, if who I was would be too much for him. But I had been with them. It was a fact, and I couldn't change the past, nor did I want to. "HR has no control over the election, though," Mark countered. "I request a vote to have her name stricken from the ballot." The council members looked back and forth at each other. The mayor remained silent, let Mark's words sit heavily. I glanced at Mrs. Duke. Oh, she didn't like Mark, that was for sure. "Let me repeat for the record," the mayor began, looking to the secretary who nodded. "Mark Bierstadt has issues with Sheriff Drew's performance. He requests her name struck from the November ballot for the position."
That is correct. Mark confirmed with a single nod. You are aware that it is one of Mrs. Duke's sons who is in a relationship with the sheriff. Obviously, my love life was known by everyone. Is there a reason, Mr. Bierstadt, why you aren't complaining about the performance of Mrs. Duke as a council member? Not only is Gus Duke cavorting with the sheriff, but her other two sons are in similar kinds of relationships. Mrs. Duke remained silent and stared down Mark. He had the good grace to blush, but it was probably more out of anger than embarrassment. Also, the mayor continued, the sheriff's mother is sitting right beside her. I would think that these two women would be quite vocal, perhaps more than you, if they had issue with the sheriff's actions. No one said a word. The people of Rains can decide for themselves about the sheriff based on her performance on the job these past few months. That can't be said for you, Mark. They can and will, though, decide on you based on your comments here tonight. Bierstadt held up his hands. Now, Mayor, this isn't about me. It's about the ballot on Election Day and having the right names on it. I wasn't aware, Mr. Bierstadt, Mrs. Duke said, that Sheriff Drew's name was on the ballot. The mayor nodded. Sheriff Drew on her first day of work made it clear she was just a fill-in and would not be seeking re-election. What? Mark said, turning to look at me. His eyes looked like they belonged to a cartoon character, bugged out of his head. Obviously, this was something he hadn't known. You aren't running for the job? Why didn't you say something? Why should she have to? Everyone turned to the far side of the room as Liam O'Malley, the previous sheriff's son, spoke. He stood hat in hand, his hair neatly combed. He wore jeans and sturdy boots, a white button-up shirt with the sleeves rolled back to show sturdy forearms. He helped run his family's small ranch and was a part-time deputy. His eyes were on me. Not anything like the way Gus, Kemp, or Poe looked at me. There was no heat. Respect, perhaps, but it was purely professional. Liam was 2 or 3 years older than me. I remembered him from growing up, but we hadn't been in the same friends' circles. I was sure he missed his dad. He'd been a good sheriff, and it would be an honor for Liam to follow in his footsteps as sheriff. He had my vote, not because I didn't want Bierstadt anywhere near a position of power, or a gun, but because he was the right man for the job. Leave Parker Drew alone, Mark, Liam continued. Her personal life is just that, personal. She's more qualified for the role of sheriff than either of us. If Rains was lucky, she'd put her name in. My cell vibrated, and I glanced at the screen. Pam the dispatcher knew to send me a text if something was important, but not a true emergency. For that, my radio on my hip would beep. Pam. Poe is picked up. You should come to the station. I read the short message twice. My heart skipped a beat. What had Poe done? I stood then, my focus on the meeting completely shot, and I had no time for Bierstadt. Thanks, Liam. It's nice to hear you say that. Your dad was a good role model to follow. I looked to the council at the front of the room. Mr. Mayor, if I'm no longer needed, I'll let you finish your meeting and get back to work. The mayor nodded, and I peeked at Mrs. Duke. She looked a mix of furious and thoughtful. I had no doubt she wanted to say something to Mark, but was too much the lady to do so. You don't have anything to say for yourself? For your actions? Mark asked me, shaking his head slightly as if scolding a toddler. All this meeting has done, Mark, is share your actions, I replied. I refused to stoop to his level, to get in a dialogue with him. That was what he wanted, but I had nothing to say. I had no reason to speak at all. They speak louder than anything I could say. I nodded to the council and turned. There, leaning against the back wall just inside the door were Kemp and Gus. Sitting between them was Honey. Her tongue was hanging out and she looked like she was smiling at me. God, Gus and Kemp looked good. Big, brawny, even sexy. Cowboys through and through. I ached for them, wanted to walk up to them, have them pull me into their arms and never let go. I was used to dealing with little shits like Mark, but I didn't have to do it alone. I didn't want to.
but there was something missing. Someone. Poe. And he was in my jail. Chapter 14. Parker. I stopped once we were on the sidewalk in front of the library. The sun had just set and the air was cooler, and I felt a hint of fall. Mama had joined us and was leaning down and petting Honey behind her ear. The dog had her eyes closed as if she were in heaven. "I finally meet the new dog and the new men," Mama said. "Well, Gus, you're not all that new, are you?" Gus laughed. "Old and new. Good to see you again, Miss Drew." He replied, taking her hand and leaning down to kiss her cheek. "This is Kemp," I said, settling a hand on his forearm. His skin was warm beneath my palm and the muscles there were corded, reminding me of how powerful and intense he was. "Ma'am," he replied in his panty-melting deep voice, offering her a smile and a nod. Well, it melted my panties at least. "You're missing one," Mama stated. "Yes, we're going to go meet up with Poe now," I offered. I wasn't going to tell her he was in jail. While I was missing him, I wasn't sure if it would be a permanent thing or not. "Why don't you join us for Sunday dinner?" Gus asked. "It's a Duke family thing and my turn to host." Mama smiled. "That would be great." She looked between the three of us. "I'll get the address from Parker." "Let me walk you to your car," Kemp offered. She held up her hand. "No need, it's right there." She pointed down the street and I saw her sedan only 4 cars away. I gave her a hug and she walked off. Surprisingly, Honey followed. Mom stopped and looked down, then back at us. Honey looked up at her with adoration. "She can go with you," I said. Honey glanced at me, then back at Mama and stayed at her side. "She's your dog," she countered as she smiled down and pet Honey some more. "I'm not so sure about that. I'll bring her to the station tomorrow." Once she and Honey were in her car and driving off, Gus pulled me into his arms. "Are you all right?" I frowned with my cheek against his shoulder. He smelled good. He felt good. Sturdy, dependable. "You mean about Poe?" "That too," Kemp said. "But about in there." He tipped his head toward the library. "Pierstad doesn't bother me." "Why didn't you say you weren't in the running for the sheriff?" he asked. I stepped back and shrugged. While I wanted to stay in Gus's arms, we were on the street. "It never came up. It hasn't been a week, Kemp. I mean, I know your parents are in Minnesota, but I don't even know if you have any brothers and sisters." He nodded. "Point taken. And to be honest, you guys didn't ask. I think someone's missing out on this conversation. Let's go find Poe." Gus replied. "He fucked up, baby girl." Kemp added. I had no doubt the 3 of them had talked after I left earlier. I sighed, remembering Poe's words. "Watch that sass, sweetheart, or you'll be over my knee getting your ass spanked faster than you took that fucker down." They'd been said out of anger, out of emotion, although those words often offered the deepest insight. And that wasn't all of it. He'd gone behind my back and gotten me a job, a safe job. Yeah, well, I think he might have fucked up again. When they stared at me in confusion, I added, "He's in jail." Poe. I swore once I got out of juvie that I'd never be behind bars again. The claustrophobia of being locked away was something I would never forget, that still woke me up at night. But I did it for Parker. I had to get her to see me, to listen to how sorry I was, how much I fucked up everything. I couldn't have her walking away. Stupid of me? Perhaps. Desperate? Definitely. She was the best thing that had ever happened to me, hands down. I didn't deserve her, obviously, since I was sitting once again behind bars. It hadn't even been a week, but I was done for. Everything we shared, in bed and out, had been the closest, deepest relationship I'd ever had. And sharing her with Kemp and Gus? Fuck. It made us a family. I wanted a family, ached for it, and yet I'd blown it before we'd barely begun. My past, my hang-ups reared their ugly head, and now she hated me. I had a feeling she'd forgive me for talking with Porter. She knew I was a protective bastard.
But it was what I'd said that was so much worse. I'd used her submission against her. I disrespected it. Her. Shamed her. Made what she gave to me, to the three of us, willingly and with blind trust, into an embarrassment. It was a beautiful thing, her submission. It made me so fucking hard for her, but it made me love her too. Deeply. Purely. And I'd taken that trust and destroyed it. I stood, paced the small cell. I felt like a caged animal, not because of the bars, but because of my feelings. I wanted to rip my skin off, to shout, rage with frustration. I just had to hope she was merciful and forgiving, that she'd give someone who was as fucked up as I was a second chance. I didn't deserve it, but I wanted it, needed it. So I talked with Liam O'Malley. We'd been friends for a while, involved in a monthly poker night. He told me where he was, and I went flying past him in my truck going 90 in a 55 zone. He'd had no choice but to pull me over. I told him he had to put me in a cell. A ticket was all he'd offered, but I threatened him with breaking his nose so I'd get an assaulting an officer charge if that was what it took. I'd explained I needed to get in front of Parker. Thankfully, he'd somehow understood I was pussy-whipped, and in the doghouse with the sheriff. He was also smart enough to know I would do whatever it took with Parker, and was content to keep his face arranged as it was. So he'd opened the backseat of his cruiser like a chauffeur, and I climbed on in. And finally, 2 hours later, Parker came in. Gus and Kemp followed, but leaned against the concrete wall and crossed their arms. They were going to listen, but I could tell they had no intention of getting involved. They were right. I had to fix this. It was on me. She stood before the bars looking perfect, sexy as hell. But her eyes didn't have that fierce, powerful woman gaze I was used to. Wariness was there, emptiness too, all because of me. "I'm sorry," I said. Her dark brow winged up, but she said nothing. Her hands went to her utility belt and she tucked her fingers in. "I told you I was protective." I moved to stand right in front of her, my hands gripping the bars. "Possessive, I warned you." "You can't put the blame on me," she countered. I sighed. "I'm still fucking things up. Sweetheart, but now you know how much. I shouldn't have gone to Porter Duke about a job. That was wrong. You're smart and capable without me. But I'm struggling to deal with the fact that the woman I love might be hurt, or worse." Her mouth fell open and she just stared. "Yes, love. There are so many wives whose husbands are police or sheriffs or whatever, and struggle with the possibility that they might not come home at the end of shift. Some deal, some don't. I'm trying. I will try." She nodded but didn't say anything. I took a deep breath, let it out. "But the other, I'm sure I hurt you far worse. You gave me something precious, and fuck." Tears filled her eyes, and I reached through the bars to brush one away. "Your submission is perfect, beautiful. I should never have thrown it back in your face. If you'll give me a second chance, I promise, vow, to do everything in my power to gain your trust back." "I'm taking a job with Porter Duke at the DA's office," she said. She hadn't moved, let me stroke my thumb over the silky skin of her cheek. "No, I won't let you. You're the sheriff and you shouldn't give that up because one of your men is a dumbass." "You are a dumbass," she agreed. "But I'm not taking the job because of you. It's been arranged since summer. It was part of my contract that this was only temporary. Porter's been waiting for me to start after the election." "But what about—" "She never put her name on the ballot," Kemp said, stepping toward us. I looked to him, then Parker. "You never—" She shook her head. "Why didn't you say?" She shrugged. "It never came up." Fuck. I wouldn't have turned into a fucking lunatic if I'd known, if her job had been temporary. "I'm glad it didn't," I admitted. "I made a shit show of things because of it, but now you see who I am. And I know who you are. Independent, strong, brave, fierce. I can't stifle any of that because that's what I love about you." She leaned forward and we kissed, our foreheads pressed into the bars. Ah, the sweet feel of her lips. the feel of my heart opening and letting Parker settle within. She took the keys from her belt to unlock the cell door. "Think twice about letting him out, Pixie," Gus said. "You've got him completely at your mercy." I smiled but didn't tear my eyes from Parker. "I'm at your mercy, sweetheart, behind bars or not. I just have one question." She arched a brow and waited. "After you're done being sheriff, can you keep the handcuffs?"
Chapter 15. Parker. It turned out love was forgiving. I loved that Poe had gotten himself sort of arrested so he could apologize. I should have told them about my job. So much heartache would have been avoided. Poe wouldn't have stirred up some old shit. But love was also hard. Truths needed to be shared, fears admitted in order for it to last. Love was also all about trust. Poe had taken mine, but I would give it back. I just wasn't sure how. I did know the four of us were most in sync when we were naked, when there was nothing between us. Not work or family or jerks like Mark Bierstad. And so I'd released Poe from jail and they'd taken me home, to their home, and I let them strip me bare, my clothes a pile at my feet. Nothing was said. It seemed we were all talked out, but we didn't need words. They stood before me in Kemp's bedroom, their heated gazes on me, waiting. What did I want? What did I need? Them. "I love you," I said. I did. All three of them. It's happened so fast, so intensely. I never thought a guy would want an Amazon like me. My job. Me.
"Pixie, I don't like hearing you talk negatively about yourself," Gus commented.
I gave a slight nod. "I know, but it's the truth."
"We do want you," Kemp said. "Have you ever doubted?"
"No." I looked to all three of them. Gus. Familiar Gus. Light-hearted and sweet. Fun and my first love. Kemp. Commanding and quiet. Focused and attentive. He saw everything, knew things about me I didn't. He pushed me to be more. And Poe. So big, so breakable. Intense, fierce, and ridiculously loyal. They wanted me. Me.
"Can we love you?" Gus asked. "We'll kiss and touch, caress, and make you come."
It sounded amazing, and my nipples hardened at the idea of their hands on me. But sweet, too sweet. I shook my head. That's not what I want. What I need. I flicked a glance at Kemp. His eyes narrowed, and it seemed as if before my eyes he grew bigger, became more commanding. Dark, even though he was the fair one.
"What do you need, baby girl? Say the words."
"You."
Kemp. Her nipples hardened impossibly more. Fuck, she was gorgeous. Lush hips, full breasts, bare pussy, and I could see her clit all swollen and eager for us from here. She was shivering, but I knew she wasn't cold. She'd admitted her need to submit before, but this was different. Poe had bared everything, shown the open wounds of his emotions, his heart. I had a feeling that Parker would fill those places, heal them. She needed something from all three of us. Gus's longtime love, his familiarity, my dominance, obviously. I saw her in ways Gus and Poe didn't. And Poe. She needed his protection, his fierceness. Gus and I wouldn't let anything happen to her, no fucking way. But he gave her that place where she didn't have to be fierce and brave. He'd hold her burdens for her, keep them and her safe. And her body, her desires, they belonged to us as well. She just had to hand them to us once again. I shook my head. "Do you need to kneel before us and suck our dicks?" She took a ragged breath, her breasts bouncing as she did so.
"Yes."
"Do you need to lay back on my bed, spread your thighs and let us eat you out?"
"God, yes."
"Do you need us to tie you up, hold you down, give you your pleasure?"
"Kemp,"
she whimpered. What is it you need, baby girl?
She licked her lips. All three of you.
Together? Gus asked. She nodded, but then remembered herself.
Yes.
Then you'll get me in your pussy, Poe said. He hadn't spoken yet, had been cautiously waiting. I was glad he spoke now, for she was the one who would give consent. I'll be in your mouth, I told her. Fuck, I loved the hot suck of her mouth. And I'll be in your ass, Gus added. I never got in your ass before. It's time. Her hand went between her thighs and she touched herself. Fuck, sweetheart. You need our dicks, don't you? Poe asked, working his shirt off.
Please,
she begged. Oh, we'll give it to you, baby girl. And we would. Forever. Gus. I'd never stripped so fast in my life. Our girl was forgiving, generous, loving, and so fucking fuckable. She wanted us at the same time, filling her up and making her whole. Hell, who was I kidding? She was the one making each of us whole. Poe stripped the blanket off Kemp's bed, dropped his big frame down into the center, his head on the pillow. He curled a finger and Parker crawled up the bed and straddled him. From where I stood, I couldn't miss how wet she was. Her skin was so pale, so perfect and silky. Her breasts, generous handfuls, pressed into Kemp's bare chest as she kissed him. Poe was tentative at first, as if he wasn't sure if he should touch her, but quickly succumbed, wrapping his arms around her and hanging on for dear fucking life. Yeah, I knew the feeling. Kemp opened his bedside drawer, pulled out a strip of condoms and a bottle of lube.
You don't need those,
Parker said when Poe finally let her up for air. Kemp frowned. Baby girl, no way will any of us take your ass without lube. We won't hurt you. She rolled her eyes at Kemp and smiled, which only got her a light spank on her butt.
I meant the condoms.
I was in the process of climbing up on the bed when I froze. So did Poe and Kemp. What are you saying? I asked. God, don't look so panicked. I don't want a baby or anything. At least not now. I'm on the pill and I'm clean. I just thought... Poe kissed her, stole whatever else she was going to say. I looked at Kemp and he all but growled as he ripped off his clothes. We'd all agreed we wouldn't ever be with a woman bear until we found the one. We, meaning Poe, Kemp, and I, but also my brothers too. Claiming a woman raw, marking her with cum was only for the forever girl. I told Parker that. We take you bare, Pixie. We take you forever. She looked over her shoulder, lips swollen and slick from Poe's kisses.
I know.
Kemp tossed the condoms back into the drawer, but handed me the lube. You wet, sweetheart? Poe asked. Parker gasped as he cupped her pussy. Yeah, you are. Drenched. Good girl. Climb up on my dick, then. Moving, then she lowered herself onto him, and I watched as Poe's dick disappeared into her. Bare. Fuck. He groaned, his hands clawing at the sheets. I've never felt something so good. You two have got to get in her. He didn't need to say more. Parker fucked herself up and down a few times as I popped the top on the lube, drizzled some down in between her parted ass cheeks. She gasped, then Poe pulled her down for a kiss. I took the opportunity to work the lube into her, pressing against her tight ring, but quickly sliding in. Tight, especially with Poe already in her. My balls ached with the need to come, especially the way she clenched down on my one finger, then two. Kemp put a knee on the bed. Baby girl, you've got 3 holes and 3 men. She lifted her head and looked to Kemp, but had to do so over the line of his dick. She grinned.
Yes, sir.
His dick bobbed and she pressed up on her hands and took him as deep as she could. Fuck. He growled. I was close to coming, and I hadn't gotten in her yet. I slipped my fingers from her, confident she was slick and loosened up. I added more lube to my palm and liberally coated my dick. Only then did Poe widen his legs, making Parker open up even more. I lined up to her back entrance and pressed in. She moaned around Kemp and I kept going. She was still good. Tense but trying to relax. She breathed through her nose and Poe held himself still. I popped past that tight ring and I was in. She clenched down. Poe groaned. I bit my lip. Fuck, she was tight. Carefully I worked my way into her, back and forth until she'd taken all of me. Kemp stroked her hair back from her head, praised her. So perfect. You're ours, Parker Drew. Every inch of you. You belong to all three of us. You make us a family. I added through gritted teeth. I love you, sweetheart, but dudes, if you don't fucking move, I'm not going to make it. I chuckled at that and we set a rhythm. Poe thrust his hips up as I pulled back, fucking her in opposing motions. Kemp fucked her mouth in a slow pace, allowing her to catch her breath. Her eyes were closed, cheeks flushed as she just let go. I saw the moment she did, felt it, for her muscles went lax and she began to whimper, to moan with the pleasure of it. This was the ultimate submission, pure, dirty, raw. And when we came, Kemp first down her throat, then me deep in her ass, and Poe marking her pussy, there was no doubt she was ours. But more importantly, we belonged to her.
This has been Tri-Tip, Grade A Beefcakes Book 3. Written by Vanessa Vale. Narrated by Kylie Stewart. Copyright 2019 by Vanessa Vale. Production copyright 2019 by Vanessa Vale. Porterhouse. Grade A Beefcakes Book 4. Written by Vanessa Vale. Narrated by Kylie Stewart.
Prologue. Porter. Women. The saying went, we can't live with them, can't live without them. I would agree to that, except it wasn't all women. Just one in particular. Jill Murphy. I couldn't live with her because she wasn't ready yet to do more than date casually. The fact that she wanted me and Liam Hogan but hadn't let herself admit that yet was probably the reason. We weren't helping her with that all too much since she didn't know we were both totally on board with it. He and I had met and agreed we'd claim her together. Why fight when we could both have her? Two men taking care of her, loving her, protecting her was better for Jill. She'd always have a man to lean on, to take care of her every need. We both wanted her. Both ached for her. Both needed inside her and soon. I could sway a jury in the courtroom with strategic words and a solid argument. But Jill wasn't a case to win, but a heart to covet. It was important she came to the decision that she belonged to both of us on her own. We wanted her all in, heart and soul, and luscious body. So no living with her, yet. As for living without her, not happening. No fucking way. Just seeing her face light up when she saw me made my day, my week. Hell, my entire fucking life. Jillian Murphy was all mine. All mine and Liam's too. We'd live with her, claim her, keep her, cherish the fuck out of her, and never spend a night without her beside one of us. But first, she had to agree. Women.
Chapter 1. Jill. I could hear my cell ringing from the depths of my purse, but I wasn't taking my hands off the steering wheel to search for it, no matter how eager I was to answer. Not with the snow on the road. The latest few inches were fresh and the plows had been through, but they didn't use salt or scrape all the way down to the pavement, so the streets of Rains were a hard crust of white until the spring thaw, and that wasn't for a few more months. A spot on the street was easy to find, and I pulled in and shut off the engine. I'd been in newer models that allowed a cell phone to sync into the dashboard for hand-free calling, but that wasn't something available in my older model SUV. It ran, had heat, which was great since it was close to zero, and it was mine free and clear. I dug through my purse, found the cell. I thought it might be Porter telling me he was running late because he was coming from work in Clayton, but it was Parker Drew instead. "You're going to talk to them, right?" she asked, not bothering with a warm-up hello. No chickening out? I rolled my eyes. Yes, tonight's the night. You sound a little panicked. I am a little panicked, I admitted. I mean, why shouldn't I be? It's not that often a guy gets told he's not enough, and that a woman wants him and his best friend. Neither of them is going to think that, she countered. The butterflies in my stomach were telling me otherwise. I hope not, but it's a possibility I could end up with neither of them. Porter's a duke, and having two guys claim one woman is a duke thing. I mean, look at me. You've got 3, I corrected. She was dating, a very bland term for what she had going, Porter's cousin, Gus Duke, as well as 2 other guys, Kemp and Poe. You've been up front with them all along that you were interested in both of them. It's not like anyone can get away with dating 2 men at the same time on the sly in a town the size of Rains without them hearing about it. I was dating Porter Duke and Liam Hogan, the new sheriff of Rains County. Right from the start, I told them I wanted to keep things casual, not exclusive. Well, I was exclusively dating the 2 of them, but not together. I'd been interested in being with both of them all along, together, but had no idea how to tell them that. I still didn't. But tonight I was doing it anyway. I really liked them. No, I'd fallen hard. Not just for Porter or Liam, but for Porter and Liam. I worked too much to do anything but take it slow. I told her. I was a nurse and worked full-time at the hospital. 3 12-hour shifts in the recovery room at the beginning of the week. Then I co-shared a job at a doctor's office with a woman who just had a baby and wanted to cut back to part-time. It worked for both of us to split the full-time position, so I worked there Thursdays and Fridays. Dr. Metzger was a sweetheart and had talked to me about continuing my nursing education, but that wasn't going to happen. I didn't have time for that. Not much free time for anything beyond sleeping in, doing laundry, and errands. Especially not tons of time for a boyfriend. Or 2. I had the hots for Porter and Liam, to put the feelings I had mildly, and I'd wanted to get to know both of them. They'd been receptive to fun, easy dates, and the fact that I was going out with the other. Over the past few months, we'd gone separately, to dinner, hiking, even bowling. Both were charming, sweet, successful men. Sexy, too. And I wanted both. Everything we did only confirmed that. Parker and her men proved that I could have both Porter and Liam, that my heart didn't have to settle. And she wasn't the only one. Ava, who ran the seed and feed, was engaged to Colton Ridge and Tucker Duke, another one of Porter's cousins. 2 men. Honey, glaciers move faster than you do, Parker added. I frowned at her words, although she couldn't see me. We'd been friends growing up, but had lost touch over the years. She'd moved back to town a few months ago to be the temporary sheriff, and we'd reconnected. The fact that she'd been Liam's boss for a few months before he was elected into the position, and the fact that she was also dating a duke herself, made her think she was an expert on my love life. It's one thing to casually date 2 guys at once, but I draw the line at sleeping with them at the same time, I replied. Unless it literally is at the same time. My body heated at the idea of being the filling of a Liam and Porter sandwich. I'd fantasized about it, touched myself and climaxed at the mental picture of being in bed with the 2 virile men. Even did some discreet online shopping for some butt plugs to see what it would be like. What would it be like fucking 2 men at the same time? One in my pussy, the other in my ass. One dark, the other fair. Big hands meant big dicks, and I squirmed in my seat hoping I'd get to confirm that with them. Hopefully tonight. Exactly. So that's why we're meeting at Cassidy's, to tell them that I want to be with them. Together. Enough with casual dating. Good, because there's no doubt those 2 have blue balls. You're worried about them? What about me? Have you seen those guys? I've been dating 2 hotties and haven't gotten more than kissed. That's your own making, she countered. If you talked to them about this weeks ago, there's no doubt in my mind you'd have gotten both of them in your bed by now. I made a funny whimpering sound. a mixture of worry, horniness, and agreement. But I still doubted, still worried they'd laugh when I told them the truth. I wasn't used to men committing. My dad had bolted when I was a kid, leaving my mom high and dry to raise 2 kids on her own in a small town with limited job opportunities. My brother was turning out to be just like him, selfish and irresponsible. Relying on men wasn't something I did. Perhaps that was why it had taken me this long to even attempt to tell Porter and Liam what I wanted. It was easier not to have them in my life, but they weren't anything like the men I knew. They were good, gentlemen through and through. But if they left like my dad, it would destroy me. Parker laughed. Fix it! I've seen the way they look at you. They are into you, seriously. Give your vibrator a break and go for the real thing. ×2. ×2 sounded fabulous. I'd never been with 2 guys before. My technique in bed was pretty much limited to missionary and a few other non-Karma Sutra positions. And orgasms? I might have been with a guy or 2, but it took a little clip play on my part to get off. Taking on 2 dicks at once was well beyond my experience level. Just because I hadn't tons of experience didn't mean I didn't fantasize about more, didn't read about it in steamy books. But I wanted to go for it anyway, with Porter Duke and Liam Hogan. I wanted it all with them. With the engine off, it was getting cold fast, but thoughts of being with those 2 kept me warm. Kissing them had been thrilling enough, and that had been on the mouth. What could they do to other places on my body at the same time? Glancing out the window again, I saw Porter walking toward me down the sidewalk. My heart skipped a beat at the sight of him. Big, like block out the sun kind of big. Unlike his cousin Duke, who was similarly sized and went into the pro rodeo circuit, Porter had gotten a football scholarship to college. He might have left those linebacker days behind him when he graduated and went to law school, but he hadn't lost the size. He didn't wear a coat even on the coldest of nights, saying he was built like a furnace and never needed one. His dark hair peeked out from beneath his cowboy hat. He saw me and smiled, and even from a distance I could see his dimple. God, I had it bad. Really bad. I never felt like this for anyone else, besides Liam. I'd never been in love before, but it felt a whole lot like it. I had a feeling he was right there with me because the way he looked at me, the way he talked to me. I just wanted to lean into him and hold on, let him take care of me. He wanted more of a commitment than I'd been willing to give, until now. Not that I was waiting for a marriage kind of gal, because I wasn't, but I needed to be sure. Glancing in the rearview mirror, I saw Liam Hogan coming down the sidewalk from the other direction. God, my heart clenched at the sight of him as well. Laid back and easygoing, the blonde had a quick smile and a generous nature, protective as could be, and he was horrible at bowling. He also had pale eyes that looked at me with such heat that it ruined my panties. And a man in uniform? I was a goner. I loved him too. God, I did. I wanted to climb in his lap and never get up. But since I'd been dating both men, I refused to do more than kiss either of them. But when the chemistry was off the charts, it had been so hard. It wouldn't be fair to do more with either one, and it would feel like cheating. I didn't want to string them along, but I wanted both of them. And tonight things had to change. No more dating. No more casual. The men stopped in front of my car, stood shoulder to shoulder and looked at me. I gulped. This was the first time I'd seen them together. They were big, strong guys, and they both wanted me. Hopefully after our little chat they would continue to do so. I pushed all thoughts of my pain-in-the-ass brother out of my mind. This was it. I bit my bottom lip to stifle a silly giggle. 2 men. I wanted both of them. At the same time. And it was time to tell them.
Chapter 2. Porter. She wouldn't make a date with both of us if she were going to dump us, right? Liam murmured, tucking his hands in his coat pockets as we stood beside each other on the sidewalk. It was cold as fuck, but I was hoping before the night was out, we'd be staying warm with Jill between us, naked. My dick was getting hard just thinking about it. Hell, it had been hard for her for months, Ever since we started dating. Dating. Shit. That term was a social media status, not reality. Not at my age. Did a 34-year-old date? Reality was Liam and I biding our time until our girl got over the issue she had with being with both of us. Yeah, it was a big deal and not normal, but what the hell was normal when it came to relationships? Hopefully we were done waiting and we could make it official. Hell no, she's too sweet for that. I heard Liam offer a grunt in response. There's more to her than sweet, and I'm ready to bring that out. Fuck yes. I murmured, more to myself than Liam. Jill Murphy was everything I ever wanted in a woman. Smart, caring, thoughtful, full of integrity and perseverance. She'd worked her way through college to be a nurse, took care of her mother while she'd been sick, and had been her brother's guardian after the woman passed away. She deserved to have someone take care of her for a change. Lucky for her, she had 2 men who wanted to do that. I'd been friends with Liam for years, but had never considered claiming a woman together until recently. Until we saw Jill here at Cassidy's one night. Then it was all over. One look at her and I'd been sucker-punched right in the gut. No, right in the heart. TKO, total knockout for me. It had been years since I'd been in a serious relationship, and that had been a total clusterfuck. Sierra had not only stomped on my heart, but she destroyed my career. I hadn't turned into a monk, but I hadn't expected to be serious about a woman ever again. Until Jill. Same went for Liam. He saw her and he was done searching. We weren't going to fight over her. Hell no. Why should we? It wasn't like I was the first Duke who shared a woman. Parker Drew, Liam's predecessor as a sheriff, had taken up with my cousin Gus and 2 other men. Sure, the fucker Bierstadt had stirred some shit up, but Parker herself had shut that down. So had Auntie Duke. No one else in town cared, and I didn't give a fuck if they did. No one was going to mess with my career because of a menage relationship. No, a threesome was no big deal. A woman using me for my position as the DA so her case could be tossed because of conflict of interest, fucking the defendant was definitely that, was a bigger problem. That might have been Sierra, but that wasn't Jill. She was too sweet for that, even if she had an inner vixen who craved 2 dicks. Nothing stood in the way of making Jill ours, except Jill herself. She'd been clear from the beginning that she wanted to date both of us. We knew it, were grudgingly fine with it since we hoped it would eventually get her between us. But 2 months? My hand wasn't enough to satisfy my dick to empty my balls of all the cum I made just thinking about her. She refused to do anything more than kiss. Hell, that's all we'd done in the time we'd been dating, and that was on the lips. I envisioned getting my mouth on more of her than that. Her dainty collarbone, the full undercurve of her breast, the jut of her hip bone, the inside of her thigh, her pussy. I licked my lips, ready to discover how sweet she was all over. The time with her had been more chaste than being in high school. There hadn't even been making out in a car. No hot and heavy petting, no second base. I ran my hand over the back of my neck. What we'd been doing was courting. 2 months of getting to truly know Jill Murphy. Her likes, dislikes, quirks. The fact she was allergic to grapes, that she worked too fucking hard. The time had been worth it. For me, and Liam had agreed, for him as well. It had only solidified that we wanted her, and not just for a quick fuck. That she was ours, that we loved her. We just had to get that smart brain of hers to finally admit it as well. We'd continue to take things slow and easy with her until she was ready. But I was a red-blooded male and she was hot as hell. I dreamed of all kinds of dark and dirty things to do with her, rubbing one out in the shower often enough, daily, thinking of her. On my bed, naked, thighs spread nice and wide, bent over the back of my couch, sprawled out on my kitchen table. Fuck. I was getting hard just thinking about it. She wasn't a quick lay, no easy romp with her, not that I wanted one. No, I wanted forever with Jill. Liam too. When we took her for the first time, and we would, it wouldn't be chaste. It wouldn't be sweet. It would be wild, but it would be the last first time for all of us. She had to know that once we claimed her, she was ours. Permanently. Perhaps that was why she'd been taking her time. that she knew there would be no going back. "Who the hell is she talking to?" Liam asked, his breath puffing out in a white cloud. I didn't respond because how the hell should I know? She didn't look too happy, though, and that, I knew, was what Liam was talking about. Whoever it was had a frown marring her pretty face. "Bringing our girl down is so fucking wrong," he added. "Probably your dumbass and deadbeat brother," I grumbled. Liam gave another grunt of agreement. He was more familiar with Tommy Murphy than I was since he'd been picked up a number of times, but had yet to meet someone from the district attorney's office. I knew that was only a matter of time, though. He was 20, no longer a kid, and those apron strings connecting him to Jill needed to be cut. With their family history and Jill's kind heart, that was going to be a hard task. Jill ended her call and we watched as she tossed the cell into her purse and climbed from the car. When she rounded the hood, she smiled at us. I'd come from work, parked down the block to meet Jill for dinner. Liam had texted me saying he'd gotten the same invite, which gave us both hope. He'd walked down from the sheriff's office the next block down. That just made my day, I said as she stepped up onto the sidewalk. I held up my hand to help her over a small patch of snow. While she had on mittens, I could feel the heat of her hand through the wool. She looked up at me with her dark eyes that twinkled in the streetlights. Being a foot shorter, she had to tip her head back to look at me. It reminded me of how fragile she was, although I didn't dare say that to her. She could take care of herself, sure enough. She'd proven that over the years, but why should she have to? "Oh?" she asked, stepping close. "Your smile, sweetness." I stroked a finger over her cheek. "Just what I love to see." Her grin spread across her face and she looked away, suddenly a little shy. Even in the darkness, I could see her cheeks pinken. "That smile isn't just for you, Porter Duke." Liam took hold of her hand and tugged her gently toward him. He lowered his head and gave her a quick kiss on the lips. "That's right. Some of that sugar's for me too, right?" Jill looked up at him, nodded. I wasn't holding my breath, but I felt like my entire body exhaled. It was the first time the three of us had done anything together, and the fact that she'd kissed Liam in front of me was a good sign. Was tonight the night she agreed to share herself with both of us? "That's our girl," he said, then took her hand. "Everything all right?" An orange hat covered her head, her dark hair trailing long down her back. With her thick black coat going down to her knees, I could only see a bit of jeans tucked into boots. No colorful scrubs, so she must have changed at the doctor's office before meeting us. Her smile slipped a little and she sighed. "Just talking with Parker." Ah. She'd been working in my office for 2 months and had tried to stay out of whatever the hell Liam and I were doing with Jill. Not very well. Clearly she was working on Jill. I just had to hope she was trying to get our girl to admit she was into both of us. "Talking about good stuff, I hope," Liam said. "I hope," she murmured, taking a deep breath and smiling brilliantly. "I'm starved." I nodded, took her hand. "Then let's get you fed." Then maybe after we talked and finally got her to admit she wanted both of us, we could get her to my house and feed her something else. Like our cocks. Chapter 3. Liam. I was used to interrogating suspects, working them for answers, getting them to admit the truth. My knuckles showed the scars from fighting when I was younger, when I liked to use my fists to solve problems. But the badge on my chest considered that kind of dispute resolution illegal, so I got good with my words. As the county DA, Porter was too. But Jill Murphy wasn't a suspect, and there hadn't been any hard evidence to prove that she wanted us both. Until now. She'd asked us to meet her for dinner, which she'd never done before. We'd taken her out separately, never together. I'd been bowled out on the sidewalk and kissed her, and she'd let me. With Porter watching. She wouldn't have let me do that if she hadn't been okay with it. If it hadn't screamed, "I want both of you." I had it bad. Completely pussy-whipped, and I hadn't even had any of her pussy. Jill was so fucking good. Honorable to a fault. She wasn't sneaky, dating 2 men secretly. Not that it was possible in a town the size of Rains, but I'd known women to try it. Guys, too. Ended up going on a few domestic calls for just this reason. But being honorable didn't mean she was all sweet and pure. No woman who wanted 2 men could be. She had to know what it would be like. That 2 sets of hands, 2 mouths, 2 cocks were better than 1. At 26, she definitely wasn't a virgin, and while all she'd had were kisses the past 2 months, it didn't mean she didn't dream of more. Didn't slide her hand in her panties and make herself come. Pull a vibrator or a big dildo from her bedside table and get off thinking of me and Porter. She could play all she wanted, but it would be nothing like the real thing. I was bigger than any dildo she could buy, and while Porter and I had never shared a woman before, I had no doubt he'd ruin her for any battery-operated boyfriend. But the table between us wasn't in an interrogation room. Jill wasn't a suspect. She was my future wife. I wouldn't force the words I wanted from her. No, she'd give them to me, to us. I'd never shared a woman before, never considered it. Not until Jill. Yeah, it might be a little awkward at first getting naked and fucking her with Porter in the room, hell, in the same bed and eventually at the same time, but it was all about Jill. We'd been friends long enough, shared enough experiences to know we wanted to make a life with her together. The scent of burgers made my mouth water and country music came from the jukebox in the corner. Cassidy's was busy, filled with a lingering happy hour crowd and those who wanted a dinner out. It was too early for the heavy drinkers. I didn't give any of that my attention. I was focused solely and completely on Jill. With her expressive dark eyes, heart-shaped face, full lips, and gorgeous brown hair, I couldn't look away. Jill had been leading things with us up until now. It was time for us to take over. Ironic it was here at Cassidy's, since this was the first place I'd laid eyes on her. The place where I decided she'd be mine, that Porter and I would share her. I glanced at him, and he gave me a slight nod. We couldn't force a confession, but we could definitely try to coax one from her. "How was work?" I asked, starting off easy. Porter and I were too big to fit comfortably in one of the booths along the walls, so we were on a 4-top table. We'd piled our outerwear on the empty chair beside her. Her hair was a little mussed from tugging off her hat, but I liked it that way, because it made me think of what it might look like after a long night of fucking. Winter clothing didn't show a lot of skin, and Jill's pale pink sweater covered her from her neck to her wrists, but it didn't hide her soft curves as she sat across from us. She took a sip of her beer, set the pint glass down on a coaster. "Fine. I'm just glad it's Friday and I can sleep in tomorrow." I hoped she'd want to sleep in because we'd keep her up learning how soft her skin was, what made her whimper and beg, what she sounded like when she came. Then we'd do it all over again. "You work too hard," Porter said. Her dark eyes met his, and I saw a mixture of agreement and defiance. She shrugged. "I don't plan on working 2 jobs forever, trust me." She sighed and rolled her eyes. "A year left on my mother's medical bills, then I'll hit my student loans hard. But that's not important. What about you? Did you close that case?" She looked to me with her usual open and interested gaze, clearly wanting to change the subject. She didn't like to bring up that she was in debt, that she was struggling to stay above water financially, even working close to 60 hours a week. To offer her money would be bad, really bad. It wasn't like I was rich. Being sheriff wouldn't make me a millionaire, but the family ranch was partially mine and I didn't need much. Jill wouldn't take charity, wanting to work for her keep. I respected the hell out of that, but she'd work herself into an early grave if she kept it up. Being with her meant her burdens were our burdens. That she wouldn't have to work so hard. Hell, she wouldn't have to work at all if that was what she desired. It wasn't I knew, but she could let Porter and I support her. One thing at a time. I offered her a nod. I did. It's in Porter's hands now. As the district attorney, he would work with the guy's lawyer to either make a deal or take it to court. His dark brow went up. "The Monroe case?" Low-level drug dealer caught with a stash of meth in the trunk of his car. Possession, intent to distribute. Yep. With the evidence against him, it's open and shut. Porter added, "Something to celebrate. Is that why you called us to have dinner with both of us? Are we celebrating sweetness?" Jed Cassidy came by then with our meals instead of the waitress who had taken our orders. At well over 6 feet and a retired pro rodeo rider, it was an adjustment seeing him running a bar instead of on the back of a bucking bronc. But he loved his second career, and there was no chance of breaking his neck, and I couldn't fault him that. Good to see you finally claimed these two for yourself, Jill. He winked at her and her cheeks turned a pretty shade of pink. Her gaze flicked to me, then Porter. She licked her lips, clearly a little nervous. You finally got your heads out of your asses and got her between you. Jed continued, glancing our way. He didn't have it right, but I wasn't going to correct him. Caitlin will be thrilled to know you'll all be joining us at some Duke get-togethers. Jed had claimed Caitlin, the town librarian, with Porter's cousin Duke. Jed, like me, was tangentially connected to the Duke family. Parker Drew, my old boss and the previous sheriff, had told me all about the Duke dinners. Since she was happily linked to Gus Duke, another one of Porter's cousins, he had 4, as well as the other 2 vets in town, Kemp and Poe. I'd gotten plenty of info on that family. After the election and I'd taken over her job, Parker had coincidentally taken a position as a lawyer in Porter's office, so I had no doubt she'd probably been pestering him about getting together with Jill, on a daily basis. As for the Duke weekly get-togethers, I hadn't joined Porter at any of them. He didn't get to every one himself, but I had a feeling we would soon, just as Jed suggested. Jed set a plate loaded with a cheeseburger and fries in front of Jill. You're gonna make some ladies around here pretty mad taking these 2 off the market. He angled his head toward us. Jill began, continuing to glance between me and Porter. I couldn't help but smile, enjoying how she was flustered. Jed was helping us along without even realizing he was doing so. He set down Porter's plate next, then mine. I have to thank you, by the way. He continued, pointing at Jill. Oh? She asked, clearly a little flustered. Because of you, I won $20. Duke figured it would take them another month to claim you. I should have been insulted, but definitely wasn't. Jill's mouth hung open and she looked at him wide-eyed. You bet on me? Jed shook his head. Not you, them. He hooked his thumb at us. Well, Jill? Porter's words had her turning his way. As Jed won $20? I reached out, took her hand. Have we claimed you? I held my breath, waiting for her answer. Porter was a catch. A solid job, owned a house with land, had no real debt, came from a strong, supportive family, had all his hair, and by what the women in town said, was hot as hell. There had always been a little bit of me that wondered why me too. What did Jill see in me? I could see her happy with Porter. Just Porter. If she wanted us both now, would she change her mind later? Wait, I thought it was a done deal. Jed said, but we didn't look his way. He had his girl. It was time for us to get ours. I stared at Jill, who looked a little panicked and a whole lot nervous. Waited. Well? Porter asked. Shit, guys, did I step in it? I'm sorry. But Jill, tell me I won $20. Jed added, as if Jed cared about the $20. He just wanted to gloat and hold it over Duke. I didn't hear the music or the chatter of those around us. I didn't even breathe as I waited for the one word I'd longed to hear. Of course, right then, her cell rang. Chapter 4. Jill. Shit. They were asking me point blank if I wanted both of them. Jed had even helped me. I'd been so nervous to say the words. So guys, I happen to want both of you. Not that you're not enough individually, because you're both amazing, but heck, my pussy gets wet for the idea of double dick. A guy's ego was only so strong. Would they think I thought less of them because I needed 2 men? Jed had pretty much said I'd claimed them, and they hadn't stormed off. In fact, they looked at me with open expressions, eager ones, as if they were hoping for me to say yes. The moment had come. The answer was on the tip of my tongue, so of course my cell would ring. Sorry, I've got to check on this. I tugged my hand from Liam's hold. A coworker at the hospital, well, her daughter is having a baby, her second, any day now, and I volunteered to babysit the 2-year-old so they could all be with her. I'm on standby. The men looked at me, didn't say anything, waited patiently like usual. Jed offered a small wave and went back to work.
Hello?
Jillian Murphy?
The man's voice on the phone was deep and one I didn't recognize.
Yes, I replied.
This is Bob at the Jumpin' Jack Pawn Shop in Clayton. All the eagerness I'd had all day from my date with Porter and Liam were gone. The anticipation of answering them with a very blatant yes was shot to hell. I flicked a look at Liam and Porter, and I held up a finger to tell them this would take a minute. Why did this have to happen now? Now! I had an idea of what the guy was going to say. It was going to be hard to be excited about anything after this, because any mention of my brother Tommy these days was all bad and always involved another mess for me to clean up. My appetite for a greasy cheeseburger and fries was gone. Yes, hi. It was rude that I didn't sound very excited to talk to Bob, but I couldn't help it.
I guess you know why I'm calling,
he replied. I leaned back in my chair, closed my eyes for a moment. What did my brother pawn today? I held my breath.
A TV and a rhinestone brooch shaped like a butterfly.
My mother's pin. I gripped the cell so tight I was sure my knuckles were white. I envisioned it being Tommy's neck.
Well, you might want a chance to get your TV back. I figured I'd give you a call about the brooch.
We'd done this once before. Last year, Tommy had taken my mother's silver tea set in and pawned it. I discovered it missing when I'd been cleaning. I'd confronted Tommy about what he'd done and raced to the pawn shop in the hopes of getting it back. Fortunately, there wasn't a big rush for tea sets, and it had still been in a display case. He'd been kind and sold it back to me at the amount he'd given Tommy. I had it hidden away now in the linen closet behind the sheets. It wasn't like Tommy ever changed his or slept on them anymore. While my 20-year-old brother still technically lived with me in the house we'd grown up in, I rarely saw him. He'd never had any ambition to go to college. Hell, he'd barely finished high school. He had zero work ethic and held a minimum wage job with a now familiar irregularity. Most of his time was spent at the casino off the highway. I had no idea where he slept at night. Thank you, I told the pawnbroker. I was thankful. My anger morphed into sadness. Yes, the brooch meant something to me. Besides the house and the ancient car I drove, there wasn't much that had belonged to my mother and held sentimental value. I'd had to sell quite a bit to pay for her funeral expenses, and I loved that brooch. I cleared my throat but couldn't say anything yet.
I'll set it in the back, he continued. If you want to come in, you can have it for what I gave your brother, $50.
$50. Tommy was giving away one of the last pieces of our mother for a measly $50? To do what? Gamble it away at the casino? The money was probably already gone on a hand of blackjack or the spin of the roulette wheel. Yes, I'd love it if you'd hold it for me. I can come in tomorrow. I didn't have extra cash before payday, especially for something like this, but I could take it out of the food budget. It seemed it would be PB&J until next Friday. I thanked him and ended the call, tossed the cell back in my bag. I looked up at Liam and Porter. I've got to go.
Liam frowned. Stay. Talk to us. Whatever's going on with your brother, we want to hear about it. We want to help.
God, he was so sweet. They were so sweet. But this was my problem, my brother. I'd been through this before, again and again. I couldn't drag them down into this. I knew I wasn't going to be good company, not after that call. It wasn't fair to either of them to ruin their Friday night. I shook my head, stood. They rose to their feet, too. You stay, eat. I'm not in the mood now for company.
You said he pawned some things, but can get them back?
I nodded, knowing they'd only heard half the conversation, but had recapped it pretty well.
You're not thinking of going to a pawn shop by yourself tonight?
Liam asked, putting his hands on his hips. He'd come right from work and wore his uniform shirt. The star on his chest caught the restaurant lighting and reminded me this was Sheriff Hogan asking me this, not just Liam the man. Both sides of him were ruthlessly protective. No, of course not. Tomorrow I would. It was in Clayton, Montana, not some rundown part of a big city. I'd be fine.
You're not going to go searching for Tommy?
He added, clearly worried I was going to go off by myself to shady places. I shook my head. I had no idea where to start with that. He could be anywhere from the casino on the reservation to any bar, besides Cassidy's, in the county, to some lowlife's house where he was crashing these days. I was upset, but I wasn't stupid. I'm going home. Sweetness. I knew Porter was going to try and talk me out of it, so I lifted my hand, cutting him off. I had to go before I cried. I hadn't cried in years. All the tears had dried up when Mom died, but looking at them, seeing the concern on their faces, made a lump form in my throat. I'd held it together for so long on my own, I wasn't sure if I could handle them right now. I'd fall apart, I knew it. And what then? They'd want me even less. What guy wanted a needy woman? No, I'd go home, hope Tommy was there, but since I hadn't seen him in 2 weeks, I highly doubted it. I'd call him, text him, get him to respond, yell at him, then get the tub of ice cream out of the fridge and read a book and try to forget. Please, I'll see you both soon. I avoided looking at them as I grabbed my coat and purse and fled, knowing Tommy had ruined everything. Me. Oh my God, how could you? That was Mom's pin! I texted that to Tommy from the car. When I had no response by the time I got home, I tugged on my flannel pajamas and thick socks, texted him again. Me. Where are you? Come home so we can talk. Just as I settled onto the couch with a pint of Rocky Road, he texted back. Tommy. Needed quick cash. I'll pay you back. I rolled my eyes at the phone. Not once ever had he paid me back for all the money I'd given him or for all the things he'd pawned or sold. His bedroom was practically bare now since he'd sold everything, somehow. His stereo was gone, laptop gone, even his clock radio had disappeared. There was no point in texting him again. He wasn't coming home. He wasn't going to apologize. He never had because he didn't think he'd done anything wrong. Not only had he taken one of the last things that was our mother's and hawked it, he'd ruined my night with Porter and Liam. God, they'd asked me outright if I'd claimed them, had been waiting for my answer. Then, bam, ruined. I could have stayed at the restaurant with them. They'd wanted me to do so. It had been my choice to leave. Learning what Tommy had done was another sucker punch. He was my brother, family. Family was supposed to take care of each other, do stuff together, be together. Tommy didn't see it that way. I'd been the fill-in parent since Mom died, been his legal guardian, but once he turned 18, he'd pretty much checked out. I could understand if he'd gone off to college across the country, gone into the military and ended up stationed far away. It was his life and he should go live it. But what he was doing was different and downright cruel. Still, he was my baby brother, and I wanted so desperately to have it like it used to be. I knew it wasn't going to happen, but that didn't keep me from wishing. Every time he pulled something like this, it just dug that knife in a little deeper. Tonight was supposed to be me finally telling Porter and Liam I wanted to be with both of them, to hopefully get them to do more than just kiss me. I believed them when they said they'd wanted to know what was going on with Tommy, to listen, and that was great. But that wasn't the point of the dinner date. I hadn't wanted to sit in Cassidy's with them, eat burgers and vent about my problems. They had tough jobs dealing with people who committed horrible crimes. No way did they need to spend their Friday night listening to me complain about how Tommy had gone from a sweet kid to out of control, a gambler, probably even worse. I tried my best to raise him when Mom died, but clearly I'd done a horrible job. I jabbed my spoon into my ice cream, took a bite, settled deeper into the couch. I grabbed my book, the steamy romance I'd gotten from the library, and opened it to where I left off the night before. After reading 2 pages of a punishment spanking and a sex scene where the woman was happily tied to a bed and brought to the brink of orgasm by the hero licking her pussy, I groaned and tossed it onto the coffee table. It was possible, if the night had gone differently, I could have had Liam's head between my thighs right now, or Porter pressing me against the shower wall and filling me up with his huge dick. I could have been in bed, with both of them, getting real man-induced orgasms instead of just reading about it. But no, I was here feeling sorry for myself, sad that Tommy didn't give a shit anymore, that he was throwing his life away. I steered my thoughts to Porter and Liam. Would they spank me like the heroine in the book? Was that something they liked to do? No one had ever done it to me before, but reading about it made me hot, made me wet. I was here alone in my comfortable yet not sexy PJs, horny from weeks and weeks of wanting two men and not doing anything about it. Wet between my thighs from reading about the kind of sex I wanted to have, with them. The only thing I could do about it was take care of this need myself, just like I did with everything else in my life. I was on my own. I worked my ass off, paid the bills, bought the groceries, took care of my own orgasms. Settling my feet nice and wide on the coffee table, I slid down on the couch and slipped my hand into the front of my pajama pants. I might not be able to have Liam and Porter tonight, but it didn't mean I couldn't fantasize about them, couldn't call out their names as I slipped my fingers through my slick folds, dipped two inside my eager entrance and rubbed my clit.
Chapter 5. Porter. Tommy Murphy was a little shit. I wanted to track him down and have a little chat that involved my fist in his face. But from what Liam had told me on our drive to Jill's house, the punk needed more than that. He needed a broken nose for what he was doing to his sister, followed by some hard work. Real back-breaking labor that made him learn quickly that there was no get-rich-quick scheme, no honor or integrity in using a family member like he did Jill. Our girl had worked her fingers to the fucking bone to take care of him after their mom died. She'd worked full-time while getting her nursing degree to support them both so the state didn't put him into the system. And now, he wasn't a fucking kid anymore. He needed to own his shit, get his priorities straight, like taking care of Jill instead of the other way around. He was a man and needed to start acting like one. One who took care of the women in his life, who respected and honored them. But dealing with Tommy could wait. Jill couldn't. She might have wanted to be by herself, to close herself off from us, but that wasn't going to happen any longer. We'd given her enough time to get her mind around both of us being her men. It was time to take over, to take control. Liam agreed. That was why we'd given her an hour on her own, and were now climbing the steps to her front porch, ready to ding her doorbell and tell her how it was going to be. A cry broke the cold silence, and I looked to Liam, my senses on alert. This was an older neighborhood, the houses small and spaced apart. That sound had come from Jill, and she was in trouble. I took one step toward the door, ready to break it down if I needed to, but Liam reached out and put his palm on my chest to stop me. "Porter, yes!" The muffled words could be heard clearly, and my eyes widened. Holy shit. Jill wasn't hurt, she was getting off. And she was calling my name. Liam peeked in the window to the right of the front door. When his eyebrows went so high as to disappear beneath his cowboy hat, I joined him. The blinds weren't drawn. We'd have to talk to her about that, and we could see in. Our girl was on the couch in the middle of the room, cast in a soft yellow light of the lamp on the table beside her. Her feet were up on the coffee table before her, and there was no way to miss her hand inside her pajama pants. I wished I could see how she worked her pussy. Were her fingers fucking that tight hole or just sliding over her wet folds? Was her palm rubbing against her clit, or were her fingertips making tiny circles over it? "Liam, more. Yes, spank me harder." She called out as her hips arched up off the couch. Her eyes were closed, her head pressed back as she bit her lip. Liam stood beside me, equally transfixed. "Holy fuck," he whispered. He reached down, adjusted himself. My dick was rock hard, too. I'd never seen anything so erotic in my entire life, and Jill was completely covered. She was playing with her pussy and thinking about us spanking her. This would be top of my fantasies I'd jerk off to for a long time. If there had been any question that Jill wanted both of us, it was answered now. She'd sealed her fate by slipping her fingers into that pussy of hers and shouting our names. "She's not coming without us," I murmured. While I didn't want to move from the gorgeous sight, the orgasm she was close to having was ours. Fuck yes. She wants to get off, it's our job now to get her there. I went to her door and knocked. Glancing at Liam, who was still watching, he nodded, and I knew she'd stopped her play. I had no intention of scaring her, someone randomly knocking on her door after dark, so I called, "Jill, It's Porter and Liam. Open the door for us, sweetness.
Liam joined me when the porch light came on. What are you doing here? She asked after she let us in, shut the door behind us.
Well, we'd both been to her house before for dates, we hadn't been inside. Her entry opened right into her small living room. The space was warm and cozy, but the furniture was dated, probably purchased a long time ago by her mother. I could see into the kitchen. Everything was spotless. She was looking up at us, waiting. The flannel pajama pants and pink fleece pullover she wore weren't the least bit sexy, but knowing what she'd done in them, that her pussy was all warmed up and wet beneath the soft fabric, had me reaching out, taking her right hand and holding it up. She blushed and her eyes widened. She must have wiped her fingers on her pants before answering the door, but she hadn't gotten all the pussy juice that glistened there. I leaned down, lifted them to my mouth and sucked on her wet pointer and middle fingers. I could smell her musky scent even as her sweet flavor burst on my tongue. Pre-cum spurted from my dick. I was in trouble here, ready to come like a horny teenager just from a taste of her sweet flavor, and not from the source. After the call you got, we wanted to make sure you were okay, Liam said. But now we're going to make sure you get that orgasm you were working on. I let her hand go and smiled.
I don't know what... I mean...
We had her all flustered and turned on. No question she had an idea now of what my tongue would feel like on her pussy flicking over her clit. Sweetness, I just licked your pussy juices off your fingers, I said. Liam went to her window, tugging on the cord, and lowered the blinds. Close these at night, Jill. No one sees you playing with yourself but us. Her eyes darted to what he was doing and quickly understood she'd been caught. We didn't want her feeling embarrassed or having any shame about pleasuring herself. A woman was allowed to enjoy her body, and we certainly loved watching her do just that. But Jill didn't need to take care of her orgasms herself. We'd do that for her from now on. We heard you call out our names as you played with your pussy. You don't need to fantasize, sweetness. You can have the real deal. You want both of us? I held my breath, waited as she looked at us, nodded.
Yes,
she said. Exhilaration pumped through my veins along with the caveman need to claim, to get that pussy juice all over my mouth, my fingers, my dick. I wanted to be marked. This isn't a fling, Jillian Murphy, Liam said. His voice was soft but the tone deep. This isn't you having some fun with two dicks. We aren't a one-night stand to fulfill a threesome fantasy. You get between us and there's no going back. Thankfully, he had a clear mind to tell her how this was going to be. All my thinking was happening with my other head. In my pants. Liam was right. Once we got in that pussy of hers, she belonged to us. Actually, she already did. She had since we picked her up for our first dates. I hadn't felt like this for someone in years. And now I could see what I'd thought was the real deal with Sierra years ago had been far from it. Jill was the one. But we wanted to be clear with her right from the start so there was no confusion. So she knew we meant forever. So once she said yes again, she was ours. Licking her lips, she tipped her chin up even further.
I understand. I want to be with you, Liam. And you as well, Porter.
Absently, she tucked her hair behind her ear.
I always have, but I didn't know how to tell you. If you think there was something wrong with me, that I was...
I put my finger over her lips to silence her. If you say anything other than that, you are perfect. I'll take you over my knee and spank your ass. Her eyes widened and her pupils dilated. Liam chuckled. Our girl likes that idea. No, you need it, don't you? Need to let go and forget everything because you have a stinging ass? Yeah, she did. I had to wonder if she'd let some guy do it to her before, or if it was perhaps something she'd heard about from Parker. No doubt her men redden her ass often enough. Same went for my other cousins and their women. I leaned down, kissed her. This time it wasn't chaste. It wasn't sweet. She gasped at the boldness of my mouth, and I swept my tongue inside. Cupping the back of her neck, I gently tugged at her hair, and she gasped. Fuck. I had to stop or I'd take her right here on the floor. Where are your keys, sweetness? She frowned, her eyes blurry from the kiss.
My keys?
She pointed to the small table beside the front door and a little bowl that held a pair of sunglasses and her keys. Liam scooped them up. You have the weekend off and you're spending it with us, I told her. At my house. She looked down at herself. I can't go in my pajamas. I need clothes. That's funny. Don't you think so, Liam? I asked. He grinned, then leaned down to have his turn kissing her. His hand cupped her jaw to keep her right where he wanted. When he lifted his head, her lips were a dark pink and glistening. No doubt just like her lower ones between her lush thighs. If you think you'll be wearing clothes when you're with us, we're not doing this right, he said. We're going to Porter's house, getting you naked and learning every sweet, soft inch of your body. Then we're going to make you come. Not once, not twice, but again and again until you forget your own name. I grunted, thinking of how she was going to look all sweaty and sated in my bed. Then we're going to fuck you, I added. All night long. Hell, all weekend, Liam clarified. None of us had to work until Monday, and we plan to take advantage of every free minute. She licked her lips again and said, Oh my. Leaning down, I scooped her up into my arms. Liam opened the door and I carried her to my SUV, settled her into the middle beside me. I just clicked her seatbelt around her as Liam climbed in. He held up her keys in a paperback. Locked up nice and tight. And this is some interesting reading I found when I turned off the living room lamp. From the glow of the cabin dome light, I could pretty much bet it was a steamy romance based on the scantily clad couple on the cover. Jill blushed. Liam offered her a wicked smile as he took his hat off, set it in his lap. This is kidnapping, you know, she told him, although I could hear the playful tone of her words. That's only if you don't want to be with us. Last chance, sweetness. Do you want to? I turned her head toward me, tipped up her chin, kissed her again. Yes, I'll come with you, she said once I lifted my head. Oh, sweetness, you'll come, I replied, putting the truck into gear and driving off. We guarantee it. Chapter 6. Jill. When I realized they'd seen me on the couch touching myself, and even worse, heard me crying out their names as I'd fantasized about being with them, I'd wish the ground had swallowed me up. But when Porter had sucked on my fingers, my sticky fingers, all thoughts fled. That, holy shit, that had been erotic, sexy as hell. It totally blew my mind and made me realize perhaps they were just as kinky, just as horny as I was. And now I was in between them in the front seat of Porter's huge SUV. I'd been close to coming when they knocked on the door. Combining that arousal with the finger-licking and then the kisses, I squirmed. My pussy was wet. My pajama pants definitely had a wet spot. My nipples were hard points. I was relieved they wanted me. And they wanted me a lot. Liam had blatantly adjusted himself when he settled beside me. All my fears had been for nothing, just like Parker had said. We were headed to Porter's house, and they'd very thoroughly described how things were going to go. Orgasms. Lots of them. Followed by fucking and probably even more orgasms. I squirmed some more as Porter's garage door opened, and he pulled in, shutting off the engine. The automated door lowered behind us, and we were in a little warm cocoon with only the opener's overhead light brightening the interior. You're squirming a lot. What's the matter, sweetness? Is your little pussy eager for some attention? Was it? Duh. I wanted to deny the truth so they didn't think I was so needy, to keep them from thinking I was a slut. But I wasn't a slut. I was a woman who had needs, and Porter and Liam had clearly stated they wanted to take care of them. And then some. Instead, I gave in to what I'd wanted to say for months. Yes, my pussy aches for both of your big dicks. Bold? Hell yes. But they were offering and I was going to take. Liam groaned as he unclipped my seatbelt, then his. Work those pajama pants down over your hips. Here? I asked on a little squeak. Right here, Porter added. It seemed he couldn't wait a second longer to see me and watch me come. We're gentlemen, sweetness. But we know you've got dirty desires in you and we'll take care of each and every one. It's our job now."
I had a feeling those words went a little deeper than just an orgasm, but now wasn't the time to consider. The fact that they couldn't wait a second longer made me even hotter. So I tucked my thumbs into the waistband and worked the loose flannel lower, then lifted my hips to get it past my butt. I wasn't wearing any panties. Liam grabbed my right leg, lifted it up and over his muscled thigh, spreading me wide. Porter followed and they worked my pants lower and then off, careful not to take my cozy socks with them. With my legs up and parted, it forced me to slide down into the seat a little, so I was leaning back much like I had on my couch earlier. My fleece top didn't cover my lower half. At all.
"Fuck,"
Porter murmured. Their hands rested lightly on my inner thighs. The comparison of their ruggedness, their size in comparison to my pale skin, was blatant. They were so manly, virile. I felt feminine and strangely powerful, even though both of them were a foot taller and weighed at least 80 pounds more. Liam breathed deeply.
"Fuck, I can smell your sweet pussy."
I tried to close my legs, but their hands kept me wide. I wasn't sure if that was a positive thing or not.
"She does smell sweet. Wait till you taste her,"
Porter told Liam.
"Like honey."
Liam grunted in response. I closed my eyes because I'd never had anyone talk about me like this, like I was the only meal around. I bit my lip. While I wasn't a virgin, most of the sex I'd had been tab A into slot B kind of sex. Not much looking, but lots of fucking. Neither was touching me intimately, just looking. And looking. I hadn't seen very many other women naked, not more than at the gym, and then it obviously wasn't up close. My pussy wasn't a neat little slit. My inner lips were large and exposed, a darker pink than what was always described in a romance novel. I'd heard ridiculous terms like meat curtains, but never considered it more than just a funny term. But now, with two guys, they'd surely seen a fair amount of pussies up close and very personal. Did I compare? Would they be turned off? I squirmed again, this time with doubt.
"You're gorgeous, baby," Liam said. "Look at that pussy."
"I'm big," I blurted.
"Big?"
Porter asked, his hand sliding up and down my left thigh, getting closer and closer to my pussy with each pass, but not touching. "My lips, there. It's kind of ugly."
Liam chuckled. "Huh. Baby, that's not a nice way to talk about my pussy. Our pussy," Porter clarified. "And I agree with Liam. You're perfect. Touch yourself, sweetness. Show us what makes you feel good."
They weren't bothered, didn't run away screaming, so perhaps my complex was just that. Completely irrational. I relaxed back into the seat. When had I become tense? And slid my hand between my parted thighs. I'd never done this in front of anyone before, but I was so hot for them. So hot to come since I'd gotten myself all worked up and then they'd knocked on the door, left me hanging. Heat spread as I slid over my clit, circled my entrance.
"See how those pussy lips wrap around your finger? More to get around my dick,"
Liam told me. I whimpered as I worked myself up, rubbing my clit with the tips of my fingers in small circles just how I liked. Heat spread from my fingertips out and over the rest of my pussy. I was getting wetter. My legs tensed, my breath caught. My eyelids fell closed and I felt their hands on my thighs. I listened to their dark and dirty promises of what they'd do once I came and I was close. So close. Their hands moved and I felt fingers find my entrance, then slipped inside. My eyes popped open and I looked down. My hand was on my clit, both men's hands lower. Both had a finger in me. They stretched me open, filled me, and somehow curved over my G-spot. "Oh my God!" I cried out, not taking my eyes off my pussy as I came. It was as if they'd pushed the orgasm button and there was nothing to do but enjoy. I'd never come so hard before in my life. Perhaps it was because it was both of them helping me get off. Two men, both inside me, both being squeezed and clenched by the pulsing walls of my pussy. "Good girl. So pretty in your pleasure. Fuck, I'm gonna come just from the feel of her squeezing my finger. She just dripped all over my hand. Hot and wet.
I can't wait to sink my dick into all this tight heat.
They kept dirty talking as I slowly came back to earth, back to being in Porter's SUV in his garage. We still hadn't made it to a bed. They were still dressed. I still hadn't seen, felt, been fucked by their big dicks. Liam slipped his finger from me, lifted it to his mouth, and had his turn tasting me.
Fuck, Porter's right. Like honey.
More, I gasped. God, I need more. I did. So bad. While that had been incredible, it wasn't nearly enough. I needed to be fucked. Hard and deep. Slow and easy. On my back, riding on top. From behind. I needed it all.
Chapter 7. Liam. I never come in my pants before. Never got turned on enough, even as a teenager, to blow my load too early. But now, with Jill, there had to be a big wet spot on the front of my jeans for all the pre-cum that was practically dripping from my dick. 2 months of dating had been foreplay. Oh, I'd busted a nut on a daily basis, sometimes twice a day, to relieve the ache in my balls just thinking about Jill. Remembering the feel of her lips as I'd kissed her, the soft scent of her perfume, the lilt of her laugh, the lush swells of her breasts beneath her tops, the fucking sway of her wide hips. Feeling how tight her pussy was, how soaked it was for us, was too much. And when we got to watch her come, to feel her walls clench around my finger, had me on the brink. And that had been with Porter's finger deep inside her, too. This was the first co-fucking I'd ever done. Another man's finger was touching mine in this woman's pussy. It should have freaked me out, but it didn't. Not at all. Not because I was hot for Porter, not in the slightest. But because the two of us were getting her off together. We were a team, and our mission now was to keep Jill happy, satisfied, sated, and as cherished as possible. If she wanted both of us, we weren't going to hold back. The celibate ship had sailed.
I can walk, you know,
Jill said as I followed Porter through his house and into his bedroom. I'd scooped her from the SUV and tossed her over my shoulder, bare ass in the air. I held her upper thighs tight so she wouldn't fall. With my free hand, I gave her a light spank. She giggled, which made me smile, and I had to admit, feel ridiculously like a Neanderthal. It was the closest thing to grabbing her hair and dragging her deep into my cave. It had been a long time since I'd felt like this. I'd felt giddy like a 7th grader when Jill had said she wanted to date. When I got my head around Porter and I claiming her together, I became hopeful. I'd been patient, biding my time as we let her work through it all in her head. But there'd always been a niggling doubt that she'd choose to be with Porter, and only Porter. It had been a rough year with my father dying. My brother Carson ran the ranch, and I lived there too. When I'd been a deputy, it hadn't been too hard to work both the land and the law. But being elected sheriff, Carson knew my focus was elsewhere. My dad had held the position for over a decade, and I had big shoes to fill. Even though he wasn't around to see me elected, I wanted to make him proud. But that focus had shifted even more once I saw Jill for the first time. And now, I felt like I had it all. She wanted both of us. In this moment, I didn't doubt. Hell, both our fingers had been in her pussy getting her off. She wouldn't have allowed that if she weren't into us together. She'd said the words. I believed her. But a double finger fuck and now tossed bare-assed over my shoulder? Oh yeah. Jillian Murphy was mine. Porter's too, but my dick was screaming mine. Porter flicked on the light switch. 2 lamps on either side of his huge bed came on. The light was soft, but not too dark. I wanted to take in every inch of Jill's gorgeous body. He turned and his eyes flared, taking in her upturned ass. No doubt he could see her pussy, even with her thighs pressed together. And what she said in the SUV? Oh, she was going to rid herself of any pussy hang-ups before the night was over. So she didn't have a little porn star pussy, all pale pink and hidden between a tight slit. Each woman was different, and Jill's was as unique as she was. The darker color, the full lips, even the way her clit was always exposed. Didn't she know that was the best way? I could drop to my knees and flick that clit with tongue without going hunting. And those full lips? Fuck yes, they'd wrap around my dick. And there was more to lick, more to get covered in all that sweet sticky honey. Shit. More pre-cum spurted from me. Lowering her to the ground, I held onto her arm until she got her bearings, then opened the button on my jeans and lowered the zipper. I sighed, my dick thankful for the room. She stood before me, watched. I arched a brow and tucked a finger beneath the hem of her soft shirt. Off. Porter moved to stand behind her, and she lifted it over her head. He helped her work it off her arms, then dropped it to the floor. No fucking bra. I had to close my eyes for a moment at the sight of her. I wasn't going to last. Sheer perfection. She was so much smaller than either of us, dainty even. Her breasts were full, not a handful, but plump teardrops. Her nipples were large and tightened, being exposed to the cooler air. And lower between her thighs, her gorgeous pussy. She wasn't bare like some women went for these days, but shaved, so that there was a small dark thatch trimmed short, above those plum-toned lower lips. She looked so fucking natural, so real. "Have you ever done this before?" she asked, glancing up at the both of us. Porter tilted his head. "You mean a threesome?" She nodded. I couldn't have a conversation while the woman of my dreams stood before me, naked. So I reached out, cupped a breast, tested its weight, softness, the stiff peak. Her breath came out in a breathy exhale, and Porter matched my movements with his own hand. She glanced down at our hands on her. The difference had been striking when we had our hands between her parted thighs in the SUV, but now that we could see every inch of her, completely bare while we were still fully dressed. Fuck. "No," he said. "You?" She gave a little laugh, but it turned into a whimper when I tugged on her nipple. Those pink tips were remarkably sensitive. "God, no. I want to touch you." She all but whined, but her eyes fell shut and she arched her back so her breasts filled our palms even more. I dropped my hand, stripped. When I almost tipped over, tugging off my boot, her laughter filled the room. I moved to sit on the ottoman that went with a big, comfortable chair to work it off. "Sassy girls get spanked," I said, looking up at her. She bit her lip, rubbed her thighs together. Porter swatted her butt. While the crack of it filled the room, it wasn't all that hard. She gasped and squirmed some more. "I'm not sassy. I'm sexy," Porter finished. "Horny," she countered. It was our turn to laugh. We couldn't argue with that. Once I was completely bare, I put my hands behind me on the back edge of the ottoman, leaned back. With my legs out in front of me, my dick jutted lewdly up in the air. I couldn't miss the way her eyes widened as she took it in. I knew she couldn't miss the pre-cum that slid off the crown and down the length. "Touch away, baby. I'm all yours." She came up to me, stood between my spread knees. The difference in our height was fixed with me sitting down. She, in fact, was a little taller, but I didn't mind. Her breasts were right in line with my mouth, so I leaned forward and took one between my lips, sucked. Her fingers went to my hair, tangled. The soft, silky feel of her skin against my tongue was heaven. The hard peak pressing against the roof of my mouth. The way her body squirmed as I sucked and tugged, licked and even nipped lightly. "Liam," she breathed, "I want you in me, now." "Sweetness thinks she's in charge," Porter said from behind her back. I lifted my head and glanced at him. He'd stripped off everything but his jeans, which were open, the fly undone. The top of his dick peeked out from the open V. "I'm ready," she added, running her fingers through my hair over my jaw. A soft touch, but I felt her need in the motions. "We haven't even warmed you up," I said. "We've got big dicks, baby, and we don't want to hurt you. Just because your pussy's needy doesn't mean it's ready." "I'm warmed up," she countered, stepping closer but moving so she straddled one of my bent legs. She sat down on my hard thigh, began to rub her clit against me. Her juices coated my skin and she moved easily. Fuck, that was hot. Her breasts swayed as she worked herself on my leg. I tugged her back up to standing. "Check her, Porter." I wasn't used to telling another man what to do while I was naked, but Porter didn't complain, just cupped her pussy from behind. I watched as his fingers slipped into her, disappeared nice and deep. She went up on her tiptoes as her hands settled on my shoulders for balance. Wet sounds filled the room as he worked her, but he wasn't touching her clit. I wasn't sure if she was orgasmic without clit contact, but it was sure as shit hot to watch as she rode my friend's fingers. He pulled them out. Soaked. "Please," she whimpered. Porter handed me a condom. I hadn't been paying him any attention while I had my mouth full of a soft tit, but he must have gotten it from a drawer. Somewhere. Hell, who cared as long as I was able to protect Jill and get in her? I ripped open the packet, but she stilled my hands, climbed up in my lap so she was straddling my legs. Whoa, baby. While I was barely thinking my dick getting too close to her pussy to do so, I had enough brain cells to slow her roll. I gotta protect you. She shook her head, rolled her hips so that her pussy brushed against the length of me, her breasts rubbing against my chest as she hooked her hands around my neck. Bear, take me, Bear. I've got an IUD. I groaned, gritted my teeth. I'd never gone without a condom before, ever. Women had said something similar before, that they were clean and on some kind of birth control. While I believed them, I'd never risked it in case they weren't telling me the truth, if they were trying to trap me. I wanted kids, but not that way, not by deceit, and any woman willing to do that wasn't mother material in my mind. I knew Jill wasn't like that, wouldn't lie. I trusted her words, still. While I desperately wanted to fuck Jill raw, this was a big fucking deal. Literally. I was clean, there was no question of that, but there was definitely a chance we'd make a baby if she wasn't on birth control. It wasn't that I didn't want kids with her. Hell, thinking of her belly all round with our child made me practically lose the last shreds of control I had left. But we hadn't talked about it, and my dick 2 inches from heaven wasn't the time to do so. We should have done it earlier when we'd been dressed. So much for that. Porter moved to stand at the side of the ottoman so we could look down at her. We said before that there was no going back. But this sweetness, no condom means forever. With both of us. I added, making sure she understood. She was naked in my lap, so she probably got that idea. I'm clean. Got tested as part of the physical for work. I am too. Tested over the summer and I haven't been with anyone since. Porter added. I didn't follow Porter's sex life before we laid eyes on Jill, but I knew there was no other woman my dick wanted. She looked to Porter, then to me, didn't say anything but shifted over me so the head of my dick slipped through her slick folds. I settled into the notch of her entrance. I understand. I get tested at the hospital twice a year, and it's been a really long time since I've had sex. I've had the IUD for a while. I didn't want to even think about her with anyone else, but she hadn't asked about our pasts, and I was going to respect hers. She was with us now, and that was what mattered. I want nothing between us. Not any longer. She breathed. Leaning in, she kissed my chest. Before she could lower herself down, I gripped her hips, held her up. What? She was so small it was easy to spin her about so she was still on my lap but facing away from me. Liam? Her hand settled on my knees to hold on. I'll fuck you, don't you worry your pretty little head about that. But you're fucking 2 men now and you need to let Porter watch as you take my dick, as your gorgeous tits bounce while you ride me like a fucking cowgirl. Porter moved and settled on the edge of the bed facing us. He was too far away to reach her but had the perfect view. In this position, perched on my thighs, her feet didn't touch the floor. As I gripped her hips and lifted her up and back and onto my dick, she had no control. She was all mine. Her hips wiggled as the first inch slipped inside. Fuck, she was tight. Wet, so hot. A whimper escaped and I felt her inner walls flutter, adjusting to being stretched open. I wasn't small. Hell, it was hard to find pants that hid my size even when I wasn't hard. I had no doubt her pussy would take me, but it was important I took my time getting her to open up, to be molded to my dick. It took a minute of raising her up, lowering her down, a shimmy of her hips as I did so, until she was sitting directly on my thighs once again, this time impaled on my dick. Fuck, you're so perfect. The need to come built at the base of my spine. I'd never been surrounded by such perfection before. Like a snug glove made just for me. I gritted my teeth as I fought for control. I had no idea the difference it was without a condom. Hotter, wetter, more sensitive. Just the idea of being bare deep inside her was so fucking erotic. And the feelings. Holy shit, intense. Incredible. Ready for your ride? I asked, sweat beading my upper lip. I couldn't see her face, but she was circling her hips, trying to lift up. I helped her, but raising her so that just the tip was inside. then let gravity lower her back down. Hard. Deep. She cried out. I glanced at Porter, who tugged his dick from the opening of his jeans and was stroking it. He wasn't missing any bits of her as she was fucked. The way her pussy took all of me. The way her tits did bounce each time she settled back on my lap. The wet, naughty sounds of fucking, of flesh slapping flesh. Or the scent. The musky tang of fucking. It should feel weird having him watch, but it was too good. Jill was too good. I felt pride knowing he could see her like this, getting what she needed. It was a thrill to show her off, so someone else could appreciate how magnificent our girl was. I had a moment's thought he might step in front of her and have her suck him off, but she was bouncing too much, and I had a feeling he was enjoying the show. His turn would come, and since I was so close to the edge, it would be soon. But I had to get her off first. The woman always came first.
"Liam?"
She gasped as I began to fuck her harder. With her legs spread wide, she had no friction on her clit, and I knew she was close, but was struggling to get there. I wanted her to come with me. I sure as fuck wasn't leaving her behind. It was easy to continue, to lift and lower her with one hand, as I reached around and pinched her clit with the other. She came like a firecracker in one silent boom. A gush of pussy juices seeped from her, coating my dick and my balls. Her thighs clenched tight, her back arched, and her inner walls began to milk my dick. I couldn't survive that. It was impossible, and I wasn't even willing to try. I felt my balls tighten, my dick thicken, and shoot a big load deep into her. I filled her with cum, and knowing there wasn't a barrier to collect it, that it coated and marked her deep inside, only made me come even harder. She leaned back against me, worn out, her head tucked into my shoulder, her breath fanning my sweaty neck. I could look down the length of her body, see the way her nipples softened to plump tips now that she'd come. Lower to the groomed curls and even further to the way her pussy lips were parted around my base. My cum slipped from her, and there was no way in hell I was going soft. I could take her again, especially knowing that I didn't have to pull out to dispose of a condom. All I had to do was begin again, give her more of my cum. My balls were far from empty. But it was Porter's turn, and it was time to share. I wasn't the least bit jealous because I sure as shit was going to watch. Jill wanted more? She was going to get it. All fucking night.
Chapter 8. Jill. Holy shit. I'd never come like that before. Ever. It made the orgasm in Porter's SUV seem like nothing, and that was saying a lot. Liam was huge. God, so big I felt crammed full, and I was stunned I'd been able to take all of him. The feel of his dick with no condom had made it even better. The friction, the glide, the feel of his cum as it spurted into me, hot and thick. It wasn't just Liam. It was seeing Porter in front of me, watching. Knew he was getting off seeing me be fucked by his friend. Porter had stroked his own dick as Liam lifted me up and down, taking me hard, deep, so deep. And watching Porter as I came because of Liam's dick, Liam's fingers on my clit. Amazing. Liam's hand wrapped around my waist, cupped my breast as he nuzzled against my neck. Go see Porter, baby. He needs you. Look at his dick all hard and ready for you. Through orgasm-hazed eyes, I saw that his cock was almost angry-looking. The head a plum color as pre-cum seeped from the slit. While Porter was still idly stroking it, clearly he needed more. He needed to be in my pussy. I leaned forward and Liam stretched out his legs so that my feet were able to touch the ground. I stood slowly, Liam slipping from me as he did so. He patted my ass as I walked toward Porter. Boldly, I leaned forward and licked the pre-cum from him. "Fuck!" shouted Porter, as Liam growled. I knew he could see my pussy, probably all flushed, swollen, and covered in his cum as I bent over. Porter's taste burst on my tongue, salty and tangy. I wanted more. But before I could lick him like a lollipop, he gripped my hips, picked me up, and tossed me onto the bed. After bouncing once, then twice, he grabbed my ankle and rolled me onto my stomach. I couldn't help but laugh at how easily he moved me about. I came up on my elbows, looked over my shoulder at him. His hands came down on my bottom with a light sweat. "Sweetness, you're a little tease." I grinned because he was smiling as he said it. "Fucking yourself on Liam's cock and getting off while I watch.
then fuck, then getting that sweet mouth on my dick. I'm close to coming as it is.
I looked down at his dick, which was so big, so thick I was now questioning how I was going to suck him off. I'd have to stretch my mouth so wide just to get the head in. No way could I take the whole thing. Beneath his glorious length were balls hanging heavy and full, making me think him even more potent, more virile than ever. "You like seeing me fuck Liam," I said.
"Hell yes."
He swatted my ass again, then cupped it. The sting morphed into heat that spread to my pussy.
"And now with your legs parted like that, I can see he's been there, his cum dripping from you."
I rolled back over, set my feet on the bed, my knees bent. "Mark me too."
A growl rumbled from his chest as the heat in his eyes went almost predatory.
He moved onto the bed on his knees, took hold of my ankles in one hand, lifted them up to his shoulders. My ass was off the bed because he was so big.
"Like this. I'm going to take you like this."
I wasn't going to argue. I was ready for him, and as he leaned forward, gripping his cock in his free hand, he swiped the tip up and down my folds, coating the tip, then settling into place. His dark eyes met mine as he pressed forward.
"Liam's cum is easing the way," he said through gritted teeth.
He was going slow because, God, he was big. Finally, he bottomed out and he stilled, didn't move.
"I never knew it could feel this good. Your perfect sweetness. Made for my dick, for Liam's. This is going to be fast."
His jaw clenched as he pulled back, thrust deep.
"Watching you with him was too much. After 2 months, I'm in you. So hot, so tight, wet. Shit, I'm gonna come."
He fucked me hard deep. I gripped the bedding to hold on to, not that I was going anywhere as he held my ankles. All I could do was feel, give over to the pounding. It was raw, wet, the sounds of fucking and ragged breathing filled the room. I watched Porter as he took me, as he found his pleasure in my body. He touched my clit with his free hand, stroked it gently, and that was all it took to push me over the edge. Again. I screamed, arched my back as Porter came with me, buried deep. I could feel his cum filling me, heating me, seeping out around him. There was so much, too much, that I felt it slide down over my bottom. He lowered my legs, leaned forward so his hands were on either side of my head, and kissed me. Slow, easy, his tongue tangling with mine. He was still buried deep, still hard. When he lifted his head, looked at me, he smiled.
"There's my girl. I've been dreaming of this look on your face. Well fucked, happy, mine. Ours,"
Liam said, coming up beside us with a wet washcloth in his hand. He must have gone to the bathroom and gotten it to clean me up.
"She doesn't need that yet. I'm not done yet."
He may have just come, but he pulled back, thrust deep, still hard and ready for more.
"Right, sweetness? Why get all cleaned up when I'm going to get you all dirty again?"
I closed my eyes as he lowered to his forearms, moving slow and deep, my clit rubbing against him. This wasn't going to be fast or urgent, but easy, gentle, deep. "Porter, yes!" As I wrapped my legs around his thighs, pulled him closer as best I could, he slid over a spot deep inside me that lit me up, made me hot, made me scream. "Yes!" Why would I want to be clean when I loved being so dirty? Chapter 9. Jill. Mondays were usually busy in the recovery room. Planned surgeries began bright and early, so the beds were full by 9. It kept me on my feet, checking on the patients, monitoring their pain, vitals until they were stable and moved onto a room on one of the floors to recover fully. It kept my mind busy, but my thoughts veered from blood pressures and chart updates to Porter and Liam. I wasn't much for going to the gym and working out, but I would have to consider it if I wanted to keep up with my men. My men. They'd been insatiable all weekend. So had I, and I was sore because of it. There were muscles I didn't even know I had that were screaming at me today, reminding me of what we'd done. But I wasn't complaining. I couldn't help but smile. I'd lost track of how many orgasms I'd had. My coworkers gave me odd looks. No one was as cheerful as I was so early on a Monday. but didn't question. I'd been grilled by Parker on Saturday, although only by text since I'd wanted to give her an update after our phone call in the car Friday night, but not too much more than that as I hadn't been ready to share. I still wasn't, content to just revel in the feeling of being wanted. No more than that. I'd been needed by two men. Needed in bed, in the shower, on the kitchen counter. The list of places we'd had sex had been long. Spending the weekend with Porter and Liam had been everything I'd hoped for. Sex, talking, more sex, cooking, and just being together. Oh, and more sex. They'd gone with me on Saturday to the pawn shop to buy back my mother's pin, insisting I wouldn't go alone, but otherwise we'd stay inside Porter's house, naked. I'd only gone home for a few minutes this morning to shower and grab a quick breakfast before I drove to the hospital for my shift. It wasn't even lunchtime and I missed Porter and Liam. It was totally crazy and slightly dangerous. I hadn't realized how lonely I'd been until now. My usual Friday night with a book or a sappy made-for-TV movie seemed dull now. I didn't want a man, men, to make my life exciting. I didn't want to think that I wasn't whole without them in it. Once I did, I'd be reliant on them. As soon as I did that, I kept myself open for heartache. But I couldn't resist Liam and Porter, and I'd certainly tossed those fears to the side while I'd been with them. I hadn't done anything except have fun and enjoy myself the entire time. When I came out of the elevator after wheeling a patient down to a room on the second floor, I was surprised to see Liam. My heart skipped a beat, making me think I needed to get hooked up to a cardiac monitor. He was at the nurse's station chatting with a few people, and I paused, taking a moment to admire him. He was in his usual work uniform of boots, jeans, and the sheriff uniform shirt that peeked out from his jacket. To say he filled it out really well was an understatement. Broad shoulders were clearly defined, even beneath the fluorescent lighting. The utility belt around his waist held handcuffs, a walkie-talkie, and on his hip a gun. I wasn't big on weapons, but I knew Liam had a big one and knew how to fire it. God, I was so cliché. But he fit every romance book sexy sheriff hero I'd ever read about, and the hat that rested on the high counter beside him only checked the cowboy box, too. I knew what that mouth felt like on my skin, the gentle touch of those big hands as they worked me to orgasm, the feel of that taut ass beneath my palms. He made me feel giddy, excited, eager, aroused. My nipples hardened beneath my scrub top, and I was thankful for my long-sleeved t-shirt and padded bra to hide my obvious attraction. But we were in the hospital and not any place I could act on my desires. I'd seen him in the building before. Work often brought him to see patients or talk with staff about a case. His turf was more the emergency room or even the morgue, but never in the recovery room. I had to wonder if someone had been seriously hurt as part of a crime. I took a deep breath, let it out, and walked toward him, trying not to look as if I'd spent the whole weekend riding his dick and wanted another go. When he saw me, his eyes brightened, but he didn't offer me more than a small smile. We hadn't talked about how we were going to behave in public. Not that I didn't want to jump into his arms and rip the buttons on his shirt off, but this was my work and our relationship was separate from that. So was his. "Hey there, Sheriff," I said, returning his smile. He nodded a hello, but Barbara, the head nurse, spoke. "Jill, the sheriff would like to talk with you for a minute." She pointed toward the staff lounge. My smile slipped as Liam picked up his hat and led me down the hall, holding the door for me. He closed it behind him, but while we were alone, didn't step close. I didn't have a good feeling, as if something wasn't exactly right. He could have been in the building for work and decided to come up and say hello, but he wouldn't need to get Barbara involved for that. Nor would he show up to break up with me. Would he? Had he planned all along to have a wild weekend and then dump me? My nerves had me thinking irrationally because that wasn't something Liam would do, not after what we shared. "I wanted to see you this morning, but not for a reason like this," he began. I worried my lower lip between my teeth, waited, becoming more impatient by the second. "Dr. Metzger's office was broken into over the weekend," he said, tapping his head against his thigh. My mouth fell open. For a quick second I was relieved that I wasn't getting dumped, but pushed that aside. Dr. Metzger was the woman I job shared for and worked in her office on Thursdays and Fridays. This wasn't something I expected. At all. Did they steal the television in the waiting room? I frowned, wondering why anyone would want it that badly. The practice was in an old house right downtown that had been converted into a doctor's office back in the 80s. Liam shook his head. No, the exam rooms were tossed, and we think they were searching for drugs. Drugs? I repeated. Dr. Metzger was a general practitioner, meaning she handled everything from sore throats to pregnancy to broken bones. She might have a few samples from drug reps, but that's it. She fills out prescriptions on the computer and sends them right to the pharmacy, and patients have to go pick them up. Whoever broke in didn't know that. He replied, rubbing his free hand over the back of his neck. Should I call her? I can go in after my shift and help clean up. Liam stepped close and put his hand on my arm. Jill, the person who broke in used your code to disable the alarm. That's why no one knew about the break-in until they opened this morning. My alarm code? I stared at the star on Liam's chest as I worked through it all. I usually arrived early before Dr. Metzger to set up exam rooms or closed for her if she had an emergency, so she'd given me my own access. Everyone who worked there had their own. They had to get through the locked door, and I always have my keys with me. He nodded, tilted his head a little. They went in through a window, smashed it, and then had the 30 seconds to enter the alarm code before the police were called. Who would do? I cut off my own question because I knew the answer. I whipped my head up and looked at Liam. Gone was the look of a lover, the heated gaze, and even the playful gleam I'd seen all weekend. Before me wasn't Liam my lover, but Sheriff Hogan. Tommy. He gave a slight nod. That's what I think. I closed my eyes and thought about my brother. Not the cute boy I remembered, but the fuck-up I knew now. Turning, I paced the small room. There wasn't much space to walk around as a table and chairs were in the middle, where we ate our meals during our breaks. I rubbed my hands over my face and wanted to scream in frustration. When I get my hands on him, I'm going to... You don't want to finish that sentence in front of the sheriff. I turned to face him and knew, but I wanted to ask anyway. Is that who you are right now? The sheriff? He sighed. I have to bring you to the station for questioning. I froze. Me? I didn't do this. I put my hand to my chest. I was with you all weekend. It wasn't like I didn't have a good alibi, being in bed with the sheriff himself. Of course you didn't, he replied quickly. I was with you at the pawn shop on Saturday. Know your brother's desperate. I was mad and hurt by Tommy, again. This time he'd gone too far. He might steal money, hawk things that I needed or wanted to keep because they were sentimental, but messing with my job like that? It was my livelihood. Our livelihood, since it kept our house. He might not live in it much anymore, but he definitely came to it. I might not see him, but he used the old washer and dryer, ate the food in the fridge, food I bought with the money earned working the job he'd just fucked with. That's the only reason why you believe me? I asked, suddenly riled. That I was in bed with you all weekend and that you were there as I cleaned up Tommy's mess? Liam's jaw clenched. Lash out at me all you want, but you know that's not what I meant. I believe in you. No, this wasn't you. He reached out, stroked a knuckle down my cheek. The gentle gesture soothed me and made me feel guilty. I'm sorry, I whispered. You have to come with me, baby. Barbara's pulling someone in from a different floor to cover for you. I felt my cheeks heat with shame at having my family problems exposed to my boss. I'd kept Tommy and my home life separate from work. I showed up on time, did my job, got paid and chipped away at the bills. Except for now. Glancing at the clock on the wall, I saw I would only get 4 hours pay today. Does Barbara think I did it? That I helped Tommy? I work in a hospital and handle drugs as part of my job. They could fire me over this. I wasn't angry any longer. I was freaked out. This was the only hospital in the county. There were only a handful of doctors in town. While nursing was an in-demand job, there were only so many positions in a town the size of Rains. I didn't want to commute the long way to Bozeman or even Helena. God, this was a mess. I have to call Dr. Metzger, I added. Now's not the time, Liam said in his calm voice. She probably wants to fire me for this, I hissed, not wanting to shout, for who knew who was walking down the hall. Liam looked grim. Dr. Metzger doesn't want you back until this is resolved. She doesn't think it was you, but it was your code. I'm guessing you didn't share it with Tommy? I don't even see Tommy, but the code's my mother's birthday. The same code I use for unlocking my phone, my ATM pin. Liam offered a small sigh and I rolled my eyes. A bit of shame at my irresponsibility burned my gut. I know I should come up with something harder, but who would want in my phone and getting into my bank account? I have less than $200 in there. Until now, I didn't think it mattered about the alarm at the doctor's office. My stomach dropped and tears burned the back of my eyes. I might be cleared of the break-in. Surely Liam would vouch I wasn't involved. But Tommy was. I had no doubt. He would always be my brother, and there would always be another chance of him doing something just like this. I wasn't a reliable employee. Dr. Metzger couldn't trust me with alarm codes or anything now. I didn't know how big the mess was, but her business was built on trust, and I'd ruined that. No doubt everyone in town knew of the break-in by now. I'm calling Tommy. I went over to my locker, opened it, and pulled my cell from my purse. There was a voicemail. I listened to my brother's voice, then hit the button to repeat it. Set the phone on speaker so Liam could hear. I'm sorry, sis, Tommy said through the phone, his voice unusually tense. I'm in trouble. I need to pay them back or they're going to fucking hurt me. Why weren't there any fucking drugs in the doctor's office? I could be in the clear now. Find me 10 grand, Jilly. I know you're putting money in a savings account for an emergency fund. This is an emergency. Shit, I've got to go. The message ended and I looked up at Liam. His jaw was clenched and he ran his hand over the back of his neck. This wasn't just my brother losing money at the casino. Clearly he'd gotten in over his head with some bad people. $10,000? I didn't know what to think. How could Tommy lose that much money? He'd implicated himself in the break-in. The sheriff heard it, knew he did it, and why? That emergency fund? I said, rolling my eyes. Like I said, it has about $200 in it. Even if I withdrew that money, it wasn't going to help Tommy. I might not be fired yet, but the voicemail proved I would be because Tommy wasn't going anywhere. He'd always be my brother, and always turn to me to clean up his messes, to save him. He was clearly desperate. If he'd broken into the doctor's office and found nothing, that meant he was more frantic than ever. What would he do next? I was out of job, there was no question, which meant I couldn't pay the mortgage and all my bills.
Chapter 10. Porter. Hungry? I asked as we came in my house through the garage. Liam had called me, given me an update on the clusterfuck. Fortunately, I wasn't due in court today, and had been able to hand off my meetings to someone else in the office or have them postponed so I could get Jill from the sheriff department. They'd questioned her, asking her about her brother and who she thought they were from the voicemail her brother had left on her phone. Tommy mentioned they when he said he owed 10 grand. Of course, Jill had no fucking clue who he was talking about. I'd been thrilled to collect her when Liam was done with her, to bring her here and take care of her. She was subdued now. The questioning hadn't been fun. She hadn't said a word on the ride from the station. Since she didn't have to go back to the hospital for the remainder of her shift, I drove her to my house. No way in hell was I taking her to hers with her brother out of control, and I wasn't leaving her alone no matter what she said. She wanted Tommy to be more than the fucking deadbeat he was. Hell, I wanted Tommy to be more than a fucking deadbeat for Jill. She deserved a family that loved her and took care of her. She had Liam and I now, and by extension, our extended families. But it wasn't the same. Tommy was all the family she had left. The Dukes were a big group. My parents lived in Arizona now, but we were still close. Auntie Duke and Uncle Duke, such ridiculous names since we were all Dukes, lived in town along with my 4 cousins. I couldn't imagine no weekly family dinners, no game nights, no summer picnics, or even that one year we'd formed a bowling team. That had been interesting. Someone always had my back. Tommy definitely didn't have Jill's. The opposite, in fact. He was using her, treating her like shit, and now most likely made her lose her job, even her reputation around town. I was pissed for her. So was Liam. While he stayed at the station and tried to track down the fucker, I brought Jill home. Home was my house. Hopefully soon enough it would be our house. Liam's too. He'd moved back to the family ranch when his dad died last year, but it wasn't permanent. We'd agreed once we claimed Jill we'd live here, or buy a new place for all three of us. He and I would have our own bedrooms, but we'd share Jill. She'd spend the night in our beds, taking turns or however we worked it out. Sometimes, like over the weekend, we'd fuck her while the other watched. Other times one-on-one, and soon at the same time. So far the only time we'd really touched her together was when we were finger-fucking her pussy in the SUV. Soon, though, we'd take her at the same time. Make her ours in all ways. One of us would claim her pussy, the other her ass. She would never be lonely or alone again. Like now, she had shit going on and she wouldn't deal with it all by herself. No fucking way. She just stood there, not sure what to do. So I pulled her in for a hug, leaned down and kissed the top of her head. She was so small, fragile. In this case emotionally, although she was the strongest person I knew. I wanted to protect her from anything that didn't put a smile on her face. I wanted to take care of her every need. Starting with food. It was afternoon and she had to be hungry. Stepping back, I helped her out of her heavy coat and hung it on a hook in the mudroom.
"Not really,"
she replied to my question about being hungry. I kissed her forehead again. "All right, sweetness. Go take a bath and relax and I'll make you at least a snack." Her sad eyes met mine and she nodded. I nudged her into the family room and toward the master suite. "Go on. There's nothing you can do right now but relax." There really wasn't. Liam would deal with finding Tommy and also Dr. Metzger. From what he'd told me, she'd already filled out a police report. Nothing had been stolen since they hadn't found the drugs it was assumed they were looking for. The office only needed glass replaced in one window and a thorough cleanup. She'd be back to seeing patients soon enough. She didn't mention that Jill was fired, but being smart, she was waiting to hear how the investigation went. Tommy was as big a dick as ever, and Jill taking a bath and a nap wasn't going to change that. 5 minutes later, I carried a plate with a ham and cheese sandwich and chips into the bedroom. Based on the sound of the running water, Jill had chosen a shower instead of a bath. It was the quiet sobs that had me swearing under my breath, ditching the snack and opening the bathroom door. Even with the glass shower enclosure fogged with steam, I could see her small form on the tile floor curled up in a ball. Quickly stripping, I joined her. Thankfully, she wasn't in the bath because there was no way I could fit in the tub with her. But my shower stall was meant for two. It gave a huge guy like me plenty of space, but still left lots of room for another. There, with the hot water raining down on her head leaning on her bent knees, she cried. Her dark hair clung to her back. My heart wrenched at the sight. "Sweetness," I said, scooping her up and settling on the bench seat with her in my lap. She cried against my chest as I stroked my hand up and down her bare, wet back. My dick stirred by her hip, but I ignored it.
"What am I going to do?"
she said, her words all gaspy and snuffly from her tears.
"Dr. Metzger's gonna fire me for this."
"You didn't break into her office," I countered.
"Tommy did. I can't be trusted because of him."
She was partially right. The doctor did have a moral obligation to offer a safe and trusting place for her patients, but she also had a moral obligation to recognize Jill was not Tommy, nor was she responsible for his actions. I told Jill that.
"He's my brother,"
she replied. I gave her a slight squeeze. "Tommy is 20 years old, a man. Should he be responsible for your actions?"
"Of course not,"
she replied right away. "What about me? You think I should be worried about being with you?" She shifted so she could look up at me. Her eyes were red-rimmed, but the tears had stopped.
"You should. You're the DA. Shouldn't you be worried?"
"If anyone has issue with the woman in my life, that's their problem, not mine. They can go fuck themselves." That made her smile. There's my girl. I leaned down and gave her a soft kiss. "Let's get you all washed up, then you can have that snack I made for you and a nap." "I'm not a little girl," she grumbled, but without any real oomph behind it. I looked down her body, took in the soft swells of her breasts with their plump pink tips, the curve of her hips, the fullness of her ass against my thighs. I remembered every single thing we did together over the weekend, thought of all the ways I'd yet to have her. No, you're not. And I'm seeing after my woman, not treating you like a child. I stood with her in my arms until we were back under the spray. I lowered her feet to the tile and grabbed the soap from the built-in shelf. I began to lather her soft skin and paid special attention to her breasts. While ample, they were so small in my big hands. Soft where I was hard. Smooth where I was rough. Gorgeous. Every single inch of her. See? I'm not treating you like a child at all. Her hands settled on my chest and she looked up at me. I saw heat, eagerness, surprise as if I was able to arouse her even after being so upset. With my touch I could make her forget, at least for a little while. That was the goal. There was nothing we could do until we heard from Liam. I'd give her so much pleasure she couldn't remember her own name. My dick was fully hard now and pointed straight at her belly, and when she looked down, she slid her hand around the base. Oh fuck, that felt good. My hips thrust on their own toward her, ready to sink into her tight pussy. Quickly, before I forgot my own name or came in thick spurts all over her belly, I took hold of her wrist and moved it away. This is all about you, sweetness. Turn around. I murmured, and she did so without comment. Shit, her ass was gorgeous. All heart-shaped, and I wanted to grab hold. So I did, then rubbed my hands along the full curves, ensuring every inch of it was clean. Porter? My name was soft and breathless, no longer weepy. What, sweetness? I like it when you take a shower with me. One hand reached around her small body and cupped a breast. The other slid between her thighs, covering every nook and cranny with soap, but careful to rinse it off before I slipped a finger into her. I like taking a shower with you, too. She was hot and wet and she clenched down. Porter? She repeated as the palm of my hand pressed against her clit. Leaning forward, I nipped the spot where her shoulder met her neck. My dick was nestled against her back. All clean? I asked, licking the water from her skin. She nodded, and her head fell back against my chest as I continued to play. Yes. Good. Then it's time to get you all dirty again. I reached out and shut off the water, opened the door and grabbed a towel. When Jill stepped out, I carefully dried her by dropping down onto one knee on the thick bath mat, so I was at a better height. Perhaps she caught on that I had every intention of doing this myself, even though I knew she could do it herself because she said nothing. It was hard to miss when her tits rose and fell with her quick breathing, those gorgeous nipples' hard little points. When I dried her pussy, she gasped, obviously sensitive to the soft rasp of the towel. I loved the way her clit was exposed for me to see and knew it was a hard nub. I stood, grabbed a second towel and dried myself with efficient and quick motions, tossing it onto the vanity before scooping Jill up and carrying her to bed. With a rough tug, the blanket and top sheet were on the floor. Jill laughed. You're eager, she commented when I had her just where I wanted, naked and in the center of my bed. Her dark eyes were on my dick, which of course bobbed toward her as if it were responding to her words. I didn't wait, but moved so I was between her parted thighs, and my mouth right over her center. Porter? She said, realizing my intention. Looking up her gorgeous naked body, I met her gaze, grinned. Oh yeah, I had her exactly where I wanted her. She was already wet from me, the scent of her pussy filling my nostrils. Her skin was warm and damp, dewy even. Lifting one leg then the other over my shoulders, I cupped her ass, took in the wet folds already parted and ready for me. We'd been at her so much all weekend I had to wonder if some of our cum was still deep inside. For some reason, knowing she was marked by us made me feel like a fucking hero. Virile like I wanted to pound my chest with my fists. My mouth watered in anticipation of tasting her. I loved her pussy and I could eat it for hours. Maybe I would. We had all afternoon and I was going to make the most of it. She came for me and Liam as we ate her out before. I loved that she was so responsive, so sensitive to what we did to her. It was like winning a gold medal when she writhed and screamed my name as she came. Don't be shy, sweetness. Come as often as you want.
Chapter 11. Jill. I followed the scent of garlic and something Italian toward the kitchen. After 3 Porter-induced orgasms from just his mouth and fingers, I conked out when he climbed in bed beside me, fully clothed, and pulled me into his arms. I'd slept hard and didn't even stir when he'd, at some point, climbed from the bed. My scrubs were all the clothes I had, so I put on one of Porter's flannel shirts, my knee-high socks so my feet stayed warm and nothing else. My hair was a wild mess since I'd never combed it out after the shower, then falling asleep with it wet. I was rolling up the sleeves when I entered the kitchen. Porter stood in front of the stove stirring something in a big pot. He was in different clothes than what he'd worn to work this morning. There was over a foot of snow on the ground, and he was barefoot in a pair of well-worn jeans and just a t-shirt. Porter cooking was quite the sight, and it wasn't the delicious scents that made my mouth water. He looked to me and smiled. "There's my girl." His gaze heated as he took in every inch of me. He took over fixing the sleeves. "I like you in my shirt." All of a sudden, I felt shy. Earlier, he'd settled between my thighs and had been ravenous, as if my pussy was his only source of sustenance. He'd been insatiable, even, and hadn't done anything about his own pleasure. I glanced at the front of his pants. There was a thick bulge. My pussy clenched, remembering exactly how big he was, and I had to wonder. Don't you need to? He lifted my chin with 2 fingers and I met his eyes. "Say it, sweetness." "Don't you need to come too?" He grinned. "It was all about you earlier." "And now?" I questioned. "I licked your pussy, so you want to suck my dick?" I blushed, thinking about kneeling before him, taking his dick as deep as I could into my mouth. He was huge, and after spending the weekend together, I hadn't done more than lick the pre-cum from the tip. He'd kept me occupied, pleasing him in other ways. I still wasn't sure if I could take him all in my mouth, even if I gripped the base. But I wanted to try, wanted to feel his hands tangle in my hair and pull me closer. I wanted to hear his sounds of pleasure, to feel the power knowing I did it to him. Keep thinking those thoughts, sweetness." I frowned. "How do you know what I'm thinking?" He grinned and slid a knuckle over my jaw. "Besides the flush on your cheeks, your eyes get all foggy and your breathing picks up when you're aroused. Besides, your nipples are poking against my shirt." I glanced down. Traitorous nipples. "You want to suck me off? My dick's all yours. Any time. But right now I want to know how you're feeling." I shrugged, thought of the mess that was my life, but had no new answers. "Any word from Liam?" "Only a text that said they have a warrant for your brother's arrest, but they haven't found him." I frowned, wishing things hadn't turned to this for Tommy. At the same time, I was going to have to figure out how to pay my bills without working for Dr. Metzger. I'm pretty pissed at him at the moment, so he better hide, because if I get my hands on him before Liam does... "Easy, Tiger." He pulled me in for a hug, and I felt a kiss pressed to the top of my head. Against my belly, I felt his dick, long and thick, and it pulsed, swelled. "You don't have to worry about your bills, your mortgage. Liam and I are here to help." The front door opened and closed, followed by the sound of boots hitting the floor. Liam was here, but I didn't pay him much thought. No. All my thoughts were on Porter's words. "You don't have to worry about your bills, your mortgage?" Yeah, right. I pulled back, paced the large kitchen. All the rooms were supersized, perhaps planned that way by Porter since he was so big. Circling the large island, I turned and faced him. "You can't pay my bills for me." I placed my palms on the cool granite as Liam came into the room. He came around and kissed me on the head. "Before you ask, Tommy hasn't been found," he said. "There's nothing new. He's probably hunkered down somewhere." I nodded, thankful he told me right away. Porter kept his gaze on me even as he crossed his arms. "You don't need to kill yourself working 2 jobs when you have 2 men to help with things now." Clearly, he didn't want to talk about Tommy and was like a dog with a dang bone. I pushed Liam away and narrowed my eyes at Porter. "Men? You think me having you and Liam in my life now is going to solve my student loan debt? That's not how it works." "It is if you want to move in here and we pay them for you." My mouth fell open and I stared at him. Then Liam, who still said nothing on the subject, which meant he was in complete agreement, or he knew how to save his own hide. "You don't get it!" I all but shouted. Porter moved and leaned against the counter on his side of the island. "Explain it to me, then. To us," Liam finally said. "I want to know the answer to this, too." I put my hand on my chest. "I give up my house, one of my jobs, and I become beholden to you? Both of you." Porter's eyes narrowed. "You're our woman. You're not beholden to us," he countered. I looked at the ceiling, the recessed lights bright. "You're setting me up to fail. If I rely on you, then what happens when you leave?" Liam stilled. Porter was quiet for a moment, then he spoke, but his voice was low, almost a whisper. "I'm not your father, and I'm not going to bail. I'm not Tommy, and I won't use you. While I didn't put a ring on your finger the other night, I vowed before I fucked you bare that this was forever. I have no intention of leaving, but you seem to think this is temporary." I bit my lip, eyed them both. I want it to be forever, but I'm scared. Men leave. At least they do for me. I can't rely on anyone but myself, especially when it comes to money. I need to be financially independent. This. Porter circled his hand in the air, indicating the three of us. "This is all new, but it's real and deep and serious," he added. "Very fucking serious." Liam concurred. "I hear what you're saying," Porter continued. "But you have to understand you're with two men who put you first. We don't want you to work two jobs, not because we don't want you to be self-reliant, but because you work too much. We wouldn't be who we are if we let you push yourself so hard if we can make things easier." He sighed. "We open your car door for you." I nodded. "You let us because it's the gentlemanly thing to do. Sam goes for walking beside you but closest to the street and carrying grocery bags. We do all of that not because you can't take care of yourself, but because it's the right thing to do. You're our woman, and it's our job to take care of you. And our mothers would kick our asses if they heard we behaved otherwise," Liam added. He looked to me. "Who helped me stuff and lick all those envelopes for the mill levy survey?" "I did," I said. Before Election Day, the sheriff's department had to send out notices to everyone in a certain mill district about a measure on the ballot. Liam had been tasked with the job, but I'd gone to the station to help him one rainy Saturday. We'd done that instead of going to lunch and a movie. "Why did you help?" I frowned. "Because there were thousands of them and you would have worked all weekend." The corner of Liam's mouth went up. "Did you help because you thought I couldn't do it?" "No, of course not." I shook my head. The idea was actually silly. "You needed help." He came over, tapped the tip of my nose. "Exactly. You're working at Dr. Metzger's office and the hospital so you can pay off your debts. No other reason. We want to help you with that not because you can't do it, but because helping will make it easier for you." I relaxed, let the anger fade. They were just trying to be nice. Like they said, gentlemanly. Still. "I understand your point, but there's a big difference between money and licking things." Liam's eyebrows went up. "I've got something you can lick." I laughed and rolled my eyes, the tension diffused. "It's all about trust, sweetness," Porter said, coming around the island, stepping close enough to settle his hand on my waist. "We've all fallen hard and fast, but we'll work on it." My heart thudded and I glanced between the two of them. We might have been hot and heavy all weekend. They might have vowed forever, but this was the first time they'd said how they felt about me. "You've fallen for me?" They stared at me as if I'd grown a second head. Liam put his hands on his hips, stared at the floor for a minute, then looked at me. "I don't know if I should spank you or fuck you so you know how I feel about you. Woman, I'm sharing you because I love you." "Perhaps spank, then fuck," Porter offered. He tipped up my chin. "We said forever. We claimed you, fucked you bare. Of course we've fallen for you. I love you, Jillian Murphy." A feeling of lightness, happiness, elation pumped through my veins, and I couldn't help the smile. Well, I love you too. Both men beamed as if their favorite football team just won the Super Bowl.
Love is why we want to make things easier, not because we're men, Porter said.
Liam chuckled.
Well, I hope you love us because we're men. Otherwise, we need to have a talk. I'd say being in love is a good start toward trust, huh?
Liam asked.
Definitely,
Porter added.
You might not trust us merging bank accounts, but you trust us with your body, giving you pleasure. That's far more precious to me. Liam, you should have seen her earlier. Naked, legs over my shoulders, writhing as I ate her pussy.
Liam groaned and moved in on my other side. I could feel my cheeks heat. I thought a gentleman didn't kiss and tell.
I share you with Liam, Porter countered. No one else. Like right now?
Liam said, his voice dropping deep in what I now thought of as his sexy voice. His finger slid down my neck and across my shoulder, moving the flannel to expose a few inches of my skin.
2 dicks, baby. Right now. Where do you want them?
Porter brought his finger up to my lips, tapped.
Here?
He switched directions and worked it down the center of my body, between my breasts, circled my belly button, then moved lower and dipped into my pussy. He groaned, probably feeling how wet I was, and said,
Here?
I shivered in anticipation of here or here. As he continued to slowly finger fuck me, Liam's hand slid up my thigh, lifting the shirt and cupping my bottom, his thumb dipping between my cheeks. He found my back entrance, and I gasped. While his touch was gossamer soft, I went up on my tiptoes, surprised by the burst of heat and sensation. He was touching me. There.
Or here. Chapter 12. Liam. Seeing Jill in Porter's shirt had made me stop in the kitchen doorway. The flannel was an obvious sign that Porter had gotten her out of her scrubs. That, combined with her hair mussed and her cheeks flushed, was evidence she'd been fucked and fucked well. The feeling in my chest wasn't jealousy, but something else entirely. Fear. If Jill could be so well satisfied by Porter, why did she need me? Irrational feelings, I knew, but they lingered. Even after a weekend where we'd gotten to know each other even more, in bed and out. Friday night, after we'd had our way with her for a few hours, she slept in Porter's bed, wrapped in his arms while I took the guest room. Saturday morning, when the sun was just coming up, I picked her up, carried her back to my bed, and fucked her, kept her well occupied until lunch. Porter had left us alone to play on our own. Saturday night, she slept with me. Well, sleep wasn't the right word since I'd stayed between her lush thighs for hours. Then she pretty much passed out. On Sunday, while watching football, Liam and I had passed Jill back and forth from his spot in his favorite recliner, in front of the big flat screen, and to me on the couch, playing, fucking. She slept with Porter that night before leaving for work this morning. I'd heard his headboard slamming into the wall, her cries of pleasure. Knew she was well taken care of. Between all of that, Jill didn't play favorites and seemed to want us both equally. But fucking didn't make everything right. For as I'd hung up my coat and ditched my boots by the front door, I'd heard them having a heated conversation. Now, knowing she had issues becoming financially dependent, we had to be careful. No way would she continue killing herself with 2 jobs, but she was prickly as fuck about it. She might not admit it to herself, even after saying she loved us and wanted forever, we'd be living together soon enough. Her house was too small for Porter to move around in. Hell, it was tight for me too. And when we had kids, it was just too small. Porter's house would work, plenty of bedrooms and plenty of land, or someplace else. While the Hogan Ranch belonged to me and my brother equally, the main house was his new home. Since there was plenty of acreage, I could build a place of my own easily enough without getting in his way. Where we lived with Jill wasn't the issue. It was when. She was protecting her heart. It was obvious. She'd admitted she was scared. Love was fucking scary, but it was worth it. Jill was worth it. And the way she'd responded to us so passionately and with complete abandon, she was perfect. I could tell by the way she went up on her toes as my thumb brushed over her tight asshole that I'd surprised her. "Ever had a dick in your ass?" I asked, kissing along her shoulder. She smelled like Porter's soap, but beneath all sweet warm Jill.
"No,"
she breathed, rolling her hips as Porter worked his finger in her pussy, only to have her shifty nudge the tip of my thumb against her tight rosebud a little harder. Her head fell back against my chest, her eyes closed. But, oh God. No doubt she could come from this, from our finger play, but this wasn't what I wanted. It was time to see if she liked a little ass play, because eventually we'd take her together. I dreamed of her being between us and having us in her pussy and ass at the same time. 2 men, 2 dicks at once. All weekend long we didn't even mention ass play. There was enough we wanted to do with Jill to leave that out. But now, it was time to see how she liked it, because ass play was something I really liked and wanted to do with Jill. Just thinking of getting my dick in that tight hole had me rock hard. I looked to Porter and he nodded. But what, sweetness? He asked. No, I haven't been fucked in the ass. She licked her lips and I watched her face. But I prepared myself for both of you. Porter's hand stilled and I froze. Porter's eyes held the same mix of surprise and confusion as I felt. Prepared? I asked. My dick, which was already hard, now had a zipper mark in it from my jeans. Shit. Porter slipped his finger from her and she whimpered. Her eyes opened. She blushed a fiery shade of red. I told you I wanted both of you all along, but was too afraid to say. We nodded and watched her fidget. Well, I ordered a butt plug set online and used them. Porter stepped back, crossed his arms over his chest. He looked so serious, as if he were cross-examining a witness in the courtroom, but the way his dick bulged in the front of his pants ruined the effect. Are you telling me you were walking around with a plug in your ass while we were dating? What? Her eyes were like saucers. No, of course not. Well, you saw me on the couch. You had a plug in your ass then? I asked. Holy fucking shit. Our girl had been playing with herself while her ass had been filled. She shook her head. God, I'm messing this up. Not that time, but other times when I touched myself in bed, I put one in to see what it was like. Holy shit. I muttered, this time aloud, imagining her on the top of her bed, on hands and knees reaching back and working one deep inside that virgin hole. Our girl was an anal tease. You liked it, I'm assuming. Made yourself come with your ass crammed full, if you did it more than once. I didn't think it was possible for her to get any redder, but she did. She nodded. Porter turned on his heel, flipped off the burner on the stove, then called over his shoulder as he left the kitchen. Meet me in the family room. I took Jill's hand and I had just pulled her down onto my lap on the couch when Porter returned, placing a bright pink silicone butt plug, still in its packaging, and a small bottle of lubricant beside it. I got this to get you ready for us. I was going to wait a little while since we hadn't even fucked you together yet. He's right, I said, sliding her flannel off her shoulders so I could kiss it. The top swells of her bare breasts were visible. Porter's fucked you, baby. I've fucked you. But we've never taken you at the same time. Only our fingers in the garage that first night. We'd never exactly talked about it, but fucking her solo had been to get her used to the idea of a threesome relationship. To fool around, to play and fuck with someone else watching. It was for Porter and me too. It wasn't like we were used to being with a woman with someone else around. Now I was comfortable watching as Porter fucked Jill, and probably he felt the same way. But this relationship wasn't about exhibitionism. It was about a threesome. That changes now, Porter added. He glanced at me, but I didn't have to say a word. We were in sync on this. It was time to claim our girl together. It's time to get 2 sets of fans, 2 mouths, 2 dicks involved in making you come. You're going to fuck my ass now? Her words were a breathless squeak, as if she was equally excited and afraid. Do you want your ass fucked now? I asked, held my breath. I'd never taken a woman's ass before, only played. Fingers, toys, but that was it. If this was what she wanted, hell, I'd happily give it to her because I wanted it too. If you have needs, baby, it's our job to take care of them. I undid the top button of her shirt. The garment was so big it was all that was keeping it on her shoulders, and the flannel pooled around her waist. Leaning her back, I took a nipple into my mouth, sucked until she gasped, until her hands went to my hair. "How about this, sweetness?" Porter said as I switched between one breast and the other. As I played with Jill, he ripped open the toy's package. "We watch you work this pretty pink plug into your ass, then Liam will fuck your pussy while I fuck your mouth. All your holes filled." She whimpered and writhed in my lap. Oh yeah, she liked the idea. In fact, her pussy juices were getting my pants all wet. Plug filling her now, our cocks soon. Shit, I was going to come, but I wanted to do it in her. I wanted to grip her hips from behind, thrust deep, and watch as she licked Porter's dick like a lollipop. I lifted my head, stood easily with Jill in my arms, then turned to place her on the couch on her knees. I pushed the loose sleeves down her arms so she was free of the shirt, having it settle about her bent knees. She was bare except for some cute socks. Hands on the back of the couch. She reached up, did as I said. Porter and I paused to look our fill. A naked Jill on her knees facing the back of the couch was an incredible sight. Porter went around to the other side of the couch so we faced our girl and held up the plug and lube. "We want to watch you put this in, but we'll help you if you want that instead. Your choice, sweetness." Her head was tipped back to meet Porter's eyes. She licked her lips. I want help with the lube, getting all slick. Then I can put it in." Porter held the lube out to me and I took it, flipped open the lid. Holding the small bottle over the very base of her spine, I let some drizzle down onto her crack. "Spread your legs a little wider," I told her, and she complied. I couldn't miss her wet pussy and above the tight ring that was now covered in lube. Gently pressing the tip of one finger to her virgin entrance, I swirled the lube around, then began to press in. While she'd played here before, she'd done it solo. This was the first time she'd had someone touch her like this, so I had to be careful. She liked it, and that had made her interested in doing it with us. Hell, she'd made herself come thinking of us as she had a plug in nice and snug. But getting a guy involved, or two guys, was different. I didn't want to push her in the wrong direction, only pleasure for Jill. I saw her fingers tighten on the back of the couch, but she thrust her ass back toward me and I slid inside. She gasped, her head falling back as she clenched around me instinctively. "That's it, baby. Such a good girl." I squeezed more lube onto my finger, worked it into her. I'd coat the plug thoroughly, but this was to wake up all those nerve endings I knew were now making her wiggle and squirm, making her nipples tight little peaks. Porter handed me the plug, and I slipped from her to cover it with the glistening lubricant. With my free hand, I slid my fingers down her spine in a gentle caress, then cupped her ass. "Doing okay, baby?" I asked, my voice soft. "Yes, I'm ready," she breathed. Porter stood before her quiet, eyes on what I was doing, waiting. No doubt he wanted in her mouth just as much as I wanted in her pussy, but we'd wait. It was all about Jill. Using my thumb, I parted her ass cheek a bit to expose that tight hole. Both of us watched as she reached back, took the toy from me, and pressed the soft silicone plug against her entrance, slowly working it in. Holy shit, that was fucking hot. Porter leaned forward and talked with her as she worked it in. He praised her, how gorgeous she was, how proud he was of her taking both of us, telling her men what she liked, what she needed. At first it looked as if her body resisted, but she exhaled and it slid right in. She gasped and her eyes widened. I brought my hand down on her upturned ass, giving her a light spank. She looked over her shoulder at me, then grinned. Oh yeah, the plug was small, but she'd put it in easily. I had to wonder what size she'd used on herself. She'd be ready for a bigger one, or even our dicks the next time. "Ready for more?" I asked, tugging off my shirt and opening my jeans. There was no time to take off anything else. She nodded and wiggled her ass in invitation. Porter opened his pants, pulled out his cock, stroked it. "Open up, sweetness." "I'll grip the base so you don't have to take too much." He was big, really big. Getting in Jill's throat would feel like heaven, but not if it was too much. We might be getting in 3 of her holes, but this wasn't porn. Porter stepped close and Jill leaned forward, licked the head of his dick. He groaned, stroked her hair as she began to play. While it was so fucking hot seeing Jill suck Porter's cock, my own cock was ready to play too. The couch was the perfect height for this, elevating Jill enough so she was at the right height to suck Porter. I could stand right behind her and slide right into her pussy. With the phalange of the pink plug parting her cheeks and her pussy all dark, pink, and glistening, she was stunning, and sexy as hell. My balls ached to fill her up. Moving close, I put a hand on her hip as I held my dick and coated the tip with all her sticky honey. I glanced at Porter, who nodded, stilling his motions to shallowly fuck her mouth. In one slow thrust, I filled her all the way. The entry shifted her forward, and she took Porter into where he had his hand wrapped. She moaned, and Porter hissed and shut his eyes. Fuck, sweetness. Those vibrations are going to make me come. She did it again as she looked up at him. With her mouth full, she couldn't smile, but I knew she was almost teasing him. I gave her ass another swat, pulled back and plunged deep. This time the sound that escaped her hadn't been intentional. She felt too good. Tight, hot, and she fit around me like a glove. I wasn't going to last. Seeing her like this, taking both her men at the same time, was hotter than I'd ever imagined. And the plug in her ass, it was my turn to groan. We had all night, and so this would be a warm-up. We'd get her between us in bed and keep on going. Finding her clit, I circled it with my thumb as I fucked her with the drive and need to come. I was losing my focus as my orgasm drew up my balls. Your mouth's too good, sweetness. I'm going to come. Porter warned, so she could be ready to swallow. He came on a harsh growl, and I watched Jill's throat work as she swallowed and swallowed. When his balls were empty, he pulled from her mouth and stroked back her hair. Now I could hear her scream when she came. I intensified my play on her clit as I fucked her. Hard, deep, our bodies slapping together. Her inner walls rippled and clenched around me as she came. Her head tossed back, her long hair a cascade over her bare back. She cried out, her body almost shaking with the intensity of her release. I tapped the base of the plug and she clenched even tighter. It was as if she were pulling me into her pussy even deeper, milking the cum from my balls. I couldn't hold back a second longer. Slapping my hand down on the back of the couch, I pressed my body over hers, held myself as deep inside her as I could go, and gave over. The pleasure had black dots dance before my eyes, my breath catch, my muscles go rigid. I was lost in Jill, and I never wanted to be found.
Chapter 13. Jill. I held off my BFF Parker Drew as long as I could. Porter had too, but they worked together, and it had been like shooting fish in a barrel for her. From what she told me, she'd cornered him in the office and told him we were having a girls' night tonight. He and Liam could pick me up at Cassidy's when we were done, but not a second sooner. Clearly she wanted the 411 and wouldn't be delayed any longer. She knew we were together, knew I'd spent the entire weekend with them. She knew Tommy had broken into Dr. Metzger's office. Hell, everyone in town probably knew both those things. But she wanted every single dirty detail, and I wasn't talking about Tommy. So after my shift in the recovery room, since I had been cleared of any wrongdoing in the break-in, the hospital had no reason to fire me. I drove home, showered and changed, and met Parker at Cassidy's. Being Tuesday, it wasn't very busy, only a small dinner crowd and a few who were there for happy hour. I found her in a booth in the back with Ava and Caitlin, the two other women who'd also claimed a Duke man and another. It appeared to be a Duke woman get-together, and since I was with Porter, I was in the club. "Spill?" Parker said as I took off my coat and hung it on the hook on the side of the booth with the others. I laughed. "At least let me sit down first." I slid in beside her and said hi to Caitlin and Ava. I knew Caitlin from elementary school, but she'd moved away when I was perhaps in 9th grade. Her father had hurt Mr. and Mrs. Duke, Porter's aunt and uncle, not his parents, when we were little. He died a few years ago, and she'd chosen to move back to Rains from where she'd grown up with her aunt in California. She was the town librarian and was dating Duke and Jed. Dating wasn't the right word since they were living together and were hot and heavy. Ava lived with Tucker and Colton on the Duke Ranch, and I'd heard that Parker's mom now worked for her at the Feed and Seed. Parker pushed a beer in front of me. "You're sitting, you've got a drink, now talk." I couldn't help but grin. "What do you want to know exactly?" "Are they good?" Parker asked, waggling her eyebrows. "Of course they're good," Caitlin replied, pushing her glasses up her nose. "We want to know how good," Ava clarified. I blushed. I could feel it. "Well, they're really good." All three of them groaned and Parker slid my pint glass back in front of her. No talk, no beer. Fine, fine. Let's just say 2 months of just kissing was the longest foreplay ever. Parker pushed the glass back my way and I took a sip before she could take it away again. Let me ask you guys. They were staring at me intently. I leaned forward and they followed, our heads close over the table. When you first had sex? I said, my voice above a whisper to be heard over the music, but not at the next table. Did you do it together? I swirled the condensation on my glass. As in, together? Caitlin and Ava across from me were thoughtful for a moment. For me, yes. Well, sort of yes. The first night we met, we didn't exactly have sex because I learned who Duke was before we got that far. She swiped her hand through the air. That's another story for another night. But they did touch me together, made me come. So it wasn't one of them getting you off while the other watched? I replied. She shook her head. Oh no, they both get credit for doing that. Caitlin was talking about the first time they fooled around. The first time I had sex with Colton and Tucker, they took turns. Colton went first, but Tucker was watching. Then he had his turn. She grinned. In the kitchen. Parker and Caitlin laughed and had heads turning our way. I was thinking about Sunday afternoon and Porter lifting me up and placing me on the kitchen island, settling himself between my parted legs and fucking me. The size difference between us didn't matter at that height. In fact, he slid right into me without even having to bend his knees. We looked to Parker next. The first time, they were all in on it. I blinked. You fucked 3 men at once the first time? I whispered. She grinned, rolled her eyes. That's your question? Then no. Kemp fucked me first with Gus and Poe holding me open for him. They were all involved, but it wasn't like I had 3 holes filled at once. Caitlin fanned herself while I felt my cheeks get hotter. Parker had no issue with oversharing. Did you? Caitlin asked. Is that why you're asking, Jill? I shook my head. They were on me all weekend, but it was one at a time. Like Porter would watch me with Liam and vice versa. Or they'd have me alone, but never at the same time until last night. I just wanted to make sure that was normal. Parker patted my shoulder. Normal? If you want normal, you need to go date some guy besides a Duke. Caitlin and Ava nodded, tapped their glasses. Ava's filled with beer, Caitlin's with iced tea, together in agreement. They adore you, Jill, Ava said, reaching out and putting her hand on top of mine. Seriously, they've been panting after you for months. Months, Caitlin repeated, nodding. I love them too, I admitted. What is it then? Parker asked. Too bossy? Dominant, Ava added. Alpha? Caitlin threw out there. All of the above. Again, totally a Duke thing. But they love you and want to take care of you and have made you the center of their world. I gave a slight shrug, but thought of the way Porter constantly checked on me, if not verbally, at least with his eyes. They catered to my every whim, not because I was an invalid or a child, because they wanted to see me smile. They made me come first, every time. They opened doors for me, helped me with my seatbelt, made sure I'd eaten. And they could be bossy. I have baggage, I admitted. You heard what my brother did. They nodded. Yeah, just as I thought. The whole town must know. My father drove drunk and almost killed Mr. and Mrs. Duke. Talk about baggage. Caitlin admitted. I'm not my father and you're not Tommy. That was a good point. What her father did. God, it had been horrible and he'd gone to jail. I didn't blame Caitlin for it. I got her point. Tommy's mess was just that. Tommy's mess. I sighed, thought of Porter and Liam. My heart stuttered, but I smiled. I love them. All 3 women cheered as if a group of people suddenly rushed over with a bunch of balloons and a huge Publishers Clearinghouse check. I couldn't help but grin as Ava showed us her ring and we moved on to talking about possible summer wedding dates. Since I had to be at the hospital first thing in the morning, we made it an early night. We texted our men letting them know we were all done. I decided to go to the ladies' room before we left. In the back hallway, there was a man leaning against the wall. He stepped into my path and I stopped, suddenly nervous. He wasn't as big as Liam, but he was solid. He wore a baseball cap over his face, a big black jacket, and dark jeans. It was his eyes, though. No warmth in their depths that had me taking a step back. I saw movement out of the corner of my eye and realized another man had come up behind me. He was short but built like a barrel. His nose had been broken a few times and never fixed. He grinned and not in a kind way. "Easy, Joe Murphy," the guy in front of me said. I spun back to stare at him, wide-eyed and petrified. "We're not gonna hurt you. We just want to talk about Tommy." My stomach jumped into my throat. Oh, God. Who were these men? What had they done with Tommy? I turned so my back was to the wall instead of one of the men. The bathrooms were to the right, the main restaurant area to the left, but the men blocked both. While I could hear the music from the jukebox and knew people were out there, no one was nearby. "What do you want?" I said. I could scream, but I wasn't sure what they'd do. Did they have guns tucked away in their coats? Knives? As long as they didn't drag me out the back door, I was safe. Safe-ish. "Your brother owes us some money." The guy's lips were chapped and he hadn't shaved in a few days. Strange the things you notice when you were freaking out. "I don't have any money," I replied. "My car's over 15 years old. I work 2 jobs. "That's right," he replied. 2 jobs. 2 places to get drugs to pay off his debt. "You mean the hospital?" I asked. I shook my head. "Drugs are kept in those big machines with codes and scanners." "A little at a time from your patients. You've got pockets." "I work in recovery," I countered. "Everyone's just come from surgery with IVs. There aren't any pills." "Morphine works. I'm sure you can find some Moxie." I shook my head. "I can't. It's impossible. Maybe a pill here and there, but that's it." They grinned and nodded. "You can. Your brother went into hiding and hasn't been able to pay, so you will." They stepped closer, loomed. I swallowed down my fear. "If not the hospital, then go back to your doctor." It seemed the one guy was the leader, the other just backup because he hadn't said a word. "Get on her computer and send prescriptions to the pharmacy for fake patients for us to pick up." "That's illegal." Duh. God, that was a dumb thing to say. Of course it was illegal. These were bad men who didn't give a shit about the law. "For you." Oh God, I was the one who was going to get caught, not them. They weren't getting their hands dirty at all. "But you're fucking the sheriff and the DA, right? They won't arrest you if they're getting pussy. Do this or your brother's going to be found piece by piece across the county. Tell them about our little chat and you'll both be found by the wolves." I gulped. No wonder Tommy had been so frantic to get into Dr. Metzger's office. "This is our little secret, right? Tell your men and we kill your brother, then you." He patted my shoulder and they walked off together. "We'll be in touch." Chapter 14. Jill. I sagged against the wall as my heart was beating out of my chest. Oh my God. What was I going to do? I pulled my phone from my purse, pressed Tommy's number with shaky fingers. It went right to voicemail. I hung up, shoved the phone away. Shit. A woman came down the hall, smiled at me as she made her way to the bathroom. I realized then I'd been gone for a while. Liam. Oh shit. He was coming from the station to pick me up. I took a deep breath, then another as I made my way back through the restaurant. Liam was walking toward me, a big grin on his face. I didn't see the others, so I had to assume they'd already left. God, he looked so good, so handsome in his jeans and heavy coat. He took his hat off when he saw me. I wanted to wrap my arms around him, have him hug me close, kiss the top of my head. I wanted to hear his heartbeat as I pressed my head into his chest, breathed in his clean scent. But no, I couldn't let him do that. He was the sheriff. I was going to have to break the law, or Tommy would be cut up into little bits. Then there was Porter. It was his job to prosecute criminals, to put them in jail. They were both on the right side of the law. They worked for justice, for keeping the peace. And they were dating a soon-to-be criminal. What was I going to do? I couldn't tell them the truth, not yet, not now. I had to think this through. If I didn't do what those men wanted, they'd kill Tommy. If I did, then I could ruin both their careers. "Hey, baby." His smile slipped when he got a close look at me. "What's the matter?" I had to think of something fast, of some excuse as to why I was all freaked out, miserable, scared. I was a horrible actress, and there was no way I could fake being all right after that. I got my period. I've got some horrible cramps. He frowned but didn't bolt like some guys would have at the mention of girl stuff. Fortunately, it seemed he wasn't knowledgeable enough about an IUD to know I hadn't had a period in years. Okay, let's get you home and what? Need some aspirin and a heating pad? Can you just take me home? To my house? I clarified. It was easy to feign miserable cramps when I felt miserable. I've got everything I need there, and I'm not very good company right now. I wanted to throw the covers of my own bed over my head and think. Hide. He wrapped an arm around my shoulder and steered me toward the door. Sure, but I'm staying with you. No way will I leave my girl alone when she's hurting. I almost started crying then because he was so fucking sweet, but willed it back. An hour later, I was spooned up against a sleeping Liam in my bed. He hadn't done anything except kiss me sweetly and pull me into his arms. Porter had called and hoped I felt better, but he had said he was glad Liam was with me. 2 caring men. They loved me, but they wouldn't soon enough when I broke the law. As I listened to Liam's deep breathing, I stared at the dark walls and wondered what I was going to do. I made it through my shift at the hospital, thankful the number of scheduled surgeries was small. Both Liam and Porter had texted to check in. It had been easy to reply on a break since the messages were short and easy to fake. Over lunch, I went into one of the emergency stairwells and tried calling Tommy again. To my surprise, he answered. Hey, sis. Tommy, are you all right? I asked. I'm fine. Where are you? What, you want to sick your boyfriends on me? I pulled my cell away from my head and stared at it for a few seconds. No, I thought maybe 2 guys, one with a crooked nose, might have found you. Now he was quiet. Do what they say, Julie. Yeah, I figured that out, I muttered. If I knew what they looked like, then that meant I'd talked with them. Tommy didn't even ask me if I was all right or mad because they'd approached me, threatened me. They're going to hurt me if you don't. If there was a possibility of a brain transplant, it was my brother who had gotten one. Who was this guy talking to me? I didn't hear anything of my little brother in him. Hurt you? They threatened me, Tommy. You've got the sheriff and the prosecutor to protect you from jail. Just get the scripts and everything will be fine. I had to wonder if he'd given them the idea of me writing fake prescriptions. For how long? You think they're the kind of guys who will ever let me stop? Look, sis, I like my fingers attached. What's a few prescriptions? It's my nursing license, Tommy, I snapped. Not only can I be arrested, but I can lose my career, my livelihood. I paced back and forth across the concrete landing. Dr. Metzger hasn't even said if I should come in tomorrow. I'm probably fired, and that means I can't pay the bills, the mortgage. I could lose the house, Tommy. You're fucking 2 guys who can make it all go away. Smart thinking. I was stunned and insulted and hurt and pissed. You know what? You got yourself into this. Why don't you get the money? Get a job and earn it. Or leave town. Run. Get away from all the stuff you're involved in. Look, Jilly, I've got to go. Talk soon. The line went dead. I shoved my cell into my scrub-top pocket next to my notepad and pen. I made a funny scream sound that echoed off the concrete walls as I tugged at my hair. How dare Tommy say that? How dare he call what I had with Liam and Porter something so tawdry? God, he wanted me to risk my career, my relationship, everything just so he didn't have to face the consequences of his mistakes. But they were going to kill him. And me. What could I do? Not do what they wanted and just go right on living, watching my back so I wouldn't be grabbed and chopped up into pieces? Tell the guys to fuck off and that they'd kill Tommy? Maybe me too? I sat down on a cold step, put my elbows on my knees. I could tell Liam and Porter what was going on, but the men said they'd kill Tommy and I believed them. No matter how much I hated him right now, I didn't want him dead. I couldn't live with that. I was screwed. Write fake prescriptions or my brother dies. I die. But a relationship with Liam and Porter was out of the question. I couldn't drag them into this. Their careers could be ruined. Their actions would be scrutinized. People would believe they'd been helping me, or at least bending the rules for the woman they loved. Liam would be removed from office. Porter could be disbarred. It wasn't fair to them that they be with me. Tears filled my eyes and I blinked them back. God, for the first time in my life, I relied on someone else. Two someones, put hope in a relationship, in love. And just like with Mom, it was ruined. Of course, she had no choice with cancer. I had a choice now. I had to leave town, run away. I couldn't do what the men wanted. I couldn't write fake prescriptions, couldn't imagine where the drugs would end up, who would be hooked or hurt by my actions. I couldn't stay in Rains and see Liam and Porter, watch them move on with another woman. If I left, they couldn't hurt me. And if I told Tommy to run too, then maybe he would listen. Maybe he'd have a chance. I pulled out my cell, sent a text to him. Me. They'll come after you. Run. I stood, took a deep breath, let it out. Tried to push down the heartache, the pain I felt at having everything then losing it all. After my shift, I'd go to the ATM, get the $200 I had in savings, go home, pack my car with whatever would fit, and leave.
Chapter 15. Porter. By the time I got to the station and sat down across from Tommy Murphy in the interrogation room, it also served as a meeting room since the place was so small. Liam had been grilling him for over an hour. The resemblance between brother and sister was obvious. Jill and Tommy had the same dark hair, eyes, and face shape. But that was where it ended. Tommy was tall, lean-muscled, and wiry, where his sister was petite and had soft curves. Jill smiled with her eyes and had deep concern and affection for everyone. She was a giver, a nurturer, and she'd wasted her time and energy on this fucker. Tommy sneered, his eyes cold. His arms were across his chest as he slouched in his chair, an overly confident posture for one who'd been arrested for breaking and entering with the intent to commit a felony. His hair was long and unruly, greasy, as if he hadn't showered in a few days. He had on a University of Montana hoodie sweatshirt 2 sizes too big, a pair of jeans with a rip in the knee and sneakers. When I rested my forearms on the table and stared him down, he didn't even flinch. Liam was equally relaxed, no doubt acting calm when he wanted to throttle the fucker. But he had procedure to follow. The sheriff couldn't beat up a suspect, no matter how much he wanted to. "Let's recap for the DA, shall we?" Liam said. Tommy rolled his eyes. "Whatever. Porter Duke, District Attorney of Rains County, has now joined the interview," Liam said in a clear voice for the recording. "Tommy says he was in bed sleeping at the time of the robbery. Bullshit. Especially since Jill had the voicemail with him admitting the crime. I understand you owe people some money," I said instead. Tommy shrugged. "You've got a mortgage, right? You owe people some money too." $10,000, your sister says. I continued. "It's all fine. Jilly's helping me out." I sat and stared at him, my eyebrow raised. "By letting you clean out her house? What else are you going to pawn?" He picked out a hangnail on his thumb. "It's just meaningless stuff. Electronics, old jewelry. It's not like Jill needs it. She's never home. Because she works all the time." "How's she helping you out?" Liam asked. "Besides paying off the remainder of her mom's medical bills all by herself." For the first time, Tommy looked away. "It's not like she's going to get into trouble. She's fucking the two of you. She got off with a break-in free and clear." I glanced at Liam. "She didn't break into Dr. Metzger's office," he said, leaving off the fact that we were her alibi. Tommy shook his head. "Yeah, and even though her alarm code was used, she still got a job. Nothing happened to her." I hadn't heard if she got her job back or not. He was too cocky with his sister's life. "What are you saying? She gave you the code?" I asked. "That she's your accomplice?" Tommy shrugged, scratched his head. "Like I said, she knew you'd help her out. I mean, I am her brother." I instantly thought of Sierra, the woman who had a relationship with me, to get out of going to prison. It had worked, her case thrown out because of a technicality, which was me fucking her. And that had gotten me fired, and I'd had to return to Rains, tail between my legs. I hadn't tried to get serious with a woman after that until Joe. Jill loved her brother, perhaps too much for how he treated her, but he was all she had. With her mom dying of cancer, her dad bolting when she was a little kid, she craved family. She'd do anything for Tommy. I'd seen the way she resigned herself to retrieving her mom's pin from the pawnbroker, forking over her own cash to get it back. Shit. While I didn't have any siblings, if one of my cousins pulled that shit, I'd have beat the crap out of him. She hadn't cut Tommy off, changed the locks on the house, stopped giving him cash. She was an enabler, but to what extent? What else is Jill doing to get money for you? Tommy leaned forward, grinned. It's pretty tight. I mean, writing fake scripts is a pretty sweet plan, especially getting in with you two with the get-out-of-jail-free card dangling from your dicks. Holy fuck. Writing fake prescriptions? That was a worse offense than breaking and entering, and she was getting away with it. Clearly Dr. Metzger didn't know. Hell, we were fucking her and we didn't know. God, she was good. She switched from dating to fucking just so she could keep herself out of jail. And both of us. The sheriff and the DA. Don't disrespect your sister by talking about her like that. Liam snarled. Tommy held up his hands in surrender. Whatever, man, just telling it like I see it. I mean, if I swung the other way, I'd fuck both of you too. Liam's fists clenched, and I was impressed with his restraint. I was too distracted by what Jill had done to me. Was still doing. How long's this been going on? Liam asked, his voice deep, almost a growl. Tommy shrugged. Recent. How long you two been banging her? Where's the proof? Liam asked. He tipped his chin, indicating the plastic container on the table that had the things from his pockets when he was brought in. She texted me earlier. Told me to watch out for you. I handed him the phone and he ran his fingers over it, then dropped it on the table. Liam picked it up, read it, and then handed the cell to me. Jill. They'll come after you. Run. I glanced at Liam, his jaw clenched, eyes narrowed. Fuck. Jill had warned Tommy the sheriff's department was closing in, telling him to flee the cops. I stood, loomed over Tommy. His dark eyes widened, but he grinned even bigger. I wanted to punch the fucker, but I had to deal with Jill. Liam could get the pleasure of tossing him into a cell. I'd fallen for it again. Jill wasn't so sweet after all. Oh, her pussy tasted like candy, but that wasn't all I wanted from her. And I'd hoped for her heart, but all I got was the shaft. At least this time I learned the truth early enough. I could recuse myself. Get one of the ADAs to take her case when she was brought before the judge. Because Jill was going down, and it wasn't to her knees to suck me off. Jill. The car was packed. I filled 2 beat-up suitcases with clothes and things I'd need wherever I settled. The cash from the ATM along with my credit cards would have to hold me over until I found a job. I'd head south. No sense staying in cold any longer than I had to. Arizona, maybe. It wouldn't be snowing outside like it was here. The wind rattled the shutters and I knew we'd have inches overnight. Time to hit the road before it got even worse. I set the thermostat down and ate whatever random bits of food were left in the fridge for dinner. I was tugging on my coat when the doorbell rang. After the awful men cornered me at Cassidy's, I was beyond nervous. When I saw it was Porter through the peephole, I was relieved. Well, relieved I wasn't going to be killed. But I didn't want to see him. How was I going to say goodbye? How was I going to tell him I loved him too much to be with him? My heart actually hurt as I opened the door. He stepped in and I closed the door behind him, a few flakes following. Hi, I said lamely. When were you going to tell us, Jill? Porter asked. I stared at him wide-eyed. He knew I was leaving? Well, You weren't going to, were you? He sounded angry. He looked angry. There was no tender smile, eyes that held love, heat. Now he was tense, hard, cold, and not from the growing storm outside. I shook my head. I thought you were the one. He ran his hand through his damp hair, the snow that had collected on the walk from his SUV having melted. Fuck, I was wrong. I fell for it. I fell for you. Tears filled my eyes at his harsh words. It was better he be mad at me. It would be easier for him to move on if he hated me. I hadn't done anything wrong, yet, but that didn't matter. I'm sorry, I replied meekly. No, you're not. You're on your own. No, you've got Tommy. Don't come to me when the shit hits the fan, sweetness, because it will. With that, he tugged open the door and left. I watched as he stormed down my walk and climbed into his huge SUV and drove away. I closed the door, leaned against it, and slid down to the floor and cried.
Porter hated me. Liam probably did too. Tommy was never going to turn his life around. I just had to hope he was arrested before the men from Cassidy's caught up with him. I'd warned him to get out of town. I just had to hope he listened. I couldn't be responsible anymore. I had to take care of myself, just like I always had. I picked myself up, grabbed my coat, my keys, climbed in my car. I was alone. As I drove out of town toward Clayton and the interstate, I realized I'd only really been with Liam and Porter for 5 days, so not much had changed. I was exactly the same, except for one thing: a broken heart.
Chapter 16. Liam. Fuck, what a day. I ran my hand over the back of my neck as I opened Porter's fridge and pulled out a beer. I popped the top and tossed it in the trash under the sink. All I wanted to do was settle on the couch with Jill in my lap and watch a movie. When had I turned into an old fart? Oh yeah, when I fell in love. A good one, though, I continued. Tommy's a small fish. We got him, but he gave us 2 others for a lighter sentence. That kid's a little shit thinking only of himself. Whatever. I'm off duty, so to make us forget it all, I stopped by the adult store and got our girl a little, well, not so little jeweled plug. I think she'll look gorgeous with a bright green gem parting her ass cheeks. My cock went hard just thinking about her on all fours on Porter's ottoman. Ass up, her ass beautifully plugged. I took a long swig. Fuck, that tasted good. I turned and finally looked at Porter. He was leaning against the counter, staring out the windows that lined one wall of the great room, although it was too dark out to even see the snow coming down. You're too uptight to have been in our girl. Is she in the tub? I want to tell her the latest. She's not our girl. I frowned, looked around. I didn't see Jill, didn't smell her shampoo. Hell, it didn't feel like she was even here. It was a little woo-woo to even sense that, but I did. Where is she? I asked him straight. He looked at me and shrugged. Her house. Okay. I said the word slowly, clearly missing something. Why the fuck is she over there? I can go get her. She shouldn't be driving in this. He looked me in the eye. She's at her house because it's over. Over? I repeated. Was he drunk? That was the only thing I could think of, even though he didn't even drink. She used us. I frowned and he continued. She admitted she was writing fake scripts just like her brother said. I set my beer on the island with a loud thunk. What the fuck are you talking about? I went over there. She had no intention of telling us the truth, that she was using us, fucking us so that she'd stay out of jail. That didn't jive with anything I'd learned today. Tommy was a douche canoe who didn't give a shit about his big-hearted sister. As soon as I offered him a sweet deal with barely any jail time, he rolled on those who were pretty much extorting money from him. She told you she's been writing fake prescriptions through Dr. Metzger's office? He nodded. She said those words. She said, I've been writing fake prescriptions. No. I sighed, tried to remain calm, but getting answers out of Porter was like trying to get the truth out of Tommy. What did she actually say? I slapped my hands on the granite. Dude, what were her fucking words? He clenched his jaw. I asked her if she were ever going to tell us, and she said no. I stared at him, trying to work it all out in my head. We picked up 2 guys from Clayton, the guys who Tommy owes money. Tommy doesn't have the cash, as you're well aware. He nodded. Tommy couldn't get the cash, so he got the stupid and desperate idea of searching for drugs in Dr. Metzger's office. When that didn't pan out, the guys got pissed, put the heat on Tommy. When they learned his sister worked there, they got the idea of the fake prescriptions. A perfect way to get the pills. Tommy could sell them and get the cash to pay the guys back. A drug dealer. Jesus, Tommy's a little fuck. Porter murmured. They threatened Jill. I said, my words sharp, cutting. When I heard that, when the guy with the busted nose had said that, I'd had to leave the interrogation. I'd had to have a deputy sit with the asshole while I cooled off. What do you mean they threatened her? Porter's voice went deep and deadly. Told her she had to get the scripts or they'd kill Tommy. They'd kill her. What the fuck? Porter said, spinning on his heel and pacing. From what Tommy said, she refused to do it and he was pissed. You ready for this? He stopped and looked my way. The text Tommy showed us. She wasn't telling Tommy the cops were after him. She was talking about the two fuckers who threatened her. She told him to run, Porter added. I nodded. Yeah, because she decided she wouldn't do what they wanted. Why the fuck did you think she would do something like that? Because she's fucking the sheriff and the DA. Jesus, you believed Tommy? He shook his head. I told you what happened back east. I'd been in a relationship and the woman had only been with me to get her off, and I don't mean sexually. She'd been up for tax evasion and other stupid shit and she used me. Fucked me so I could keep her out of jail. Turns out she stayed out of jail and I got fired. Pretty much got kicked out of working in the state. Sienna? I remembered this story, knew she was why he hadn't dated much. One-night stands but nothing real. Not until Jill. Sierra. He corrected. Sierra's long gone, dude. That was years ago. I never met the woman, but Jill's nothing like her. He sighed. I know, but between being burned in the past and Tommy's words, I blew it. My cell rang and I pulled it from my pocket. Hey, Parker, I said. She's gone. I glanced at Porter. Who's gone? Porter came around the corner, stood beside me. I lowered my cell, hit the speaker button. Jill, you idiot! Parker yelled. She's gone. Where? Gone! She texted and said she was fine but had to leave town. Oh, shit. Porter murmured. He put his hands on the back of his neck, elbows out, and exhaled. That's what she was talking about earlier. She'd already decided to leave and wasn't going to tell us. And you thought she was talking about stealing scripts? Who's stealing prescriptions? Parker asked. Jill wouldn't do that. No, she wouldn't, Porter said. Did she say where she was headed? Arizona. Something about starting over where it was warm. You two need to find her. Porter was already heading for the garage. On it, I said, then hung up. I've got the sheriff SUV, we'll take that. Porter changed directions and went out the front door. The snow was coming hard and fast, but I doubt he even felt it. I was pissed at him for fucking things up with Jill, but I could understand how it had happened. Now he was a man on a mission because he wasn't raised to let his woman drive alone on a night like this. Hell, spend the night by herself in a strange hotel. To let her spend 1 minute more thinking we didn't love her. Jill was out there, alone. We had to find her and we had to make this right. Chapter 17. Jill. I willed myself to sleep, but it wouldn't come. A sliver of light peeking through the curtain highlighted the square tiles on the ceiling, which I'd counted over and over like sheep. I was exhausted, having worked all day and then driven 50 miles in a Montana snowstorm. By the time I pulled into the parking lot of a chain hotel off the highway, my muscles ached from being so tense. I leaned forward like a little old lady as I drove well below the speed limit because of blowing snow. I should have stayed home and headed out in the morning when the front was to clear away. I hadn't been thinking clearly. I hadn't really been thinking at all. That was better than actually listening to the voice in my head. It had been relatively easy to do with the radio blasting, but now, in the quiet of the hotel room with only the hum of the heater to distract me, I thought of them. I had on sweats, thick socks, and a hoodie sweatshirt because while the heat worked in the room, the blanket was thin. I missed Porter's internal furnace. I missed Liam's arms as he held me close through the night. The bed was empty, cold. Even after Mom died, I hadn't really felt this alone. I'd had Tommy to think about, to take care of. He'd been 16 at the time and needed a ride to school, needed dinner on the table after, needed clean clothes. Now he didn't need me, that was obvious. I had to wonder if he even loved me. Did he even know what that meant? To care so desperately for someone you'd do anything for them. There was a knock on the door and I bolted upright. I'd turned the deadbolt, slid that bar thing across. No one was able to get in even if they had a keycard. Jill! I jumped from the bed, stared in the darkness at the darker door. Only a tiny circle of light showed through the peephole. Porter? The knock came again. Jill, it's Porter and Liam. Open the door. I blinked and my heart skipped a beat. Please, he added. I raced to the door, slid the bar over, turned the handle. Before I could take in more than 2 big men, I was picked up in Porter's arms as he walked into my room. Liam must have flipped on the light as he shut the door. Porter didn't stop until he was on the bed and I was settled on his lap. What are you two? Shh, Porter murmured. Just let me hold you, sweetness. I think I aged 10 years worrying about you.
I'm fine.
Shh.
He wrapped his arms around me, tighter, and the cold from his shirt and pants seeped into me. I shivered and he rubbed my arm, pulled me in even tighter. Liam dropped to his knees in front of us, brushed my tangled hair back from my face. His jaw was covered in pale whiskers, his hair stuck up in places. While his blue eyes were tender, I couldn't miss how tense he was.
You okay?
I nodded against Porter's chest. I could feel his heart beating a mile a minute. He was truly freaked. How did you find me? I asked after a minute.
Liam's mouth turned up at the corner. I am the sheriff. His uniform shirt backed up the words. The roads are shit, so I requested a snowplow and we followed right behind. Cleared a path for us. We checked every hotel on the way and the front desk was very cooperative with giving your room number. In this remote part of the highway, there weren't all that many hotels and only clusters in a few of the exits. Why did you leave, baby?
I couldn't look at Liam for this. It hurt too much. He tipped my chin up, made me look at him. I couldn't hurt you like that.
Porter groaned. I hurt you, sweetness. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean anything I said. Not one word.
Porter loosened his hold and Liam took me from his lap, moved to sit on the bed so I was on his lap instead. Porter took my hands, rubbed my knuckles. His eyes met mine and I saw anguish there.
A long time ago, I was in a relationship with a woman who got in trouble with the law. I worked at the DA's office and her case came up but got thrown out because of our relationship.
What? How dare that woman use Porter like that? It wasn't your fault.
He shrugged. It was a long, complicated legal mess, but she got away with it. I got fired and pretty much lost all chances of being hired in that town. That's why I moved back home. Sighing, he continued. Like I said, that was years ago. I let that mess cloud my judgment with you. I jumped to conclusions when I shouldn't have.
You thought I was with you because of my brother's mess?
He actually blushed and looked away for a moment. For a little while earlier, yes. It seems you're not the only one with trust issues, sweetness.
The ache that had been lodged in my chest like a knife lessened. They were here. They were holding me, and it felt perfect.
We apprehended 2 men from Clayton, Liam said. One had a hook for a nose.
I stiffened at the mention of the guys from the bar.
I guess you know who I'm talking about.
I only met them once. Well, I didn't meet them. They approached me at Cassidy's. Threatened me.
Porter's hand tightened around mine. The night I picked you up? Liam asked.
Yes.
You didn't have your period. You were upset because of them. He added, putting it all together. I'm the sheriff and some guys just threatened to kill you. Why didn't you tell me? Sweetness, why didn't you tell us?
Porter repeated much more calmly than Liam.
What's the point of having 2 big men like us around if we can't protect you?
I gave Porter a small smile. They said they'd kill Tommy and me if I told you.
I felt a growl rumble through Liam's chest. Tommy rolled on them. They talked.
I gasped. What do you mean? You caught Tommy?
Porter looked over my head at Liam, then back at me. You didn't know?
I shook my head.
Earlier today, he was holed up at a friend's house. His car was spotted from the road and we arrested him.
I felt sad that Tommy was in jail, but it was where he belonged.
Tommy gave information about the guys who approached you.
I wasn't going to do it.
I gripped the front of Liam's uniform shirt.
I couldn't write fake prescriptions. I couldn't mess with Dr. Metzger like that, and I couldn't imagine where the drugs would end up, who'd get hurt. Besides, I'd be too nervous and wouldn't be able to get away with it. I promise, I wouldn't have done it.
Liam put a finger over my lips. Shh. We know, and so does Dr. Metzger. I called her earlier with an update about her case. She said she welcomes you back, but said to take this week off with pay to have a well-earned break.
I ducked my head, relieved to still have the job and my relationship with the doctor not in tatters. I knew Liam and Porter didn't want me to work 2 jobs, but it wasn't about working them, but having them. I didn't want to lose my job because of Tommy, because of this mess, and perhaps Liam didn't say anything about it since he understood.
Those assholes, they're why you left.
I shrugged, then looked up at Liam. I didn't have much choice. If I stayed, I'd have to do what they wanted. I just couldn't. Not just for me, but for you.
For us?
Liam asked, frowning. Your jobs, you'd get fired, just like what happened to you with that woman, I said to Porter. I didn't want anyone to think less of you because of my mess. Liam turned me about so my knees settled on the bed on either side of his hips and I faced him. He cupped my face with his big hands. It's not your mess. It never was, but it definitely isn't now. You hear? I nodded but couldn't go far with him holding my head. I know you love your brother, but he's going to jail. He made a deal and is going to testify against bigger fish, but he's going to do time. He was studying me, clearly worried about how I was going to react. They knew how much he meant to me, all the things I'd done for him without a bit of gratitude. Good. He frowned. Good, Porter asked. I bit my lip, then said, I sent him a text, told him those two guys would be after him and that he should run so he didn't get hurt. I wasn't telling him to avoid the law, just the opposite. Maybe he'd go somewhere new and get a job and abide by the law. Liam looked at Porter, who nodded. I'm glad you caught him, though. He needs to go to jail for what he did. I tried my best, but it wasn't good enough. Shh, Liam said, kissing my forehead. You did a great job with him. Just because he's a fuck-up doesn't reflect on you. He was dealt a bad hand with your dad leaving you all and then your mom getting sick, just like you were. You chose to bust your ass for a degree and to work, to care for people. He chose the shortcuts and found out that's not how it works. He dropped his hands, set them on my thighs. You're not alone, sweetness. You have us. Well, you have Liam and you have me too, if you'll forgive me. I love you. Of course I forgive you. He grinned and his chest puffed up. I made him like that. Happy, relieved, loved. Will you forgive me? I asked in return. You've done nothing wrong. I felt like we were getting a second chance. I'd been giving my heart and soul to Tommy when he didn't want it. He didn't value it. I should have given it to Liam and Porter. They'd proven they would cherish both. They'd proven it time and again, and I'd mistaken it for smothering, for being overbearing. Boy, was I wrong. Remember when we argued about you helping me with money? With working too hard? Porter picked up my hand, kissed my palm, and nodded. You're right. I worked too hard, but I also don't want you to take on my debt. That's not fair. I paused and took a moment to feel. There was no doubt. I felt confident in my plan because I had these two men. I'm going to sell the house. I was saving it because of Tommy. It was the one place that connected us to Mom, to what I longed to get back. That was the past, and you two are the future. The house sale will pay off all my bills and I'll have some left over. I'm going to go back to school. Dr. Metzger and I talked about me being a nurse practitioner. Well, before all this mess happened and working with her full time, but there was no way. I paused. This was the scary part where I had to trust. Now, if I live with you, then I can quit the hospital, continue to work part-time with Dr. Metzger while I go to school. Liam leaned forward, kissed me, fiercely and with lots of tongue. That's a great idea, baby. I was grinning and breathing hard, and I looked to Porter to see what he thought. I love everything about it, and you. And since you're moving in, I am too. Liam added, kissing me again and ending the conversation. We're in a hotel room in a snowstorm, nowhere to go. What should we do with ourselves? Porter asked. Talk? I could tell by the heated gleam in his eyes that talking was the last thing he wanted to do. I was all talked out. We'd worked through this mess and it had been a big one, but we were together and better than ever. This was what love was all about. Unconditional, desperate. It also helped that I was ridiculously attracted to both of them. I'd been shy at first, but no longer. Not when I thought I'd lost them. And Porter was right. We were all alone in the hotel, no one to bother us, no distractions, and in a room with only a bed. I tucked my fingers in the bottom of my sweatshirt, lifting it up an inch or two, exposing my belly. So I shouldn't take this off? Chapter 18. Liam. The night had gone from hellish to heavenly. Here was our girl sitting in my lap and lifting her sweatshirt over her head. Beneath she had on a little tank top, one that hid nothing. White and threadbare, it molded to her lush tits and her nipples poked out.
As she lifted up to remove the garment, I gave her ass a light spank and she gasped. "Sass gets you spanked, baby." Her eyes widened, then flared with heat. I spanked her again, the other ass cheek this time, then rubbed the heat in. Oh, our girl liked it.
"Liam?"
she said, her voice all breathy like a porn star. Our own sweet, sexy porn star. I wrapped an arm around her, angled her back, and took a stiff peek into my mouth. Her hands went to my head, tugged on my hair. "Lucky she's got 2 men. A nipple for each of us," Porter said. "Wouldn't want one to be neglected." I shifted so she was angled his way, but never lifted my head. He joined me in pleasuring Jill. My fingers pushed up her little top, and we lifted our heads long enough to get it off her. I never imagined I'd be into a threesome lifestyle, having my head right next to my best friend's working a woman's breasts, getting her off. I thought I wasn't enough for Jill, that she wanted Porter too because I was less. But it wasn't like that at all. It took a huge clusterfuck for all of us to realize it wasn't Porter or me. Jill wanted Porter and me. We, all 3 of us, were a unit, our own little family now. Someday when Jill was ready, we'd have babies. Lots of them with her gorgeous eyes, sweet smile, and feisty disposition. She was happy and getting well pleasured because she was with both her men. Jill was too much for just one man. She had so much love in her, Porter and I were lucky enough to get it all. And I'd spend the rest of my life showing her all that. "I want you naked. I want it all," she breathed. Porter sat up, looked to me, nodded. Helping Jill to her feet in front of me, I slid her sweats down over her curvy hips, then turned my hand, palm up, to cup her pussy. She gasped as my fingers slid over her sopping folds. "What do you want, sweetness?" Porter asked. He stood and began to shuck his clothes. "Both of you," she said, her voice all breathy and erotic as fuck. "You've got us, baby. We're not going anywhere." "I want you to fuck me." "Here?" I asked, curling 2 fingers so they slipped into her. I slid a little deeper to find the spot she loved. I found the textured spot and pressed. "Yes," she practically screamed. I had to hope the hotel walls were soundproofed. Anyone walking by would know Jill was being well satisfied by her men, and that thought made pre-cum spurt from my dick. Her hand moved around behind her, while I couldn't see exactly what she was doing when she said, "Here too." I knew she was touching that virgin rosebud. Porter stood watching, stroking his dick. "You take our girl, get her from all warmed up to burning hot. If Jill wants our dicks at the same time, cramming her pussy and ass nice and full, then I've got to go get some lube." I nudged Jill in Porter's direction as I took a quick lick of her pussy juices from my fingers. Fuck. "Where are you going?" Jill asked as Porter's hands roamed her body, as if he couldn't keep from touching her. "I did a little shopping earlier. Got you a pretty new plug. They toss small packets of lube in the bag. It's in my SUV. "Hurry back," she said, standing there gloriously naked, her pussy all puffy and swollen from my finger play. Her nipples hard and damp from our mouths, her cheeks all flushed. She was aroused and needy because of me, and she stared at my dick. I could feel it snugly curve up toward my belt. "I want both my men." Pre-cum seeped from me, eager to be in her. I grinned because I was heading out into the frigid cold. The sooner I got that lube, the sooner we'd be inside her. Got us together, made her ours. Together, once and for all. Jill. I hid a smile as Liam grabbed the key card and stormed from the room, but Porter quickly distracted me. He picked me up, settled me in the middle of the bed, and lay down next to me. With his head propped up on his elbow, he looked me over, every inch. His hand moved over me as he did so. "How did I get so lucky?" he asked, although it seemed he was asking himself that question instead of me. Goosebumps rose. "Cold?" I shook my head. I was burning up. "You're teasing me." A grin flashed on his face. "You think this is teasing?" I squirmed as he palmed my breast, tugged on the nipple. "Yes!" I cried as my back arched. He let go, moved so he was between my thighs. He was so big my legs were parted so wide. He scooped me up with his palms on my ass, my back lifting off the mattress, and put his mouth on me. "Porter!" I cried as he licked me from my weeping entrance and up to my clit.
He gently licked along the top of one pussy lip to my clit and then down the other side. By the time the door slammed shut behind Liam, I was writhing, whimpering, begging. Porter lifted his head and I couldn't miss how his mouth and chin were all wet. "All covered in honey," he said, then glanced at Liam, who tossed little packets and a still-in-package butt plug onto the bed. His hands moved to unbutton his uniform shirt, the shoulders damp from snow. "Not fair. There's plenty for both of us." Liam gave up on his shirt and moved Porter out of the way, taking over holding my hips. I looked down my body at him. His pale eyes met mine. "Let's get you ready for us to claim you together." He didn't say more, just went at me. That's what he did. Ravaged me with mouth, tongue, and fingers, until it was too good, too much, and I came, then came again. Sweat bloomed on my skin. My hair was a wild tangle, I was sure. My voice scratchy from screaming. I was so blissed out that I missed the packet of lube being opened, but gasped as it was drizzled over my back entrance. I mewed at the contrast to how hot, wet, and swollen my pussy was. "Easy, baby. Just my finger for now. Gotta get you all slick." I felt a blunt finger brush over me there and I moaned. The sensations were so intense, especially since I'd already come. Now nerve endings awakened and I was pushed back into full arousal all over again. When he slipped a finger past my tightened ring, I whimpered, then groaned. Soft suction surrounded a nipple. My eyes opened and I saw Porter's head. I curled my fingers in his hair as he played. "That's what I like to hear. Our girl's pleasure. I'm sure everyone on the floor heard," Liam commented as he slowly worked his finger deeper, then added more lube. I couldn't even blush, for I didn't care. They'd know I was so damned happy. One moment I was on my back, the next Porter was lying on the bed, feet touching the floor, and I was on top of him. When had he gotten undressed? His thick dick was pressed between our bellies. My knees were on either side of his hips and I shifted, sliding my wet pussy up and down his length. He brushed my hair back and looked up at me. "Greedy for my dick, sweetness?" I nodded and shifted, so he settled right at my entrance. His hands dropped to his sides. "Have at it. Climb on and then Liam's going to get in on the action." Gripping him at the base, he pulsed hot and thick in my hold. I lifted up onto my knees, then lowered myself until he slid in, and I sank down all the way. He growled, I groaned. I was so full and I leaned forward and kissed him, rolling my hips as I did. My clit rubbed against him and I clenched around him. I felt Liam's hand moving over my ass, cupping it, squeezing, before his thumb pressed against my slick back entrance. I cried out and clenched once more. "Hurry, get in our girl," Porter said between deep kisses. He widened his legs to make room for Liam. As if he'd been waiting for the go-ahead, Liam stepped close. His thumb moved away and was quickly replaced with the broad head of his cock. He must have slicked up because he slipped off and up toward my back. Porter stilled me with a hand on my hip and Liam tried again. "Relax, baby. Let me in. That's it. Good girl. Deep breath. Let it out. Yes. Shit, fuck, holy shit, you're so tight." I whimpered as the flared crown slipped past that tight ring of resistance. "That's it. Taking your men," Porter crooned. "So beautiful." He kissed me, slowly, almost sweetly as Liam plundered my ass. Not hard but insistent. Deep, then deeper still. My back arched and I couldn't believe how full I was. 2 dicks. Both of them in me. Once Liam bottomed out, he stilled. "I love you, baby. This is home. You between us." He didn't say more. Couldn't. I couldn't see him over my shoulder, but I rested my head on Porter's chest, felt his heartbeat. "Time to come, sweetness," Porter said and began to move. Back when Liam drove deep. They alternated. I couldn't move, couldn't do anything but feel. Here in this hotel room, cocooned not only by the snowstorm outside, but between the men I loved, I had everything. And when I came, I cried out both their names. They soon followed. After cleaning up, I lay between them, safe, protected, and definitely cherished. This has been Porterhouse, Grade A Beefcakes Book 4. Written by Vanessa Vale, narrated by Kylie Stewart, Copyright 2019 by Vanessa Vale. Production copyright 2019 by Vanessa Vale. Skirt Steak, Grade A Beefcakes, Book 5. Written by Vanessa Vale. Narrated by Kylie Stewart. Prologue. Julia. My brothers had each found their the one. Even my cousin Porter. It had happened fast for them. Bam! Hit by a Mack truck of love. They were all pussy-whipped and happy about it. It was hard to watch because I wanted what they had. A guy who was ridiculously possessive, attentive, protective, loving, devoted. All the adjectives a woman wanted in a man. Their hot and heavy affection made me even more depressed. Made Friday dinners even harder to swallow. Clearly a relationship wasn't for me. Love existed, but for everyone else. I was doomed to being the spinster who had 6 cats and even more vibrators. I'd been in such a funk about relationships, I didn't see one when it arrived on the doorstep. It even rang the doorbell for me. As for fast, I should have used a stopwatch on how long it took me to fall in love. One weekend and a story could be written about it. The Duke boys were nicknamed for cuts of meat. Sirloin of beef, T-bone, tri-tip, porterhouse. We were a ranching family after all. And me. I was known as Skirt Steak. I didn't think much of it until Cash and Bennett, because they told me, and showed me, how much they liked my pink center. Said it was juicy and licked their lips good. I was going to take their word for it. Every single time they made me come. Chapter 1. Julia. Dildos weren't what I had in mind for party favors. Caitlin said as she held a neon green one in her hand. She pushed her glasses up her nose and frowned at it. I paused as I pulled one from the brown shipping box. I'd ordered them online for the party. You haven't seen one up close before? I wasn't into using lots of toys with a guy, but I did have a vibrator in my bedside drawer for sex dry spells. Like now. She blushed and looked at me across her kitchen table. A sly grin spread across her face as she waved the toy back and forth, the tip of it swaying. With 2 big men with dicks, who needs this? I closed my eyes and groaned. Ugh, I hate when you guys talk about my brother's dicks. And a pang of loneliness was buried beneath the horrible mental picture of my brothers naked. I didn't have a guy warming my bed or my heart, and I wasn't holding out hope for finding one. Not after what happened with Frank Marsden. Not that I was telling anyone, least of all Caitlin or the others. He lived in town and Rains was really small. I'd been miserable enough after our so-called relationship to become a road warrior for work, taking jobs all over to keep me out of town until I felt like my self-confidence wasn't in the toilet. Until Frank hopefully moved on. Caitlin didn't apologize, and why should she? It wasn't her fault she was in a solid and sexy relationship with my oldest brother Duke and also with Jed Cassidy, who owned a bar on Main Street. She laughed and set the dildo back on the table. It's only me around right now. Just wait until Ava and Parker get here. The other 2 women were in relationships with my other brothers. Parker was hot and heavy with Gus along with his 2 colleagues, Kemp and Poe. Ava was engaged to my middle brother Tucker and also Colton Ridge. Yeah, 2 guys for Ava and 3 for Parker. Tonight was Ava's bachelorette party, which Caitlin was hosting, although I was the organizer. That was why I was at her house early, getting things set up. Don't forget Joe. Porter's my cousin, and hearing about his dick isn't all that fun either. I grumbled. I was happy for all 4 of them, but I really didn't like to hear all the details of their sex lives, especially when mine only involved either my hand or my vibrator. Then you shouldn't have bought dildos. Caitlin countered, grabbing a favor bag, opening it up, and sitting it upright beside the others on the table to be filled. Oh, please, ditching the dildos isn't going to keep everyone from talking hot men, or ogling the ones I have showing up. So, it's okay for you to call your brothers and cousin hot, but not mention their dicks, she countered. She was an only child, so she had no idea what it was like with 3 older brothers. 3 bossy older brothers. It wasn't like I was going to tell any of them about my sex life, and after Frank, I figured sex wasn't happening ever. I wasn't looking for a guy. In fact, I'd had to hide from one at a grocery store. Of course, with Rains being so small, I had to see Frank standing with some woman in front of the apples in the produce section. I'd had to steer my cart around the deli counter and hide in the pasta section until I was sure he was gone. Sure, a guy would be nice. To have what Caitlin had with Duke and Jed was something I'd always wanted. But now, since I was considered a frigid bitch, it probably wasn't going to happen. I sighed knowing Frank the asshole was long over me and yet still lingering and among the fruit in my low self-esteem. Most likely hooked up with the woman who knew what she was doing and could give blowjobs that didn't put him to sleep. Hell, who wasn't broken? Guys wanted sex, good sex, and since I was bad at it, who would want to keep me? I had a feeling one of the dildo favors was going to be my late-night BFF. "Julia?" Caitlin said, waving her hand a few feet in front of me. I blinked, smiled, then lied. "Sorry, I was blocking out visions of my hot brothers." I picked up the dildo, gripped it like it was a cucumber. "These are just for fun and just for the ladies. Don't forget the strippers." Caitlin waggled her eyebrows and grinned. "You're so much better at this stuff than I am. If I'd planned it, we'd be having a quilting bee instead of hot guys giving us a show and fun favors." "You're not as tame as you think," I replied, tucking my hair behind my ear. "I mean, you've got 2 guys. And you went to the all-male review at Cassidy's that one night." Since I worked in marketing, Jed had asked me to help with ways to grow his business. A strip show was just one idea I'd had. The ladies' night had been a huge hit. For Ava's party, I asked the same company to send 2 strippers. If they were anything like the guys back in the fall, they were going to be H.O.T. My brothers and cousin would thank me later because Caitlin, Ava, Parker, and Joe would all be horny and ready for a hot night. I mentally sighed, reminding myself to get more batteries for my vibrator. With no man or men in my life, it was going to need them. I was brought on stage. God, in front of so many people. She added, looking away with lingering embarrassment. "With Duke and Jed. They wouldn't let the strippers get near you." I reminded her, although I doubted she could forget since it was when the 3 of them first met. It had been like lightning had struck. "Tonight it's going to be different. A show right here in my living room." She groaned. "If the guys find out strippers were swinging their dicks around in circles in the great room, they'll be furious." "I'm not going to tell them." I rolled my eyes, not afraid of any of the Duke boys. "Besides, this is just a job for them. They're professionals." She held up her hands in surrender. "Fine, fine. If they get mad, it doesn't really matter. I like being spanked anyway." I wasn't sure if I should laugh or cover my ears. "Well, at least your mom's not coming," she continued. I couldn't watch strippers with her, or know she was taking home a dildo. I did laugh, then covered my mouth with my hand. I was close with my mom, but not that close. She pointed to the table covered in favor items, bags, and tissue paper. "If you're okay here, I'm going to go take a shower." "No problem. I'll just finish with these bags." It wasn't even 2 minutes later when the doorbell rang. I looked at the clock on the microwave and realized it must be the strippers. They were early, but it didn't matter. Better than being late. When I opened the door, I froze, gulped, hoped I didn't have drool on my chin. Holy hell! They were even hotter than the ones from the review at Cassidy's. 2 big, brawny guys stood before me. For age, I guessed early 30s. One was probably 6 foot, the other a few inches over. One dark, the other fair. The dark-haired one, the guy on the right, had a close-cropped beard, brown eyes. The blondes were fair. Their gazes roved over me from the top of my, most likely wild red hair to my sock-clad feet. They took their time in doing it, and I felt as if they didn't miss a single inch. Suddenly I was hot all over and my nipples went hard. If they were going to stare, then so was I. I catalogued the taut white t-shirt and flannel on Mr. Brown Eyes, the snug, long-sleeved Henley on Blondie, the perfect fit of their well-worn jeans in all the right places. Oh, they definitely had what a stripper needed inside those pants if the substantial bulges were any indication. In fact, was that Blondie's dick going right down the inside of his thigh? Rugged, virile, intense, dark, brooding, well-hung. These two weren't cowboys. No snap shirts or Stetsons in sight. "Hi, guys. You're here early," I said after clearing my throat. Suddenly my mouth was very dry. Other parts of me, not so much, and I rubbed my thighs together. If girls got hard-ons, I'd have one. "I'm Cash," Mr. Tall, Dark, and Handsome said, tipping his head. "And this is Bennett." God, his voice was deep and hot. I had a feeling if he whispered the dictionary in my ear, he could get me to come. Ava was going to reconsider marrying my brother and Jet after getting a look at these two. A flare of jealousy made me pause and realize I was an idiot. They were strippers here for work, not to be dragged to the altar. I wasn't the first woman who'd ogled them, and I wouldn't be the last. "I'm Julia. I'm the one who arranged for you to come. I hope you like performing for bachelorette parties. All the ladies are due in about an hour for your little show, so you can hang out with me until then." Bennett narrowed his eyes and studied me again, making me very self-conscious. They weren't trying to date me, just work a job. I exhaled, realizing I was being ridiculous. "Little show?" he asked. I bit my lip and understood I'd pricked his vanity. How, I wasn't exactly sure, because there was no way women weren't tossing their panties at them wherever they went. Even fully clothed. Their self-confidence must be through the roof. "Yeah, sorry about that." I glanced down at my green socks, then back at them. "I didn't mean to make light of your job. Entertaining horny women can't be easy, especially when you're practically naked. I couldn't be a stripper." They glanced down at my body as if assessing me for the role. "Why not? I'd like to see you take it all off," Bennett replied. I gave a little huff of a laugh. I wasn't supermodel skinny, nor had centerfold boobs like Ava, and I had fiery red hair that had a mind of its own. "I've got no moves. No moves at all, per Frank." I stepped back so they could come in. "You mentioned entertaining horny women. Are you horny?" Cash asked, taking a step toward me, making me tip my chin up to meet his eyes. Instantly I wondered how that beard would feel against my inner thighs. Down, girl! He was just flirting, a professional stripper. Flirting was part of his job. It definitely brought in more tips. But that was all it was, sexy banter. They weren't serious about me. What woman would it be, looking at you two? I responded, tilting my head to see Bennett, too. It was easy to flirt with guys who weren't actually interested. It was practice flirting. A slow grin spread across Bennett's face. "I'm not interested in all women, just you." Oh, if looks could kill, I'd be dead, from orgasms, and my panties were definitely ruined now. "Well, sure. Guys aren't the only ones who think about sex all the time. Good thing I've got dildos for party favors. It's like the real thing without all the complaints. Come on, you can help me finish with the bags." They didn't say anything, just stared at me wide-eyed, then looked at each other for a moment. "Do you have costumes or props or anything you need to bring in?" I tried to look past them and out the door, but they were so big they blocked the view of the street. "No," Cash said. I nodded once. "Right. You're probably already wearing those little banana hammocks. That little scrap of stretchy fabric is all the costume you need, right?" Pointing toward the front of their jeans, I circled my finger about. When they stared at me as if I'd sprouted a second head, I thought about what I'd said. God, sorry. I put my hand over my eyes for a moment in shame, shook my head. "Not little. I mean, sure, a G-string isn't all that much material, but I'm sure you're both very big." I waved my finger around in a circle, then pointed in the direction of their dicks. "I didn't mean to insult you. There." Cash grinned and I realized I sounded like a lunatic. No wonder I didn't have a boyfriend. "Right, I'll shut up now. Come on in." I heard the door close and they followed me through Caitlin's house to the kitchen. When I looked over my shoulder at them, I caught Tall, Dark, and Handsome checking out my ass. I blushed and stood in front of the favor bags again, not exactly sure how to entertain them. I just need to finish these up. I reached into the box and pulled out 2 dildos. Here. I handed one to each of them. When Blondie's eyebrows went up practically under his hair, I laughed. They're for the favor bags each guest gets to take home. I figured after your show we might want to use one later. So each bag gets a dildo and the other favors. They're all lined up there to make it easy to fill. I pointed to the other side of the table. 1 in each. They studied the dildos in their hands. Why do you need one of these? I'm sure your boyfriend knows what he's doing, Cash said. I grabbed a bag and went around to the other favor items. I dropped a little lavender-scented soap into the bag, then a bath bomb. No boyfriend, I replied. You said something about complaints. If you don't like using a dildo, there are other toys. I looked up at Bennett's comment, then grabbed a steamy paperback from the pile, dropped it in the bag. I thought of Frank, of what he'd said to me. The asshole who'd hijacked my produce department. The dildo's great, I finally answered, grabbing a dildo from the box to finish filling the favor bag. It doesn't complain when it's fucking me. I bit my lip, realized I said too much. Strippers or not, they were strangers, and they didn't need to know this stuff. Taking a deep breath, I pasted on a smile. I never offered you a drink. Can I get you something? They were staring at me. Again. Still. This time their eyes were narrowed, jaws clenched. Bennett still held the neon green dildo and was practically strangling it. Who complains when fucking you? What's his name? He asked. The front door slammed shut before I could say more. Hello? Ava. Thank God. In here. I called, and the men put the dildos on the table. Ava breezed in, all smiles and perfect, Miss America hair. I hated that she looked so good all the time. I never seen her without at least mascara and lip gloss. She lived on a ranch in Montana, not Park Avenue, and I wanted to hate her for being so flipping perfect. But I couldn't. With her in the room, I looked like a hot mess. My red hair was wild and always unruly. I didn't have on any makeup, and I was in a t-shirt and jeans. Guys, this is Ava... Bennett! Ava said, giving him a hug as if they knew each other. Cash, it's been a while. She added when she turned to Mr. Dark and Deadly. I frowned. What the hell? The intense looks they'd been giving me fell away and they smiled at Ava. Any more problems with that four-wheeler? Cash asked her. She shook her head, her styled curls sliding across her shoulders. Nope, the new carburetor did the trick. Carburetor? Since when did she know about engine parts? She ran the seat and feed, but still. And why was she asking these two? I posed the obvious question. You guys know each other? Ava stepped out of Bennett's hug but put her hand on his arm. Of course. Cash owns the auto shop on Main with his uncle. He's the one who towed your truck this morning. My mouth fell open as I looked to him. He grinned at me and winked. I'd been helping Gus, Kemp, and Poe, who ran a vet clinic together, with a business website, and when done, I went out to my truck parked in front of their office to discover it wouldn't start. Instead of meeting my mom for lunch and manicures, she'd pick me up and then later drop me off here at Caitlin's. Since I'd been busy, Gus had said he'd take care of getting my truck to the mechanic. I knew it had been to Carter's Auto Repair, but I didn't know the person behind the name was gorgeous sex on a stick with a beard. Cash, Mr. Mechanic. God, it was a perfect stripper name. And Colton's on the wait list for one of Bennett's custom bikes. Towed trucks, custom bikes, carburetors. I thought... I spluttered looking at the men. Holy shit. Yeah, they knew exactly what I thought. Bennett ran a hand over the back of his neck and offered me a wicked smile. These two hotties weren't strippers at all.
Chapter 2. Cash. I learned a few things about Julia Drake in the short time we spent with her in her brother's kitchen. First, she was hot as fuck. Second, she could blush almost as red as her hair. Third, she was sassy, flirty, and a tiny bit filthy. All of which made me rock hard, which was pretty fucking bad since I was sitting in Cassidy's bar with her brothers and a few other guys who'd beat the shit out of me if they knew. I had to straighten my legs out beneath the table to get comfortable. When I bumped legs with Bennett, who was across from me, I knew we had the same issue. We'd shared women before. Our friendship went all the way back to high school auto shop class, but I had a feeling every one of them was just preparation for Julia. 10 minutes with her and I wanted her. For good. And just thinking those 2 words, for good, should have me panicking, but it didn't. The opposite, in fact. I bit my lip to stifle the smile. It was as if I'd been hit by a fucking Cupid arrow. No matter what sappy crap I was thinking, I was shit for her. My past was a mess, a huge fucking understatement. And I wouldn't blame her for steering clear. I'd been exonerated of the charges, but still. Once accused of being a rapist, always a rapist. Julia would learn of it and run far, far away. The fact these men weren't driving me to the county line proved they didn't know either. "When's the party done again?" Jed asked, dropping down into an empty chair at our big table, breaking me from my thoughts. We'd slid 2 side by side to fit all of us. Me, Bennett, Liam, Tucker, Colton, Poe, and Porter. The bar was Jed's and he'd been working, helping the bartender keep up with orders, but was taking a break. He looked at his watch, then waved a waiter over who took away some of the empty plates from our dinner. "Thanks, Mark." It was Friday night and people were out enjoying themselves. The jukebox was pumping out a mix of classic rock and country, and the scent of burgers and beer filled the air. 10, Colton replied. He looked eager for it to be over so we could go over there, toss Ava over his shoulder, and drag her back to the ranch. A few minutes with Julia, and I had my own caveman thoughts. I wanted her all for myself and Bennett. We'd get her between us, get her naked, and mark her up. Beard burn on her inner thighs, little nibble marks on the bottom swell of her full tits. Puffy pussy lips from being fucked hard and long. Cum coating her inside and out. There would be no question she belonged to us. "Not too rowdy for a bachelorette party," Jed added, taking a sip of his iced tea. The former rodeo champ seemed relaxed and enjoying his retirement from the sport, or his new life with the sweet town librarian and Duke. We should be thankful they didn't want to go to Vegas. They can't go too wild at our house. I looked to Bennett. The corner of his mouth tipped up, but he didn't say anything. While they knew we'd stopped by to introduce ourselves to Julia so we didn't freak her out being driven home by strangers, neither of us shared what we knew about the party. Julia might have been a tiny thing, but I didn't want to be on her shit list. I really wanted her to like me, and I knew her threat hadn't been an empty one. We also didn't share the dirty thoughts we had about her. For the guys around the table, she was either sister, cousin, or future sister-in-law. Sharing how we wanted to double-team her wasn't the way to survive the night. It was obvious none of the guys knew about the strippers. I didn't know these guys all that well, but I did know them to be possessive fuckers. I doubted any of them worried their woman would stray, but having them get lap dances from guys and nut huggers might cross the line. I had to wonder if the ladies would keep the strippers a secret. I knew they'd spill about the unique party favors. And that brought about the vision of Julia Duke holding a dildo. I hid my own smile behind a sip of beer and thought of those 10 minutes in Duke and Jed's kitchen with her. "Why do you look like you're having a heart attack?" Ava had asked Julia after she'd introduced us. We'd been sort of helping Julia fill the favor bags, but I hadn't gotten far. The only filling I wanted to do with a dick, real or fake, was put it in Julia's pussy. "Oh shit," Julia replied, looking anywhere in the room but at me or Bennett, then turned so her back was to us. She was blatantly embarrassed, but I thought it funny. I thought they were the strippers." Yes, she had. I'd caught on pretty fast, and when I'd glanced at Bennett, he had too. Instead of correcting her, I'd enjoyed every bit of our conversation. Julia wasn't shy or prudish. Not the way she talked about dick size and stripper moves. Still, she was also a touch wary. I hadn't been able to pinpoint it exactly, but she seemed a little jaded with guys. Like she'd maybe been burned. I knew she was single and she looked to be in her late 20s. No woman made it that long and not married without having her heart broken a time or two. She was intriguing and I wanted to learn more. So much more. Like what she looked like when she woke up next to me in the morning. What she sounded like when she came. The way she screamed my name. Ava stared at her for a second, wide-eyed, then burst out laughing. Those two? She waved her hand between me and Bennett. God, Julia, what did you say to them? I could see Julia's profile, her cheeks a bright pink. She put her hands up to her face, realized she was still holding a dildo, then tossed it on the table. She covered her face and mumbled. I could barely make out the words banana hammock and gyrating hips. Ava glanced our way and I offered her a wink to let her know we found it amusing. Flattering even, in a backward sort of way, to be mistaken for a stripper. The way Bennett just stood there and grinned, he didn't seem to mind either. We had some moves we could show her, in private. All at once, Julia's spine stiffened and she spun about, walked over to me and poked me in the chest. Why didn't you say something? I raised my hands in surrender and tried not to smile, but she was almost a foot shorter and a tiny thing, at least compared to me. I couldn't miss the way her body filled out her jeans and that her full breasts weren't hidden beneath her trim t-shirt. I wasn't in much physical danger, but she did have a hell of a lot of wrath. Oh, if that could be channeled into other things. Fuck, she was passionate. And miss out on all the fun? I asked. Don't you want to see if my nut huggers are neon yellow or blue? Steam would have come from her ears if it were possible. The look on her face had me wondering if she might knee me in the balls, so I shifted my stance slightly just in case. I'd never seen eyes so green before, and I was mesmerized. Angel, don't be mad. Bennett said, his voice calm. Maybe we can start over. I'm Bennett and this idiot is Cash. He's got your truck at his shop. That's right, I added. I didn't have your number to give you an update personally, so I called Gus, told him it's not fixed yet. I knew Gus and his two colleagues, Kemp and Poe, from a summer softball league. He let me know her truck was in front of the vet office, told me he thought it might have a dead battery, although Kemp and Poe had told him otherwise. Since Poe tried to jump it and it still didn't start, I doubted the battery problem. Either way, Gus asked if I'd tow and fix it. I'd taken a peek when it arrived and saw it was a cracked distributor cap. It wasn't a big issue, but the truck wouldn't run without a new one. I didn't have your contact info. Since Gus was headed out of town and I have your ride, I told him I'd make sure you got home all right after the party. I told her. We. Bennett corrected. The way he was looking at her, he didn't want to be left out. I tipped my head toward him, nodded. We just stopped by to introduce ourselves, let you know we'd be by to get you at 10. Julia glanced at Ava, who added, Cash is Cash Carter of Carter's Auto. He moved here to help out his uncle and take over the shop. She looked me up and down as if taking inventory. Well, he's pretty hot. I don't think he has the moves for a stripper. Those green eyes of Julia stayed narrowed, but she wasn't quite as pissed. Thankfully, Ava vouched for me. Us. Thanks, I said to Ava. Survived my first winter in Montana. After Miami, a rains winter was fucking freezing, but life was quiet and no one knew about my shit background. Business was good at the shop, and now a woman just came into my life. I shouldn't be thinking that, but it wasn't my brain doing the thinking right now. I followed Cash out here from Florida, Bennett said. As Ava said, I do custom motorcycles. All the guys are going to hang at Cassidy's while we have our fun, she told the red-haired vixen. Ooh, are those dildos? Julia ignored Ava, whose interest shifted to the party favors, narrowed her eyes and looked between me and Bennett, poked me in the chest once more just for the hell of it. And that made my dick throb in my jeans. I wanted to reach down, shift myself to be more comfortable, but that wasn't a good idea. You say one word about what the plans are for this party to any of my brothers, or any of the guys, you're a dead man. I'm small, but I can rope the shit out of a calf, and I know where all the good burial spots are on the ranch. That sexy as fuck warning had been hours ago. Sitting here at Cassidy's, I was still hard just thinking about that smooth as silk voice talking about rope and getting tied up. That went along with a tight little body and no-holds-barred attitude, and I was hooked. I wanted some of that. Not some. I wanted a whole hell of a lot of Julia Duke. All of her. Every delectable inch. It wasn't the best idea to get involved with her, or any woman for that matter, but again, my dick seemed to be doing the thinking where she was concerned. Still, Bennett and I were picking her up and taking her home. It had been courtesy at first to help out Gus's sister. Now it was imperative. Oh, I wanted to feel those soft curves beneath my work-worn palms. She'd feel like satin, every hot inch of her. I considered Ava pretty with her intentional good looks, but high maintenance to me meant getting a car serviced every 3,000 miles. I liked a woman who was natural, and it seemed with lots of wild red hair. I never imagined a woman with a sharp tongue could light my fire, but shit, Julia Duke. I had to wonder if that gorgeous hair also capped her pussy. Did she shave herself bare down there or leave a little fire to go with all that heat? They didn't say anything about your bachelor party last weekend, Jed said to Tucker, bringing me back from my thoughts. Tucker reached over and slapped him on the shoulder. That's because it was a bunch of guys camping in the woods fishing for dinner. Unless we were into fucking the wildlife, it wasn't going to get too crazy. The women didn't care. I'd heard about their weekend and I had to agree. It sounded like the women were wilder than the guys. You might want to ask after the party favors, Bennett said. When everyone looked his way, he added, let's just say I hope you don't have dick issues. The guys left pretty fast after that. Knowing their women pretty well, they could infer quite a bit from Bennett's words. As we walked to Bennett's truck parked down the street, he said, it's been a while since we've both wanted the same woman. This is different. She's different. I added, fuck yeah, she is. He was looking down the street, most likely seeing Julia Duke. I ran my hand over the back of my neck. She'll find out. Bennett stopped, turned to face me. You didn't do anything wrong. He'd said the same thing to me a million times. It was moments like this, especially now where his words didn't matter. It was what was on paper, online, the police reports, my time in jail as I awaited arraignment. Julia Duke was too good for me. I want her. If she goes running, at least she'll end up in your arms. Getting a woman off was a gift. When it was two guys doing it, it only made it better for her. Double the hands, the mouths, the dicks. There was more to what I felt for Julia Duke than just seeing her orgasms. Two men taking care of her ensured she'd always be safe, protected, cherished. I could clearly see why all the Duke guys claimed a woman with another. In a backward sort of way, it was the gentlemanly thing to do. I was far from a gentleman, but I still wanted her. Still wanted to get my hands on her and get her all filthy. And she'd love every second of it. I wanted to wake Julia up every morning with my head between her thighs getting her off. Or until she learned the truth of my past and kicked me out of her bed. Chapter 3. Julia. Be still, my heart. When I walked out of Caitlin's house, I stopped short at the sight of Cash and Bennett, both leaning against a big SUV in the driveway. It was dark, but the exterior lighting illuminated them well. Tall, broad, manly. My ovaries no doubt couldn't help but pop out an egg or two at their blatant virility. It didn't seem strange to me I was interested in both of them. A woman with two men was a norm in the Duke family. When I was a little girl, I hadn't dreamed of being with two men, but lately seeing my brother settle down in polyamorous relationships and watching how devoted and in love they were made me want that too. I never dated two men at once, never considered it. I'd struggled with finding one guy worth keeping or who wanted to keep me, let alone two. And after the fiasco with Frank, I just dated my vibrator. I thought the dildo from the favor bag would be my new boyfriend, but now... I had to wonder if Bennett and Cash considered claiming a woman together. They knew Gus, who along with Kemp and Poe was dating Parker. Not dating, but they were together. Very together. I had to wonder who'd be engaged next. Caitlin, Parker, or Jill with how fast they fell. How hard. I doubted Bennett and Cash, even reasonably new to town, missed any idle gossip about the relationships in the Duke family. Had they ever shared a woman before? Would they even want to? They strode toward me with their long gaits. My mouth watered at the expanse of their broad shoulders that tapered to slim hips. Lower, thick thighs made their jeans taut. Not just that, but the ample bulges in the front. Their eyes were focused squarely on me. I realized I was holding my breath and let it out. Why was I so nervous? I hadn't been when I thought they were strippers. Why did these two make my palms damp, my nipples go hard, and my pussy ache to be filled with something besides silicone?
Oh yeah, because they were fucking gorgeous. Bennett took the big box from my arms. Have fun? Cash asked. With his head tipped down, his dark eyes held mine. I was a whole hell of a lot mesmerized by them. His beard, too. Would it tickle when we kissed? When? My body and my head were not in sync because my brain, my logical reasoning mind, hadn't thought that. My inner hoe wondered about it, just like she'd wondered all night long if they'd be good in bed. And out like on the couch, in the kitchen, with whipped cream, or even in the back seat of the huge truck behind them. Any which way would work, but together. They would have moves all right, and nothing like the two strippers. The real strippers. At the party, they'd been good, sexy, and playful. Got Ava in a chair and pretty much climbed in her lap and twirled their junk near her face. But their polish had been dulled for me because of Bennett and Cash. The strippers just weren't as attractive. As manly, even wearing just G-strings that left absolutely nothing to the imagination. They'd exuded sex appeal, but the two men in front of me right now had pheromones all but seeping from their pores. I'd never been so attracted in my life. It turned out great, I replied, realizing they'd been waiting for me to answer. Ava had a blast, and that's what matters. Tucker and Colton had driven off with her a few minutes ago with the reminder they'd see me Sunday for family brunch at my house. It was my turn to host. But that was so far away, and Cash and Bennett were right in front of me. Right now. I was the last guest out the door, the other women having left about 15 minutes ago, all wound up from close-up baby-oiled abs, gyrating hips, and taut ass cheeks. I had no doubt Caitlin was getting busy by now with Jed and Duke inside. I had no intention of interrupting that. There was no way to avoid Bennett and Cash, no matter how flustered they made me. They were my ride home. I figured you'd be on a motorcycle, I said, remembering Ava said he custom-made them. Bennett smiled. I don't think all three of us would fit. Got any dildos left? He asked, peeking in the box. I did, along with a few extra bath bombs and some romance books, leftover tissue paper, but I was too tongue-tied to respond. It was one thing to flirt and banter with guys I thought were strippers who were off-limits because being sexual was their job. But it was another to flirt with two guys who were local. Who weren't strippers. Who were friends of my friends. Worse, my brothers. Who were working on fixing my truck. Who were HOT. Yes, completely strange, since I should be flirting with guys I was interested in, but I was defective and had to wonder if I was worth their time. Or they weren't my time. All that was going to happen with them was that they would laugh at me when they got me naked or got inside me. Yeah, that would be fun. Completely humiliating. I looked at the ground and I knew I blushed. I couldn't help it. It was in my DNA, a bane of my red hair and fair complexion. Hopefully it was too dark for them to notice. You're off the hook, I said finally. I know who you really are and you don't have to joke around. Cash cocked his head to the side, studied me. I tried not to shift my feet, but I felt like a kid in the principal's office, trying not to squirm. We don't have to talk with you? He asked. I rolled my eyes, walked past them toward their truck. Bennett went to the back door. It was a huge 4-door pickup and set the box inside on the seat. Cash made it to the door before I did, opened it for me. No, you don't have to flirt. I didn't look at Cash as I climbed in, but he stood between the open door and the truck, one hand on the top of each, and leaned in. It was the closest he'd ever been, and I could see a small scar on his right cheek just above his beard. I could smell him, almost like oranges and more of those pheromones that made me hot all over. Bennett climbed into the driver's seat and Cash began to crowd me. My eyes widened and I realized he was climbing in. I had no choice but to scooch over into the middle as he settled beside me. There's, a whole back seat, I said, thumbing over my shoulder. Cash picked up my seatbelt, crossed it over my body, and handed the buckle to Bennett, who clicked it into place. We've been thinking about having you between us all night. Hoo-wee! Hot flash! I glanced between them as Bennett put the key in the ignition and started the engine. You have? I asked, surprised. Why? Why wouldn't we? Cash asked, a V forming in his brow. Why aren't we leaving? I asked instead of answering. I'd made a fool of myself enough for one night. His mouth tipped up. "We don't know where you live." I closed my eyes, sighed. Why couldn't the earth swallow people whole? I gave them the address and the nearest cross streets, and Bennett backed out of the driveway. I lived on the other side of town, about 2 miles away. "Thanks for fixing my truck. I know it's old and dilapidated, but it was my grandfather's," I explained. "He used to pick me up in it on Sunday mornings, take me to breakfast. When he died, he left it to me. I can't part with it." "No worries," Cash said. "Pretty sure it's just a cracked distributor cap. I'll get it fixed and look her over for any other problems. Gus might be able to perform surgery on a squirrel, but he's useless when it comes to anything mechanical. I'm not any better. I looked under the hood, but I don't even know how to change the oil." Bennett put on his blinker and stopped for a light. "I like a woman who gets under the hood. You can get under mine any time you want." He glanced my way for a second, the corner of his mouth tipped up. I wasn't sure what made my nipples go hard, the thought of what his undercarriage looked like or the way he smiled. I cleared my throat. "Ava mentioned you made custom motorcycles?" I replied. We turned into my neighborhood from the main road, and I indicated where he should turn next. "I do," Bennett said. "I bought the Lansing Ranch south of town last year. I had the barn converted into a shop, and that's where I do my work. Miami was tough. Not enough room, too many people, too many regulations. Montanans like their space, and it suits me just fine." "No showroom?" I point to the right. "That's my house, the second one down." As Bennett pulled up in front of my small craftsman bungalow and turned off the engine, he said, "Don't need one since I sell custom bikes. My business has grown enough where word of mouth works for me." I nodded. "I'm in marketing, so I get it, and you're very lucky to have such loyal customers." Cash opened the door and hopped out. He turned, held out his hand to me. "He's modest, his bikes are killer, has a huge waiting list." I took the hand, felt the calluses on his palm, but also the gentle touch, the warmth of his skin. He wasn't like the guys I worked with, all pale from sitting behind a desk all day. Their muscles from a gym's rowing machine. Cash was solid-packed muscle earned from hard work, in his shop. He got his hands dirty, literally, and that was pretty darn hot along with the rest of him. Bennett came around and stood beside Cash, blocking me in the space between the open door and the truck. One built custom bikes, and from what was said, was very successful at it, and the other ran the local repair shop. And they were gorgeous. Not the typical Montana cowboys. Being from Miami, they weren't really even cowboys. They didn't wear the big hats like my brothers, nor the snap shirts. They looked more urban, rough around the edges and not from hauling hay bales and wrangling horses. I wasn't even sure if they knew how to ride a horse. I liked that a lot. They were different, and they were staring at me with interest in their gazes. What more could I want? Oh yeah, a kiss, or two, at least. "Tell us, Angel, if you're into being with two men," Bennett said. He'd called me Angel more than once. I liked the endearment, but I couldn't focus on that now. "You mean because of my brothers?" Cash squeezed my hand, which made me realize he hadn't let go. "No, because of me and Bennett, wanting you." My mouth fell open and I tugged my hand away, used it to tuck my hair back behind my ear, although it was out of nervous habit rather than necessity. It was late spring. The weather in Montana could be anywhere from balmy to blizzard. Fortunately, tonight it was warm enough where I didn't need a coat, but with the guys right in front of me, I was practically sweating. "Why?" I blurted out. Bennett reached out, ran his hand over my hair, which made it fall forward. Even with his big fingers, he tucked it back again. Goosebumps rose on my skin at the contact. "Why what?" "Why do you want me? I mean, there are tons of women in town who would literally hand their panties to you." "Maybe because you're different," Bennett said. "Because you didn't give us your panties, you gave us dildos." "You want a dildo instead of panties?" I asked in return. He was intentionally pushing my buttons, but I couldn't help but get riled. "Your panties would only end up in my pocket," Cash said, taking a step closer. There was nowhere for me to go, so I had to tip my chin back to keep my eyes on his.
the dildo would end up deep in your pussy. Until we were done playing, then you'd have the real thing.
Oh my God. Cash was a dirty talker. My inner walls clenched at what he said, and I was starting to pant. The dildos were large. My fingers couldn't get all the way around. I imagined Cash and Bennett to be even bigger. My pussy clenched at the thought. Could they even fit? I'm not very good at this, I admitted, looking down at the front of his shirt.
Neither are we,
Bennett replied, sliding in close and taking my free hand. They each held one now. I worried my palms were still sweaty. I was so nervous, yet oddly giddy. At sex? As if. I countered. These two bad at sex? No fucking way. Cash's words alone could make me come. Odd, because I didn't feel this way at all when I was with a guy in bed. Cash tugged on my hand, pulling me into his arms. He lowered his head and kissed me, gently, softly. His beard tickled, but all I felt was sensation, heat. His lips brushed mine, his tongue sliding along my lower lip. He pulled back before I could open for him. His eyes, even in the soft glow from the street light a half block down, looked almost black, intense, fathomless. I wanted more. God, I'd never felt anything like that, and just from a chaste kiss. I went up on my tiptoes, threw my arms around his neck, and kissed him. I caught him by surprise, for he didn't kiss me back right away. But when he did, there was tongue. Lots of it. His beard was soft, adding sensation to the kiss I wasn't used to. The arms that banded about my waist lifted me right off my feet. He put me down too quickly, and I blinked, realizing my eyes had fallen closed. Why had he stopped? It had been so good, and I wanted more. Cash.
It's Bennett's turn.
I'd forgotten all about him, even though he was right there. I turned and looked at Bennett. His jaw was clenched and looked fierce. He was patient, but I sensed an unease about him, a waiting, perhaps even doubt. I didn't want that. I didn't want Bennett to think for 1 second I didn't want him too, so I hooked my hand around the back of his neck and pulled him down. I was so short in comparison to both of them, and down some more until our lips met. He kissed differently than Cash, not as gentle but more controlled, as if he were holding himself back. Was he? Least control but intensely hot. I never kissed two guys one after the other before. It was odd but ridiculously sexy. To feel both their need for me was heady. Bennett lifted his head, ran his thumb over my lower lip.
I guess we know our answer. You do want both of us.
He stepped back and Cash took my hand again and led me up the walk. I was all wound up, aroused, eager but equally petrified. I felt when they kissed me, but we were dressed and outside. My front door was getting closer and closer, and what lay beyond, my bed, was where all my problems would come out. I wasn't ready to lose this feeling, to ruin it all. I liked this with them, and I didn't want it to be over. I can't do this. I breathed, shaking my head. I tore my hand from Cash and walked quickly up the porch steps. He remained on the walk, and with the 2-step difference, I was just a little bit taller. Bennett followed behind with my box. He sat up beside me and stood next to Cash. It was as if there was an imaginary line they wouldn't cross. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be a tease, I told them.
Angel,
Bennett said, slowly shaking his head.
How are you being a tease? I'd say I was one with my talk about filling your pussy with our dicks. You gave us goodnight kisses. My dick's pretty snug in my jeans, but it will stay there until you say otherwise.
I closed my eyes for a second. I've never done this before. Both of them stared at me wide-eyed.
You're a virgin?
Cash asked. I shook my head and laughed a little. No, be with two guys. I'm nervous, a little scared.
Of us?
Bennett wondered.
Julia, we'd never hurt you, ever.
Cash said, his words slowly spoken, his voice clear so I had no doubt. I did. I knew even if I'd just met them. I took a deep breath, let it out, looked beyond them and out into the night. How did I tell two men I wanted to sleep with them but was too afraid to do just that? I wanted this to work, more than I ever thought possible. I hadn't been looking for a guy, considering dating to be something for other women. I was done with men. Or so I thought until a few hours ago. Now I wanted two. My pussy was very greedy and giving me mixed signals. Was I frigid or not? When we touch you, Julia, and we will, Bennett began. Not tonight, but soon. It'll only be for pleasure. Not tonight, I asked, confused. They talked about dildo play and fucking me. They wanted sex. I wanted them, but obviously couldn't get my shit together. Of course not tonight. God, I was an idiot. I was a hot mess, my emotions tangled. I'd wanted Cash to sit in the back seat of the truck, kiss both of them, thrown myself at them, then told them I couldn't do this. I was all over the place. I was sending mixed signals. It was a wonder they didn't have whiplash. Tears lodged in my throat. The last thing I wanted to do was cry in front of them, too. They'd run away screaming if I added tears to the mix of offenses tonight. You're right. You must think I'm insane. Thank you for the ride. Good night. I turned on my heel, but a hand hooked about my waist before I made it 2 feet. Slow your roll, Angel. Bennett murmured in my ear. Take a breath. Good girl. Feel my dick against your hip? I did, and I nodded. His body was so warm, pressed along my back, his hand on my waist, his dick huge and rock hard. I want you. I know Cash does too. But we're going to take this slow. Get to know each other a little more before we get you between us. Bennett let me go and pulled his cell from his pocket. Give me your number. I rattled it off and then heard my phone ring from my purse in the box. He tucked his cell away. Go inside and get settled for the night. Get a dildo out of the box and climb in bed, naked. 1 hour and I'm calling. Then we'll play. That's taking things slow? I asked, equally surprised and turned on. Phone sex. I like the sound of this. Cash added from where he remained on the walkway. Bennett will patch me in. I bet you've never had a conference call like this before.
Chapter 4. Bennett. You ready for this? I asked Cash, holding my cell up to my ear. I toed off my shoes in the newly created mudroom, a space I'd had Landon Duke's construction company create. The ranch house was sprawling. The previous owner had 3 kids, but needed updating. I had all the money I could ever use, and I was slowly turning the place into a home, 1 room at a time. My home. After the rat race and cutthroat dealings in Miami, I was happy here, and I liked the slow pace. I was settled in reins, doing what I wanted, when I wanted to do it, and how I wanted it done. Now, seeing Julia, kissing her, I realized I'd been missing quite a bit from life. Seeing her in the doorway earlier had been like a cartoon anvil falling on my head. I took the stairs 2 at a time to the master bedroom. Reaching behind my head, I tugged my shirt off, let it drop to the carpet by the bed. One-night stands were fine and all, took the edge off, relaxed me. But damned if I remembered any of the women's names the next day. And the others I'd shared with Cash. A wild time, but nothing more. And yet now I'd never been so hard in my life. Fuck, I was 36 years old and I was about to have phone sex. Phone sex. And I couldn't be more excited about it. I undid the button on my jeans, slid the zipper down, reached into my boxers and pulled my dick out. I was close to coming and I tightly gripped the base to hold it off. What the fuck was wrong with me? I wasn't 15 anymore. Hell yes, Cash said, breaking me from my thoughts. I dropped him off at his house 15 minutes earlier. I couldn't cut the ride out of town to my property any closer, not wanting to risk being pulled over by Liam Hogan. I had no interest in explaining my speed or the hard-on in my pants to a Duke family friend and the county sheriff. He was dating Jill Murphy along with Julia's cousin Porter. What we did with Julia was private and wasn't her brother's or cousin's business. She's skittish, I replied. I thought of the kiss we'd shared. Just watching her kissing Cash had been hot. While he'd initiated, it had been gentle, almost tender. But then she'd practically climbed him like a tree for more. And when I'd gotten my mouth on her, she was so fucking sweet. Like candy. Passionate, a little wild, as if she even surprised herself a little. I remembered the feel of her curves as she pressed against me. Those tits were definitely God-given, unlike most ones in Miami. And her nipples, I'd felt those hard tips. Perfection in a tiny little package. I hadn't wanted to lift my head from the kiss. All I'd wanted to do was toss her over my shoulder, kick open her front door, and take her on the floor. But something hadn't been quite right. She wanted us, but ran hot and cold, Cash said. Yeah, remember what she said earlier. Something like a dildo doesn't complain when it's fucking her. I ran my hand through my hair. I'm guessing some asshole hurt her, and I want to kill him. If her brothers found out about it, he's dead already, Cash stated. I grinned, sitting down on the side of my bed. She had a lot of protectors, and I was glad for it, but that didn't mean she told them everything. I had a sister, and thank fuck I knew nothing about her sex life, even if she'd been married for 5 years now. I want her. Fuck, like air to breathe, but it was obvious we weren't getting in her bed tonight. I didn't want to scare her off, so I thought this would be a pretty hot alternative. Like a spooked horse, although I didn't know much more about horses than which end was the front. You? I'm the rapist. I closed my eyes and took a breath. For fuck's sake, you are not a rapist. Kelly was a fucking psycho with entitlement issues. We've got a woman with a dildo waiting for us to call her, and we're hashing up this shit again? Yeah, but if some asshole hurt her, then I'm only going to make it worse. Only if you're an asshole too, and you're not. You'd never hurt a woman, ever. He sighed. You're right. So get your head out of your ass and your dick out of your pants. We've got a girl to phone fuck. The sound of rustling had me assuming he was stripping down. Our goal is to get her off, and get her to want more. I cut in. Hang on, I'll add her to the call. Sitting on the edge of my bed, I swiped my phone, set it to speaker, then connected her into the call. Hello? She said. That breathy word had me lifting up so I could push my jeans and boxers down off my hips. Angel. I breathed. I leaned forward, resting my forearm on my thigh as I held the phone. With my free hand, I slowly stroked my dick. Cash is on, too. Hey, baby, he said. All ready for bed? Yes. Do you want to play with us or say goodnight? It's all up to you. She was quiet and I held my breath, stilled my grip. We'd just met her a few hours ago and now we were hopefully going to fool around. Without touching. Without being in the same fucking bed. Room, house, neighborhood. No! She said, bold enough to have my eyes widening. No, you don't want us to talk you through an incredible orgasm, or no, you don't want to say goodnight? Cash asked. No, I mean, yes. I want to play. I grinned, and though there was no one to see me, I could hear Cash's exhale and knew he was relieved. You want us to help you get off? I added. Did those strippers get you all horny, Angel? Her laugh came through the phone and the sound made me happy. They're not my thing. You are. Both of you. She quickly added as if not to hurt either one of our feelings. I had to add thoughtful to her list of qualities. Are you naked like I told you? Yes. Fuck. In bed? Yes. In my mind I saw her body. Gorgeous pale skin, full breasts with coral-colored nipples. Do you touch yourself? Cash asked. Make yourself come? She was quiet. You don't have to be shy with us, he continued. We want to know. Yes, almost every night. I like the release. I need it. Christ. My balls drew up, telling me they needed a release too. Tell us how you touch yourself. My voice was more growl than command. I put my feet flat on the bed with my knees bent. I get them nice and wide. Like now? Cash asked, cutting in. Yes, but now I let one knee fall wide and on the bed. It makes my pussy nice and open for my hand. Fuck, once she got going, she didn't hold back. She had no issue about using the word pussy. I stroked myself once, let the heat of it course through me. Only your hand? I asked. I could imagine the pink folds of her pussy spread open with her legs like that. Fuck, did she do a shit ton of yoga? Did she have a thatch of red hair hiding her clit, or was it exposed and hard?
For my vibrator, too.
Put the phone on speaker and set it by your head.
All right.
Muffled sounds came through the cell, then her voice a little further away.
Okay.
Good girl, Cash told her. We'd shared women before, but never like this. It wasn't like the two of us were going to sit in the same room and sex talk with Julia, jacking off together. We were into women. We liked pussy and only pussy. We'd share it, but would never do anything together without one between us. Touch yourself. Describe every detail, I said.
What about you?
She asked. Cash laughed. I'm in bed, baby, all alone. My dick's so hard it could pound nails. Pre-cum's coming out like a leaky faucet. Every time I swipe it away with my thumb, more appears. I couldn't miss Julia's whimper.
What if I licked it off?
Holy fucking shit. She might have been skittish earlier, but she didn't mind talking dirty now. She was right there with us in this. Right fucking there. Cash groaned. Seeing you on your knees, your pink tongue flicking out. Baby, I'd come all over your face. Angel, this call's all about you, I added.
I don't want to come alone.
She almost whined. I was pumping my dick, giving it enough action so my balls didn't fall off, but not enough to finish. It wasn't time yet. It was time to get our girl going. Ladies first, Angel. Don't worry, I'll be coming all over my hand when I hear you scream. Are you wet for us?
I'm sliding my hand down my belly. Lower, lower.
She gave a little gasp.
My clit's all hard.
Cash swore under his breath.
Yes, I'm wet. So wet.
Where's the dildo? If we're not there to give you our dicks, that will have to do.
It's right here.
Are you wet enough to fuck yourself with it, or do you need some lube? Cash asked.
I've got coconut oil, no lube, but I'm wet. God, it'll work.
You sound a little needy, Angel. I said. You haven't even played with your nipples or worked your clit.
You have me wanting big dicks.
Pre-cum dripped out onto my fingers. I rubbed it in with my thumb, made the glide of my tight fist a little easier. Up on your knees, baby, Cash ordered. If you're going to fuck that dick, then you need to do it right. After a few seconds of rustling sounds, she said,
Okay, what do you want me to do?
That's right, we'll tell you how to get yourself off. That orgasm belongs to us, doesn't it? I asked. Sex talk only worked if it made the other person hot. It was obvious Julia liked dirty talk, responded to it. She even seemed to like for us to be in charge. If we were with her instead of across town, she'd be pinned to the bed and I'd be balls deep right now. But we were going to try to make this a close second. Fuck, the chemistry here was insane. Off the charts.
Yes, Bennett, I want more.
Lift yourself up and put the dildo beneath your pussy as if you were straddling me or Cash. Get it settled right at your entrance. I saw how big that dildo was, Cash said. Know this, baby, we're bigger.
Cash?
She moaned at his words. We were bigger. I'd seen Cash's dick when we'd shared a woman in the past, and we were similarly sized. I always had to tuck my length down the inside of my thigh when I put my pants on. It wasn't easy walking around with all that meat, but when it came to satisfying a woman, none complained. Work yourself down on that silicone dick until it fills you right up, I said. All that could be heard through the phone was little sexy gasps.
Oh, God,
she moaned.
It's stretching me open. So big.
I grinned, but all but strangled my dick. Like that?
Yes,
she cried. Now take it for a ride, baby, Cash told her. While I'm over here stroking my dick, I'm envisioning you working yourself up and down, tits bouncing. Head thrown back, working that pussy hard.
What about... should I?
Should you what? I asked.
Should I get another dildo for my ass? There are 2 of you.
Pre-cum spurted from the tip and I put a death grip on the base because those 2 sentences pushed me to the edge. Cash's string of swearing meant he agreed. "Have you ever had a dick in your ass before?" I asked, biting out the words.
No.
She had a virgin ass. Holy shit. And she wanted to play with it. For us. Angel, besides the fact you're not ready for something as big as one of those dildos, Cash and I want to get in there. Open you up.
Okay,
she whispered. Now you're neglecting our pussy, I told her. Do what Cash said and take that dildo for a ride. Sexy breathing and the wet sounds of fucking came through loud and clear across the 5 miles. Fuck, we could hear how her pussy was dripping, how it was sucking in that thick toy. I closed my eyes, pictured that tangle of red hair flowing over her shoulders to slide down her back. Breasts thrust up, hips rolling as she fucked a silicone dick.
More, I need more,
she cried. Play with your clit. Rub it with your fingers just how you like. Come, I commanded.
No, you too,
she cried as if a little frantic.
I want you to come when I do. I want to hear it. I'm riding your dick, Bennett. God, it's so big. You bottom out every time.
Shit, I muttered, leaning back and putting one hand behind me and working my dick with the other. I was all into her words.
I've never been with 2 guys before, but I could. Oh, I'm riding you, but backwards.
Fuck, I love reverse cowgirl. I told her, picturing the long line of her back, the lush curve of her ass, and seeing my dick disappear deep inside her.
Yes, then I can bend forward, put one hand on the bed and suck off Cash.
Yes, fuck yes. Cash growled. I bet your mouth is so hot and tight you'd suck the cum right from my balls. The orgasm built at the base of my spine, tightened my balls, drew them up. My toes tingled. Hell, my fucking ears tingled. Now, Angel. Come now. I couldn't hold back much longer. Her cries got louder than she screamed. Thank fuck the phone was on the bed beside me or I'd have gone deaf. I also heard Cash groan, then swear, and I knew he'd come too. I didn't hold back, working my dick faster, taking longer strokes. Once, twice, and my hips bucked off the bed. Thick spurts of cum shot out, coated my belly, my hand. Black spots filled my vision.
Oh my God, my legs won't hold me any longer,
Julia said, then a muffled thump.
Wow.
Yeah, wow. Cash added, although his ragged breathing came through clearly. I was as winded as he. I was shutting down, worn out from that intense pleasure. I could sleep for a week. Reaching down, I grabbed my shirt from the floor and used it to clean myself up. The bathroom was too far away. When I was done, I stood long enough to shuck my jeans and boxers, then grabbed my phone and fell into bed. Tomorrow, Angel, you're spending the day with us. The night, too, Cash added.
I'd like that. God, that was so good, thank you.
Baby, no thanks needed. You want to come? We'll give it to you. We said goodnight and ended the call. Reaching over, I turned out the light on the bedside table, plunging the room into darkness. I couldn't help but grin. I felt fucking fantastic. That was the most intense orgasm of my life, and I was all alone.
Chapter 5. Julia. I woke up energized and inspired. When I sat up, I saw the dildo on the blanket where I tossed it before falling instantly asleep after I ended the call with Bennett and Cash. I smiled at the thing, then covered my face with my hands. God, what had I done? Naughty, filthy things, and it had been great. I wondered if the other ladies from the party had gotten a thrill out of using theirs. I hopped out of the bed, did a little dance, stark naked. I did it. I had wild, crazy sex with 2 guys. Sure, they'd been in their own beds across town, but still. I hadn't freaked. I hadn't shut down. I had been far from cold. I'd been a sweaty, hot mess when I'd screamed my pleasure. They'd said dirty things, not disappointing words. I hadn't ruined their fun. In fact, I'd heard them come. I'd aroused them and even gotten them off just from sex talk. OMG, I could be a phone sex operator. Insane idea, but I felt insane. There was a chemistry between us because I wouldn't have said or done the things I did without it, without deep down trusting them, and on a conference call no less. What else would one call what we'd shared? Ha! A three-way call. Bennett and Cash wanted to see me again. Be with me. Today. Soon. And I had a feeling we wouldn't be having phone sex. As I brushed my teeth, reality set in a little. Last night had been almost a dream, but the dildo on my bed proved it had been real. My pussy was a little sore, reminding me I had taken a big silicone dick hard and deep, and came all over it. My inner walls clenched at the memory. In the mirror, I looked at myself. The tangle of wild red bedhead, my breasts with the coral-colored nipples. Not too big, not too small. I stepped back so I could see more of me. I wasn't heavy, but I wasn't a stick either. Did the guys have phone sex because they didn't want to see my body? Was it so repulsive the only way they'd play with me was from across town? I shook my head, said a few curse words at Frank for making me always question myself. But what did Cash and Bennett see in me? I wasn't anything special. No model's body or face. My track record with guys was poor, and Frank only made my dating resume look horrible. They wanted me. I lifted my chin, remembered the kisses, the looks on their faces when they lifted their heads. They wanted me. They did, today. I hopped in the shower, shaved my legs, my underarms, did some quick grooming down there, my usual edging work. As I stood under the hot spray, razor in hand, I wondered if they'd like me bare instead. I didn't have a thick bush to possibly scare them off, but I needed all the help I could get. Shaving it all was out of the question. I'd done it once, and I had the worst ingrown hairs and itching as it grew back. I swore I'd never ever do that again. I had the at-home wax kit under the sink I'd bought on a whim, but never used it. I could do it now for them. I'd had phone sex. I'd fucked a dildo like a cowgirl riding a wild Mustang. I could go bare for two men. I dried off, got out the kit, read the instructions. There were little sheets coated with a layer of wax which needed to be set in place. A few swipes to get the wax warmed a little and adhered, then yank. No big deal. Putting a foot up on the side of the tub, I placed a strip on one side of my pussy. I'd leave a little patch at top because going completely bare might be going too far. I took a few fortifying breaths as I rubbed the strip in. With my left hand, I pulled my skin taut from above, and with the right, gripped the end of the strip between my legs. 1, 2, 3. Yank. The pain was incredible. Scorching heat. Fire. I practically screamed with the evil wax strip between my fingers. I hopped around the bathroom, tears filling my eyes. I looked at the simple tool of torture, saw my red hair caught in the layer of wax. I grabbed the hand mirror from the drawer of my vanity, put my foot back up on the side of the tub, and inspected my work. OMG. I hadn't really taken a peek at my pussy with a mirror before. Did it really look like that? All pink and stuff? And now, God, I was an idiot. Not only did I have bits and pieces a guy might need a miner's lamp to explore, I had a bald patch that was red and inflamed and it hurt like hell. Bald. Trimmed red hair everywhere except for a 2-inch section on the left side. How could I have sex like that? In the dark? More phone sex? I moaned. Bennett and Cash were going to spend the day with me, they'd said. While I doubted they'd jump me coming to my door after what we'd done the night before, they'd probably want to do something similar in person at some point. Probably when I'd come and screamed their names, they'd gotten the green light for that. I'd wanted to go until about 2 minutes ago. Now, what was I going to do? I grabbed my phone, speed-dialed Ava. "I'm in trouble," I said when she answered. I went into my kitchen, opened my freezer, pulled out a bag of frozen corn. Not dying kind of trouble. I mean, I'm fine except for a certain spot, but it won't kill me. It hurts like hell, but I'll live. Although if Bennett and Cash find out, I will probably die of embarrassment. I've got girl trouble. Okay, what's the matter? She asked after I finished clarifying. I walked into my bedroom, sat on the edge of the bed, lifted my leg so it was up on the mattress. I shifted a little so I could get the bag of corn beneath my crotch and hissed when the cold hit my tender skin. All of my skin. "Do you wax?" "What? Julia, you're making no sense. Do you wax, down there?" "Yes." "Well, I don't. Until now. I mean, don't think I was a jungle woman or anything. I just liked shaving better. I winced and shifted my hips. Trimming. I'd wanted to try it once but didn't get up the nerve. But now you did. Yes. Is it because of two cute non-strippers wanting in your pants? I groaned, squirming some more because the bag of corn was freezing. Any chance of those two cute not-strippers getting in my pants is gone now. I grumbled. If you're sore, just put some baby oil on it. It'll soothe the sting. Baby oil? Not frozen corn? Frozen corn? Julia, what the... I did it myself. What? She practically screeched. Are you a masochist? No, and that's the problem. I took a deep breath, let it out. I shivered and threw the bag of corn across the bed, climbed beneath the covers, and tossed them over my head. The room went mostly dark around me. Ava, I've got a bald patch and there's no way I could do any more. She was quiet for a moment. Then shave it all off. I can't. Having it come back in is miserable. I probably looked like I had crabs or something, scratching myself all the time. Yeah, I can relate to that. So which is worse, a bald patch or hair coming back in? I couldn't decide. Either way, they're going to see me either looking like a plucked chicken or think I have mange. Down there. Ava laughed. And laughed. This is so not funny. A guy's not going to care what your pussy looks like. They just care that they got there. Says the woman who gets waxed by a professional. Touché. Then go to the salon in town and get it fixed. No time. They're coming in an hour. What am I going to do? You really like these guys, don't you? She asked, her voice calmer now, concerned. I bit my lip, thought of the kisses we'd shared, of the sexy times from the night before. The pull like magnets. Powerful, synapse sizzling. I do. They're good guys, Julia. I'm happy for you. They make Frank seem like a salt lick. I pushed the blanket off my head, about to suffocate. I didn't comment on Frank, but she was right. Compared to Bennett and Cash, he was dull as could be. And an asshole. They'd seen to my orgasm first, even over the phone. With Frank, there hadn't been an orgasm. At least he's out of your life. I saw him at the grocery store comparing apples. I might have to shop in Clayton now. He doesn't live in the produce section, she countered. If you want to compare apples, then think about Frank, then picture Bennett and Cash. I didn't think long about Frank, but my phone sex companions. Big, brawny, rugged. Sweet, but so dirty. Good point. If you let them get in your pants, I guarantee Bennett and Cash aren't going to care that you've got a little bald spot. I didn't clarify the bald spot wasn't all that little. I was mortified enough. They're interested in you, she continued. I couldn't miss the chemistry between you guys last night. They let me think they were strippers. You thought that all by yourself, she countered. And it was hilarious. And then you put them in their place. I swear Cash came in his jeans when you stood up to him, poked him in the chest. He did not, I muttered. Whatever. They want you. Why wouldn't they? You're beautiful, sexy, fun. They'd be stupid to think otherwise. They're taking me out today. I told her, going to my dresser to get some panties and a matching bra, something sexy to offset my little bald spot. She gave a little squeal. Go for it, ×2. You've been in a man funk for a while. You deserve good men to treat you right. I paused, considered. Maybe I'll cook them dinner. Whatever you do, don't serve them corn. Chapter 6. Cash. You don't like eggs? I asked once we handed the waitress our menus and she left to get our drinks. We were in a back booth at the diner on the south side of Main Street. The scent of bacon and coffee filled the air. Bennett was beside Julia and I sat across from them, which had our knees bumped beneath the table. The casual action had me eager to touch her more. After the night before, I wanted my hands all over her. Nope, she replied. You can get me to spill all my secrets by forcing me to eat a runny, yucky yolk. She actually shuddered just talking about it, which made me smile. We want you to tell us your secrets, Angel. No torture involved. Bennett told her. She blushed and glanced up at Bennett, which allowed me to see her in profile.
Her hair was pulled back into a low ponytail with a few escaped curls framing her face. She had on a little makeup, mascara, and some color on her lips. Those full lips I remembered tasting the night before. She was so fucking pretty, and today, to make my dick as pissed at me as possible, she wore a dress. Pale blue with little white flowers and a jean jacket on top. Still, I just had to tuck my fingers into the knee-length hem and raise it up to see her pretty panties. And those per my dick, which was thinking for me right now, could be slid to the side so I could sink into her. She'd be wet and hot and fit me like a fucking glove. I shifted in my seat trying to get comfortable. I had a feeling I was going to be like this, walking around with a lead pipe wedged inside my jeans until I got inside her. Even then I doubted one time would be enough to sate the thing. "We hardly know each other well enough for that," she murmured. Bennett laughed out loud, the nearest table turning to look our way. "Angel, we might have met yesterday, but we know each other. What kind of toothpaste you use, if you drink milk from the carton, that kind of stuff doesn't matter. Can't you feel it?" Her eyes widened at his words. This pull. Pull. That was a good word for this. If I were younger, I'd say crush, infatuation, obsession even. But it wasn't any of those feelings. The way I felt for her was real, powerful, and it hadn't even been a day, but I knew. I wanted her, no matter the toothpaste she used. I just had to hope she felt the same toward me. The waitress returned with 3 coffee mugs, a large carafe, and a small dish of creamers. This was the best high-octane coffee around, and I poured a cup, then slid it in front of Julia. "Thanks," she said, turning those emerald eyes my way. She reached for a creamer, added it. "You said you're in marketing." I began, pouring one for Bennett, then myself. Bennett had headed into pretty heavy territory, so it was time to lighten it up a bit. "Gus said you were the best out there." One eyebrow winged up. It was a touch darker in color than her hair, which made me wonder if her pussy would be darker as well. She rolled her eyes. "He's my brother, so he has to say that. Besides, he's a science geek and doesn't think about business stuff, just taking care of animals. But yes, to answer your question, I studied it in college." "You work for yourself?" Bennett asked. "After graduation, I worked for a company in Helena for a year. My friend from school started a firm and wanted me to work for her. She was fine with me living here as long as I traveled to clients when needed. It's been 4 years now." "You must travel a lot then," I said. Small-town Montana wasn't the mecca for marketing clients. She shrugged, stirred her coffee. "I do, but I don't mind it." "Gus said you've been traveling all the time these days." She took a sip of coffee and pursed her lips. "Gus says an awful lot." Bennett took her hand and gave it a squeeze. "Trust me, we aren't interested in Gus." She sighed, which made her tits rise beneath her dress. Fuck yes, I noticed. "Last year I took a number of small projects in Dallas and Salt Lake. More recently I took a big one in Portland and was gone for 2 months in one stretch. Then a few other trips since." The waitress brought our meals. Although it was close to lunch, I had the hungry man breakfast, Bennett the club sandwich, and Julia had the waffle with a side of bacon and hash browns. Thank fuck she wasn't a salad girl. "Do you have to head out again soon?" Bennett asked, pulling a toothpick from a section of his sandwich. "Not this weekend." She looked at him, gave a sly smile. "Next month, perhaps. I've earned some time at home." "That's good," I said. We just found her. I wasn't interested in doing long distance. Phone sex across town was far enough. "What about you?" she asked, looking at me but reaching for the syrup. She poured it over so each little spot of the waffle was filled. Putting the glass server down, she licked her finger. I stared, got hard. "What?" I asked. When I met her eyes again, she was grinning. Totally busted, but I didn't care. "Did you do auto maintenance in Miami?" I put my napkin in my lap and picked up my silverware. Yes, much to my parents' disappointment, but I'd come here a number of times as a kid, stayed with my uncle. He rubbed off on me. "That's why you're here now?" Bennett's hand stilled, sandwich halfway to his mouth. This was when I could tell her what happened. Let her know the truth about my arrest. about why I was wary of being with a woman even though this fucking pull I had toward Julia was messing with me. I swallowed and the words wouldn't come. I couldn't ruin what we had. Hell, I didn't know what it was, but I didn't want it tarnished by Kelly. She destroyed enough of my life. I was ready for a change last year, and my uncle has been saying he wants to retire for a while now. I took him up on the offer to work with him, buy him out.
That's nice. I'm surprised I never met you when you came to visit.
I looked at her round face, expressive eyes. You're what, 25?
26.
I'm 35. Even older than Duke, so you'd have been a little kid.
I still would have found you cute.
She countered, her eyes twinkling. I winked at her, bit into a piece of bacon. Bennett laughed and shook his head.
And you, motorcycles?
She asked Bennett. He chewed, swallowed his bite of sandwich. Cash and I met at shop class in high school, he said. We didn't have the best grades, but there we excelled. Cash went into cars, I went into the military. I did helicopter maintenance, took care of the Black Hawk fleet for 2 tours in Iraq. When I got out, I switched to bikes. It's not like everyone wants or can have a helicopter in their garage.
No, I guess not,
Julia replied, taking a sip of her coffee. Her waffle was half gone. When Cash decided to move here, I followed, brought my business with me. He didn't mention he was sick of all the money on display, even though he had plenty of his own. Women who wanted him for his bank account or a bike. Men who buddied up to him to get higher on his wait list. To say they were best buds with the owner of Bennett Bikes. The whole fucking game had gotten old for him, and I didn't mean baseball.
Will you make me a bike?
She asked, scooping up some hash browns. I pictured Julia on a motorcycle in the flirty dress she was wearing. It would ride up those long legs, exposing a gorgeous expanse of thigh. Her pussy would press into the seat, the vibration of the engine getting her all hot and wet. Sure, but I'd rather have you on the back of mine. He leaned in close so no other tables could hear. I like the idea of your legs wrapped around my waist, pressed up against me nice and tight. Her mouth opened slightly and she stared at him, then realized she needed to swallow her food. I smiled, took a sip of coffee. She was so fucking responsive.
Need a refill on the coffee?
The waitress asked, swinging by our table. Julia's mouth snapped shut and she blushed. I grinned, held up the craft for the waitress to take. Thanks. When she walked off, Julia cleared her throat, shifting in her seat. I pushed my plate toward her. All that was left was a sunny-side-up egg. Now you'll tell us your secrets. She stuck her tongue out, staring at the egg, then cocked her head to the side.
Like what? My bra size? That I'm allergic to blueberries? That I had fun last night?
The blueberry thing is something to remember. Bennett commented, polishing off the last bite of his sandwich. Same thing that you had fun last night. As for the bra size, I'd really like to discover that for myself, I said. She flushed, then bit her lip. Tell us, baby. What's your secret desire for today? I asked. The one thing you'd like to do with us. Her eyes lit up and she grinned.
I know just the thing.
I imagined watching Julia undo the buttons down the front of her dress, the material parting slowly to reveal the creamy swells of her tits, then her belly before it fell to my bedroom floor. We'd got a peek at the frothy lace confection she wore beneath, pink perhaps, maybe lavender lace, then we'd tug those off too. But not this. Bennett practically pouted as Julia raised the zipper on a pair of old baggy coveralls in the auto shop. They were big on her, so I rolled up one sleeve on the stained garment for her, then the other. It was kind of sexy seeing her in what I wore when I worked, but she was covered from neck to ankles. It screamed hands off, but it didn't change my need for her. In fact, it completely did the opposite. Not just a sexy siren with her fiery hair and temperament, and her passionate nature we discovered the night before, but she was fucking cute too. She looked small, dainty, and very feminine, even though all of her curves were hidden. Are you sure this is what you want to do? You don't want to go to the movies or hike or even bowling? Bennett asked. Or get dirty some other way, like from my cum all over you? She shook her head, smiled. Fuck, that smile was my undoing.
Nope. I want you to show me how to change the oil in my truck.
She pointed to the early 80s pickup sitting in one of the bays of Carter's auto.
Since it's here.
I sighed but was amused by her enthusiasm. We'd finished our meals and driven to my shop. It was closed on the weekends, and my uncle was spending the weekend visiting a friend in Helena. We were all alone with no chance for interruption, but no bed was in sight. I walked over to a cabinet, pulled out some rubber gloves, the kind doctors wore for surgery. They were thin and didn't get in the way when I worked, but did a great job of keeping my hands somewhat clean. Grease was a bitch to get out. Here, put these on.
I don't mind getting dirty, she replied.
No, it didn't seem she did. Fuck, could she be any better of a match? Yesterday I'd seen her and wanted her. Instant attraction. Now I could see forever. Babies. Hell, watching grandchildren play as we sat in rockers on the front porch. I held out one and she stuck her hand in and the other. The only way I want you getting dirty today is when you're naked. In bed, Bennett said. Or out, I added. He grinned. Or out, wherever you want. You sure you want to get under there? I pointed to the front of her old truck. I could put it on the lift. I'd fixed the distributor cap problem first thing this morning so I could move it over to the lift. I'd checked it over, hoses and belts, battery connections. I wanted it running smoothly because I wasn't letting her drive around town with the chance of it breaking down. I didn't want her stuck on the side of the road somewhere. She might have a cell phone, but it just wasn't safe.
Nope, I want to do it just like I would on my own.
Baby, you can come here and use my lift any time you want. She rolled her eyes and grinned. I found 2 rolling boards and nudged them with my boot toward the front of her truck. Down you go, I said. Reaching up, she tucked her ponytail in some girly way into a bun, then lay down on the board with wheels. After giving Bennett a quick glance, I laid down beside her on a second board and used my feet to push myself under the truck. I saw Bennett squat down and slowly push her back. I already hooked the light to the underside, so when I turned my head I could easily see her. Having her here in the shop beneath the car, fuck. I wanted to grab her, hug her, and never let go. Yes, hug. Sweet and curious, inquisitive and adventurous. I'm surprised with 3 brothers you never learned this, I said. I'd set the tools I needed on the side of the truck within reach, grabbed the big wrench to undo the bottom bolt.
My dad made the boys do it for me. I let them because it wasn't very exciting. I admit lately I pulled the girl card so they'd continue. Now I want to learn. From you.
She was being earnest, not saying the words to get in my pants. I wasn't that much of a catch, but there'd been many women who wanted to be with the guy who got their hands dirty. A blue-collar fuck was sexy to some. It still won't be very exciting, but let's get her done. Done so we could do other things. Having her lying beside me would be ideal, without a truck on top of us or in clothes. So I showed her. 1 step at a time, and she watched, listened, and did as instructed. I only helped her with the wrench since the bottom bolt was really tight. We moved out of the way, setting the drip pan in place, then taking off the bolt all the way so the old oil could drain out. After she worked the bolt back in place, and I helped her tighten it once again. Then Bennett had tugged on her ankles, pulled her out from beneath, and helped her up. She added her own oil, even tested it by pulling out the dipstick.
That's not too hard,
she said when I dropped the hood. She had a slight smear of grease on her cheek, and Bennett reached out, rubbed it off with his thumb. Her gaze lifted to his. Thanks. He leaned down, kissed her. She reached for him, then remembered her hands, which were covered in grease and oil, and pulled back. She stepped away and grinned, tugged the gloves off. I showed her to the utility sink, pumped a little bit of the degreaser soap into her palm. She washed and grabbed a paper towel from the dispenser. He gets a kiss? I did all the work, I said, quickly washing my hands too. While my tone was playful, I was serious. Why did Bennett get a kiss? I wasn't jealous of them together, not at all. In fact, the opposite. While I wanted this to be a forever thing, I doubted it could be. Not when she found out the truth. I would never harm her, not one fucking hair on her head. Still, she needed someone like Bennett, and seeing them kiss only eased my mind that she'd be taken care of. A good guy, money, security. Everything a woman like Julia needed. Like she deserved.
You get a kiss, too. You're a very good teacher.
Once my hands were dry and I tossed the paper towel in the trash can, she lifted up on her tiptoes and kissed me. Warm, soft, and fuck included a flick of her tongue. I picked her up, walked her forward until I got to the counter that lined one wall of the shop, and lifted her up so she sat on top. I leaned my forehead against hers. There, that's better. I shifted my hips so her knees parted, making room for me. Her knees rested on either side of my waist, and at this height her pussy was pressed up against my hard-on with, unfortunately, several layers of clothes in the way. There was no doubt she felt how hard I was, how thick, how I wanted to be buried so deep in her we'd both forget our names. I wanted to thrust deep, fill her, mark her, and make her mine. It had started when she'd opened the door and thought we were strippers. Phone sex only primed my balls for her. I'd come all over my hand, my belly the night before. This time I'd be buried deep. But first, another kiss.
Chapter 7. Julia. I was sitting on a counter in the back of Carter's auto shop making out with two guys. Me. I felt oddly powerful. They'd fed me, amused me, didn't even complain when I said I wanted to change my truck's oil. Ava was going to kill me when she found out that was what I wanted to do on a date with two hot men. But I'd gotten nervous at the diner. I wanted to take them both to bed, but my bald spot was a very tender reminder of what they'd see if we did end up there. I'd worn a dress because the idea of snug jeans rubbing me was awful, so I'd come up with the off-the-wall idea. But now we were alone in a quiet place, alone, kissing, and I knew what kissing led to. I knew what I wanted kissing to lead to. With Bennett and Cash, I felt different than with previous guys. Desirable, attractive, not broken. My pussy was wet, my nipples hard. I was eager, almost frantic even for more. Absolutely nothing like when I'd been with Frank. Frank could eat shit and die. I was kissing Cash and he was right there between my legs. I felt him hard and thick pressing against me. He was huge, big, and the way his hips flexed, I knew he knew how to use it. The greasy scent of machinery filled the air, but I also smelled oranges. Now I knew it was the soap and why the citrus aroma clung to him. I reached up and cupped his jaw, felt the softness of his beard beneath my fingers. I heard the slide of the zipper, and I lowered my hand so he could work it down and off my arms. His tongue met mine, played, took. I couldn't help but moan and lift my hands to the back of his neck, holding him close. Fingers were on the buttons of my dress. One, then another opened until the top was loose. Only then did he lift his head, look down. I might die of embarrassment if they saw my pussy right now, but I refused to let them see me in basic underwear. I liked sexy lingerie, and I needed all the self-confidence boosting I could get. Holy shit. Cash murmured, his knuckle running from my clavicle between the swells of my breasts and lower over my belly. So beautiful. Bennett moved in close, leaned a hip against the counter beside us. Slowly, his fingers caught my dress at my shoulder, worked it down my arm. I rolled my shoulders back, my breathing coming in little pants as I was exposed. Cash did the same thing to the other side, my dress now about my waist. I was bare except for my pale yellow demi-bra. It lifted but kept the top swells exposed. Their eyes were staring, there and I looked down. Just a hint of my nipples peeked out from above the yellow lace edging. To my surprise, Cash stepped back, looked to Bennett. He didn't say anything, and even in my lust-hazed mind, I was a little confused. Didn't he want me? Bennett moved between my legs, set his hands on either side of my hips on the edge of the counter, so he was leaning down. Our eyes met. Angel, he murmured. Look at you all perfect in a place like this, grimy and full of engine parts, tools. And here you are with kiss-swollen lips, creamy skin, lush tits covered by just a few scraps of lace. A fantasy. He lowered his head, took a nipple into his mouth through the bra. I gasped, grabbed his head on instinct. It was like I'd been hooked up to the jumper cables. Electricity shot through me, sizzled my brain, and totally revved my engine. Bennett? His mouth was hot, wet, and the gentle suck made my nipple pebble instantly. He kissed his way to my other one, tugged down the lace edging with his teeth so my nipple was exposed. Then he gave it the attention I craved. He didn't lift his head, just looked up at me. His pale eyes were heated, his cheeks ruddy with desire. God, I'd thought him potent before, but now, with all that desire aimed at me, I shifted my hips, my pussy eager. He raised one hand, slid the strap off my shoulder, the cup of my bra slipping so most of my breast was visible. I felt wild and a whole lot naughty. They were right. It felt different doing this here. I could see now why Cash didn't want me to get dirty. He liked me all feminine and sexy in the middle of the dirty shop. That thought surprised me, for the concept was new. He didn't look disappointed in me. He didn't appear to be bored. While the idea of fucking you here is pretty damn hot, I want you in a bed the first time. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. That totally worked for me, so I nodded, running my fingers through his silky hair. We're not leaving here, though, until you come. I gasped, and it was Cash's turn to lean against the counter and watch. Fuck yes. I doubt I'll be able to work in here again without getting hard. Then it reached into the opening of the coveralls and found my thigh. It was bare because my dress had ridden up beneath the protective garment. He slid upward, and I squirmed and tried to close my legs. I knew what he was going to do, and I so wanted him to do it. But I wasn't thinking about him making me come anymore. I was thinking about the moment, which was fast approaching, where he'd find my waxing disaster. Laugh. His gaze whipped to mine at the action. Surprised, he pulled his hand free and stepped back so I could close my legs. Easy, Angel. He held up his hands. We won't do anything you don't want. Now, besides being embarrassed, I was sad because he thought he'd done something wrong. I'd fucked it all up again. It's not that, it's... God! I let my head hang down, not wanting to look at them. But Cash had other ideas, his fingers coming beneath my chin and forcing me to turn and look up at him. What happened to the woman who wanted to have a double penetration with 2 dildos? I closed my eyes, remembering that. I'd been so hot, so wild, I'd actually wanted to do that. A thumb ran over my lower lip and I opened my eyes. Cash's dark eyes now held heat and concern. We going too fast? I licked my lips. I've never felt like this. The corner of his mouth tipped up. I think the feeling is mutual. The chemistry, the connection, it's really intense, but... But you want to take it slow, he added. No! I said, and his eyebrows went up in surprise. I mean, what we did last night, that wasn't slow. Bennett laughed. That was hot as hell. Do you do that all the time? I asked, considering maybe I was just one in a long line with them. Phone sex? Bennett asked. I nodded. If you were anyone else, we'd have fucked you. My mouth fell open and I narrowed my eyes. What? Of course, I wasn't good enough. Fine. I said, trying to slide off the counter and to leave. It was my go-to saying when I didn't want to talk, and every man should learn nothing was actually fine. Slow your roll and listen, Cash said, putting his hand on my arm. You're not anybody. You're the one we want. We're here with you right where we want to be. Yeah, I'm not a good lay, I'm aware. I snapped. Realizing I was sitting there with my boobs hanging out, I tugged up the straps of my bra, put my hands through the armholes of my dress, put it back up on my shoulders. You're doing just fine, Angel. Do you want to know why we didn't fuck you last night? Trust me, we wanted to, Bennett said. Another notch in your belt? I countered. Cash took hold of my sloppy bun, tugged it gently so I was forced to look at both of them. The move was surprising and made me hot, even in my anger. Don't disrespect yourself like that. We won't have it. You're not another notch on a belt, damn it. All heat was gone from Bennett's eyes. In place was anger, cold and fierce. You weren't ready last night. You're not ready now. I am. Bennett stared at me wide-eyed. Then what's with this? He asked, setting a hand on my closed knees. A piece of paper wouldn't fit between. It's embarrassing, I replied.
Oh, you're on your period? We can do other things to get you off, Cash added. I blushed furiously. I thought there was nothing more embarrassing than what I did, but now I realize it's possible.
God, it's not my period. I'll have you know I have an IUD and I don't get one.
I swear they both glowed with happiness. Non-stop sex with no chance of getting pregnant. Men. Then what is it? Cash asked, releasing my hair. A working uterus isn't embarrassing. You don't have to hide your body from us. You're gorgeous.
I warmed at Cash's praise and it made me relax. A little. I wanted to do something for you. There.
I couldn't meet their eyes again, but I placed both hands in my lap. Their eyes were drawn to them. Angel, just tell us or I'll think you've got a plug in your ass or a clip piercing, Bennett said. My eyes lifted to his.
A plug in my... I tried to wax. I thought you might like me to be bare.
They didn't say anything for a moment. Cash reached for my waist, lifted me up, and Bennett tugged the coveralls out from beneath me, then worked them all the way off as Cash sat me back down on the counter. Your pussy's bare for us? Cash asked. Each of them set a hand on my knee and pulled, opening me up for them. My hands were still in my lap and my dress covered me, although not a lot, since I hadn't done up the buttons and the hem was high on my thighs. I shook my head but didn't say anything. I couldn't get the words out. Perhaps they sensed it because Bennett said, You don't have to tell us, but you are going to show us, okay? His head was tipped down so he was close. I bit my lip, nodded. Maybe just showing would be easier than saying the words explaining what I'd done. As their hands slid up each of my thighs, I held my breath. My panties came into view and Cash tucked his pointer finger into the elastic side and slid it over. I closed my eyes, but when Cash dropped to his knees, they flew open. I tried to close my legs because he was right there. He couldn't miss anything. The corner of his mouth tipped up and the tip of his finger stroked over the bare spot. My hips bucked at the light touch. The spot wasn't anything sensitive, like, say, my clit, but Cash was touching my pussy. His head lifted and he looked away, down the length of the counter. He met my eyes and said, Don't move, not one muscle. Bennett's thumb stroked the inside of my thigh and his gaze shifted from my pale yellow panties, which had slid back over my pussy, to what Cash was doing. He was back in seconds, taking the cap off a marker. One moment he had the gusset of my panties pushed to the side again and was writing something on me the next, right in the bald spot. Cash! I said, but his shoulder kept one knee from closing and Bennett dropped down beside him, ensuring I stayed nice and wide and so we could obviously get a closer look. I couldn't see what Cash was writing, but I could feel the cool rasp of the marker tip against my skin. It wasn't sore any longer. Maybe it was, but my adrenaline was flowing. 2 guys were between my parted thighs and writing on me. There. Chapter 8. Julia. Cash handed the thick black marker, the permanent kind, to Bennett, and he took his turn writing on me. Only when the cap was back on and he tossed it onto the counter did they look up at me. 2 men on their knees in between my thighs. I was exposed, but I still had my panties on. Are you insane? What did you write on me? I was equally stunned and aroused. They weren't laughing, they definitely weren't running away. In fact, Bennett licked his lips. Cash's finger slid over the smooth skin. Property of Cash. And Bennett. I tried to bend myself forward so I could see, but there was no way. I can't believe you did that. Cash shrugged his shoulders, not the least bit concerned that I was riled up. You see this as an embarrassing mistake? I see it as perfect. I plan to mark you with my cum, but this is a great way for everyone to know this pussy belongs to me. I should be appalled that he claimed my body, but I wasn't. Nope. Call me crazy, but it was hot as hell. Do you think so low of me I'd let someone get all the way to my pussy before they find out I'm involved with you two? Bennett stood, hooked his fingers in the sides of my panties.
Cash moved his hand away. "Lift," he said. I was thinking too hard to question what he was doing. I leaned to one side to facilitate his working the skimpy lace under my butt, then the other side. "We're men. You're ours. Since we're going to eat you out and make you come in the next 5 minutes, your pussy's ours too." My brain stalled on eat you out in the next 5 minutes. My pussy liked the idea. Neanderthals. I muttered. Cash pushed my legs wide and I put my hands behind me for balance. "We're possessive," he said, his finger sliding over my pussy. I was wet, swollen, and very sensitive. "You're sopping wet. Let me clean that all up." With his hands on my thighs, he leaned in, put his mouth on me. I shot up and almost off the counter, but he pressed down, holding me in place. "Oh!" I cried, my head falling back. I'd had a guy go down on me before, once. It didn't do much. It had felt good, but he didn't know what he was doing. Cash only validated that because, holy shit, he knew exactly what he was doing. He'd found my clit, flicked it gently, circled it, and discovered I moaned when he touched the left side of it. Then did it again and again. His beard tickled my inner thighs, brushed over my pussy. I felt my dress part and my bra tug down, then a mouth on my nipple. I looked down, saw 2 heads, one dark, one light. Both of them were touching me, licking me, sucking, playing. I rolled my hips, tried to get closer to Cash to hump his face because, God, it felt so good. It wasn't a slow burn, a gentle simmer. It was intense, like an inferno. I couldn't catch my breath, couldn't control what I was feeling, how my body responded. When Cash circled my entrance with one thick finger, I bucked. When he slipped it deep inside and curled, found some magical spot, I gasped. "I'm going to come." Yep, just like that. I was a really cheap date, it seemed, especially with Cash touching my G-spot. It had to be. To me, it was like finding a unicorn in my vagina because while I'd heard of a G-spot, I had no proof one even existed. Until now. Neither had to work too hard to get me to a panting, sweaty mess. How was that possible? I had never felt like this with any guy before, and we weren't even fucking. Besides Cash's hands holding me in place, they only had their mouths on me. No dicks. Yet. "Cash, don't stop. God, more, yes, like that." I screamed, my body tensing as the most amazing orgasm washed over me. No dildo or vibrator could do this. Only when it tapered off did they lift their heads. I smiled, I couldn't help it, and stared dazedly down at Cash. He grinned, his beard and lips glistening wet. From me. He stood, kept his hands on my thighs. "More?" he asked, licking his lips. I looked to Bennett, who was blatantly shifting himself in his jeans. "Yes, please." "Let's get you to a bed, then," Cash said. I shook my head, wrapped my hands around his wrists, looked up at him. "No bed. Now, here, hurry." I was wet, prepped and wide open for them. I didn't want to have to wait long enough to find the nearest bed. I'd come once and I was eager to come again. I didn't want to chance anything. "You're sure?" Bennett asked. "I'm sure. I've never been so sure of anything in my life." I sounded breathy and desperate. I was. For more orgasms. Now. Cash reached into his back pocket and pulled a condom out of his wallet. I watched as he opened his jeans and lowered them to his hips, pulled his dick out and covered himself. Wow, he was big. The dildo had nothing on him. Longer, thicker. I couldn't miss the way the vein that went up the length pulsed. It curved all the way up toward his navel. I had to wonder how that had fit in his jeans, and now I wondered how it would fit inside me. He placed his hands on the counter on either side of my hips, leaned forward and kissed me. Sweet but a little wild, too, just like him. I tasted myself on him, scented my pussy as my wetness clung to his beard. So dirty, so naughty. A hand curled around my butt, pulled me close to the edge. His dick was at my entrance, settled, then sank deep. Slow, oh so slow, he filled me. stretched me, opened me up.
Cash. Yes, it was a wild and dirty fuck in the back of the shop. The scent of motor oil and gasoline clung to everything. So did grease and grime. Julia didn't belong here, even beneath her truck changing her oil. This wasn't her world, and yet she felt comfortable here. Enough to let us tug off her panties and get inside her, to fuck her hard and fast without even getting her bare. She'd come on my tongue, but that wasn't the kind of foreplay she deserved. I'd barely pulled down my jeans, only enough to get my dick out and covered before I sank into her. Finished in record time, as if all I cared about was getting off. I'd taken her with me, but it had been quick. I watched Bennett have his turn, her legs wrapped around his waist as he took her. I disposed of the condom and fixed my pants, dropped onto a metal stool because my legs wouldn't hold me. I was pumped up and exhausted at the same time. I'd never come like that before. Hard. So hard I went blind for a few seconds. The cum kept filling the condom, and while she'd said she was on birth control, I worried the quantity of it would either rip the condom or seep out. The least I could do was protect her properly. You feel so good, Angel. Heaven. Bennett breathed as he wrapped an arm around behind her back, keeping her from slipping on the dirty surface. He hauled her up, spun about, and walked toward her truck, still inside her. He carefully lowered Julia onto the rolling board on her back. Clearly, he didn't give a shit the concrete floor was filthy beneath his knees, and put his hands on the end bars of the wheeled board. He used it to fuck her. He didn't even have to move his hips, going hard and deep and fast as he wanted. Fuck, that was hot. She gasped and hooked her ankles at his lower back and took every inch of him. I tasted her on my tongue, breathed in her scent because her juices had dried on my beard. My dick was rising to the occasion again, watching her get fucked like this. I wasn't thrilled about seeing Bennett's ass. Like me, he'd barely pulled down his jeans. But it was the look on her face, the abandon, the pleasure she couldn't hide that had me wanting another round. I loved knowing I'd made her come, that she was finding more pleasure with my friend, that he could take her in such a way, wild, rough, and filthy. But this was a fantasy. It wasn't real. It was blind fucking luck she'd spread her legs for me. She was sweet and kind, fresh and so fucking good. And yet she liked to get dirty, to be naughty as fuck. My name was written in permanent fucking marker on her pussy. My dick was back to full attention now, knowing it knew exactly where it wanted to go. I was a bastard. Total fucking bastard. I'd made her come twice. If that didn't make me feel like a rock star, nothing did. And it had felt like more than just a quickie in the back of my shop. It was everything. She'd trusted us enough to put our names on that secret spot. For me to lick her pussy, get her taste all over my tongue. Bury myself balls deep, get her off again. I'd fucked before, often, but I hadn't felt like this. Not just the pleasure, but the connection. What the fuck was it with her? I was a moth to a sweet flame. It had been like coming home. I felt like $1,000,000 knowing I could work her body to such pleasure that she screamed. But it was the fact that I could lose myself in her that scared the shit out of me. I couldn't fucking forget Julia. Couldn't go back to random sex ever again. My dick wanted her. My heart, it seemed, wanted only her.
Bennett?
She cried. He was good for her. Smart, rich, clearly a good fuck. A gentleman except for right now using a rolling board like a sex swing. He hadn't been arrested for rape. He wouldn't taint her like I would. Like I had because I'd gotten inside her. Gotten a taste for what could be. What it could be like. Bennett took hold of the back of one of her knees, lifted it up so we could go deeper. The wet sound of their fucking filled the back of the shop. Julia's tits bounced with each deep thrust, topped with nipples because Bennett had sucked to hard points. I dropped to my elbows to my forearms, ran a hand over my face. Fuck, my fingers smelled like her pussy. As soon as her brothers found out the clusterfuck of what had me leaving Miami, they'd kill me. Perhaps with Liam Hogan, the sheriff, in the mix. I might just get a busted nose, but when they found out I'd fucked their sister, I'd be in a shallow grave somewhere on the Duke Ranch. Hell, I wouldn't even get a burial. Just left for the wolves to pick clean. They wouldn't let Julia get tangled with a fucker like me. I didn't blame them. Hell, I respected them for the way they watched out for her. Bennett slid a hand between them, and I knew the moment he brushed over her clit. I knew what that hard little pearl felt like against my tongue, and I knew how she reacted to it being touched. After coming twice already, she was well primed, highly sensitive, and she came again, her head thrown back in wild abandon. Bennett fucked her through her orgasm and came right after, his body sealing deep in her, a growl ripping from his throat. They were breathing hard and remained entwined. I stood, the metal of the stool's legs scraping across the concrete, drawing their attention. I'm going to duck out. Bennett turned his head and frowned. His cheeks were ruddy and he was trying to catch his breath. His mind wasn't ready for a conversation, yet his dick, still buried in the sweetest pussy I'd ever tasted, lost myself in. He pulled back, his condom-covered dick glistening from all that sticky sweet arousal of hers. Julia brought her legs together, pushed the hem of her dress down over herself as she lay in front of her truck. Bennett found the trash can, carefully got rid of the condom. As he was tucking his dick away, he said, "What the hell are you talking about? We'll take this back to my place. Right, Angel?" He grinned at her and tugged her up to standing, an arm wrapped around her. "That was fucking incredible, but I want to see what we could do in a bed." Her cheeks were flushed, curls had fallen out of the bun. She didn't even realize yet her tits were out. She was well fucked and mussed. Gorgeous. Fuck, this was hard. We'd done that to her and I wanted to get her naked and do it all over again. No, not with me. I'd just get her all filthy in a way even an auto shop couldn't. "Yeah, you guys go for it. I'm heading home." A little V formed in Julia's brow. Aren't you? She didn't know what to ask. I walked up to her, stroked my finger over her cheek, looked down at her nipples, now all soft and plump again, then met her green eyes. "It's not going to work with me, Julia. Sorry, you've got Bennett, though." Her mouth fell open as I heard Bennett swear behind me. "Not going to work? You fucked me and now you're walking away?" I nodded once, biting my tongue so I didn't take it all back. "It was bad. Is that it? You learned how it could be with me and it's not good?" Bennett swore again, gave me a dark look. "Cash, you fucker." I nodded once. "Yeah, you're right. Take care of her, okay?" I turned on my heel, walked out. Didn't look back. I couldn't stand to see the hurt on her face, the anger on Bennett's. It was for the best. She deserved better than me. This threesome thing made me content in knowing she wasn't alone. She had Bennett and I'd have the memories of what we just did as I worked every fucking day for the rest of my life. Chapter 9. Julia. "You're thinking too hard," Bennett said. We were spooned in his bed, his arms wrapped around me. One hand cut my breast and I felt every hard inch of him along my back. He felt good, solid, comforting, real. My mind couldn't settle, continuously returning to Cash, what we'd done, what he'd said. 2 words slayed me. "You're right," he'd said. Cash had fucked me, hadn't liked it. Even agreed with me when I asked if I'd been bad at it, then left. Only this morning I'd had the blanket tossed over my head, hiding, protecting myself from what I figured they'd do when they discovered I had a botched wax job. Laugh. God, that would have been something to recover from, but not this. This was worse. They hadn't laughed at me, the opposite, in fact. They'd seemed to be into it. I mean, they'd written on me, claimed me. The possessiveness I'd seen on their faces had me forgetting I was a bad lay, that I had no idea what I was doing, that I was frigid. Just like the phone sex, I'd just given over. And it had been amazing. I'd come several times and I was not frigid. Still, Cash hadn't liked it. He'd gotten a taste, literally, and he was done. An asshole move, perhaps even worse than Frank. But Frank had at least been honest in his assholery. Cash destroyed me. He'd been into it. I knew it. I felt it. Saw it in his eyes while he'd been deep inside me. The connection had been instant. Sure, I thought they were strippers, but I'd been able to talk with them, flirt, just be. It made me crazy, and because of it, I was destroyed by Cash's actions. His words. He didn't mean it, Bennett said for the 50th time. After Cash left, Bennett had taken me home. I had insisted on being alone, even though he hadn't done anything wrong.
He was right there with me. The feelings I had for Cash I also had for Bennett. But Cash had wounded me. Deep. In a way that had nothing to do with what I felt for Bennett. I didn't care for them only as a duo, like they were bookends that had to be pushed together. Still, while Bennett had wanted to stay with me, I'd wanted to be alone, to nurse what turned out to be a broken heart. I wasn't just upset Cash had found me lacking, but I thought there had been something there. Something real. Deep, love even. I'd fallen hard and ridiculously fast, and that was what hurt now. Bennett had given me, after we argued on my front porch, some time alone to lie in bed and cry, but he'd shown up on my doorstep an hour ago, all but dragged me to his house to be with him. It wasn't his fault what Cash had done. I had intense feelings for Bennett, and holding up in my house wasn't fair to him. He knew I wasn't happy, that I'd been hurt. He was mad at Cash because of it. His protective instincts had kicked in, and he wanted me close. I liked that. I knew from watching my brothers that he wanted to take care of me. Needed to, and I fell even harder for him. His hugs and attention were just what I needed. His hold soothed me. I should be drinking a bottle of wine and eating a gallon of ice cream with Ava, watching a horror movie on TV. But I wanted Bennett. I barely knew him, and yet I did. This was the first time in bed together, and yet we weren't having sex. He'd help me undress, standing completely bare before him as he slipped one of his t-shirts over my head. He climbed naked in bed with me, and I felt his hard-on against my lower back. But he did nothing about it. Just kissed the top of my head, pulled me closer. This was where I wanted to be. I just wished Cash were here too. He didn't. Bennett repeated. The room was dark. Only the soft glow from the moon filtered in through the windows. His bed was big, the sheets soft, and they smelled like him. He said I wasn't good, I replied. At sex, I mean. He gave it a try, but he didn't like it. Bennett shifted so I was on my back and he was looming over me. His arm snaked out and he turned on the bedside lamp. I blinked up at him. His pale eyes were serious. I felt the heat from his body pressed along the seam of mine. That's what you think? That he fucked and fled? I shrugged, looked down at his chin, saw his blonde stubble. It hurts, but I understand. He frowned. Understand what? I bit my lip, thought of Frank. Some guy said you were a bad lay. When I didn't answer, he continued. That's what you were talking about last night when you said dildos don't complain when they fuck you. I cringed at his tone. He sighed. Angel, the guy was wrong. He should be shot for how he hurt you. Bennett stroked my hair as he spoke. There is nothing wrong with you. Every inch of you is perfect. I couldn't come. I was frigid, I admitted. Frigid? Fuck. He breathed, closing his eyes for a second. Cash bolted because it was too good. You freaked him out a little. I climbed from the bed, paced back and forth on the soft carpet. A little? He left because I was too good? Too good? Yeah, right, that makes no sense. What guy does that? I waved my arms, pissed off. Bennett sat up, let the sheet slip to his waist. My gaze dropped to his six-pack abs and my thoughts scattered. He patted the bed beside him. Come here. I huffed and climbed back into the bed, plopped myself down beside him. The t-shirt I wore rode high on my thighs, and he slid the hem up so the material bunched under my armpits. He looked down at me, then ran a hand over my skin. My belly, my hip, his thumb brushing the underside of my breast. This body, gorgeous. These tits, a perfect handful. Your soft skin hot beneath my palm. He moved his hand down between my legs. This pussy, wet for me. You're not frigid. You were obviously in bed with the wrong man. I was warming beneath his touch, beneath the words. I thought perhaps you had phone sex with me because you didn't want me in your bed. He shoved his hips forward so his hard-on was on display. I hadn't had much of a look at it earlier in the auto shop, but now I could see how big it was. Thick. The taut skin was darker than the rest of him, the crown wide, and I was distracted wondering how that had fit in me. My pussy clenched remembering, was a little sore because of it. Does this look like I don't want you? I shook my head.
You came for us, screamed our names. He continued. Fuck, you were the sweetest thing ever. Pretty dress, even prettier lacy under things. Your creamy tits out for us. Don't get me started on your pussy, especially seeing our names on that little bare spot. I flushed, having completely forgotten it was even there. You realize I haven't had a taste. I'm sorry, I replied, warming up to his touch. Don't be. Cash is being an ass. He'll come around. I promise. I grabbed his wrist, stilled his hand, felt the corded muscles beneath my palm. I could barely put thoughts together when he touched me like this. No, I mean, I'm sorry for being so upset. I shouldn't be. I just met both of you yesterday. It's not Cash's problem I got so attached. He has every right to bail. I mean, it's not like we were in a relationship. Angel, he chided. Relationship. What we have is bigger than that. We're not dating, we're not just fucking. One look and I was done. He pulled his hand from my hold, cut my pussy again and met my gaze. I didn't write my name here just for fun. I was serious. This pussy's mine. You're mine. You'll be Cash's too tomorrow, just wait and see. He's got issues to work through, but they're his to tell you about. Then you'll understand, forgive, and have incredible make-up sex. But you can let him grovel a little first. I smiled then. Nothing had changed, but I felt better. I really had only known Cash and Bennett for a little over 24 hours. I'd cried in bed for 6 of them, upset at Cash. He'd been a jerk, that was for sure, but I shouldn't have been that upset. But everything was different with these two. Time was irrelevant, I just knew. All right, I'll make him grovel. His hand went to my hip and rolled us so he was on his back and I was lying on top of him. I shifted my leg, straddled his waist. He gripped the bottom of the t-shirt and lifted it over my head, tossed it to the floor. Want to go for a ride? He asked, hands moving from my hips and up to cup my breasts. Bennett, I breathed, letting my eyes fall closed. Pussy too sore to play? I shook my head, reached back and took him in hand. He really was bigger than the dildo. His dick was hot to the touch, silky soft beneath my palm, but rock hard. Bennett hissed and his hips bucked. I lifted up, already ready for him. I wanted him in me, now. And when he slid into me, 1 thick inch at a time, I opened for him, remembered how he felt. Wait, he said, tugging me off him. What? I asked, my hand settling on his chest. Condom. Gotta protect you, Angel. I shook my head and studied his clenched jaw. Nothing between us. I want to feel every inch of you. I want the heat of your cum filling me. You may have put your name on me, but you didn't mark me. Not yet. Was I crazy to say that? Now after such a short time? I couldn't help what I felt for him, for Cash too. I wanted it all. Nothing between us, no barriers, literally and figuratively. Starting now with Bennett and tomorrow with Cash. Bennett froze, eyes searching mine. Whatever he saw, he agreed with. For he moved his hands, rested them on the bed beside him. I'm clean. I never hurt you, not in this, not in anything. And when I took him back in me again, began to set a pace that made my blood heat, my clit throb, he gripped the sheets, practically ripped them from the bed. Angel. I was in charge, took what I wanted, learned I wasn't frigid at all. I was hot and bothered, wild and passionate. His hand slipped between us, over my clit, over where we were joined, then went around behind me, found my back entrance. I stilled, gasped. Bennett! I breathed. Just a little play here. I don't have any lube and I don't want to hurt you. His fingertips brushed softly, circled. It doesn't hurt. Far from it. God, it felt so good. I had no idea. Sizzling hot, electrifying. It pushed me to the brink in a flash. Oh my God! I gasped, beginning to ride him again. He kept his slick finger there, just pressing lightly. Nothing more, although the light touch had me wanting him to press in, to fill me. We'll get some lube, Angel, and I'll get in you here. He tapped my bottom. I promise. With a hand on his chest, I rode him.
Sweat bloomed on my skin, my pussy getting wetter the more he touched me, the more I fucked him the way I liked. I'd been in charge, but with the first time ass play, I couldn't hold back. It was too much, too good. And when I came and cried out his name, I held his gaze, knew this was so much more than one day of being together. This was everything. Chapter 10. Julia. I woke up to an empty bed. In a haze of sleep, Bennett had whispered to me, telling me even though it was Sunday he had to meet a client, and when I got up to come down to the barn. I'd been excited to see what he did, but after Bennett had his way with me twice during the night, I fell right back asleep. An hour later, after showering and pouring myself a cup of coffee from the pot he'd left warm for me in the kitchen, I walked down to the barn. For a city slicker, Bennett had bought a big piece of land. It was a pretty setting, with acres of slightly rolling hills. The mountains were in the distance and a stream meandered through with cottonwood trees lining the banks. I'd met Mr. and Mrs. Lansing, who'd previously owned the property, a few times growing up, friends of my grandparents. Mrs. Lansing died in her sleep a few years back, and more recently, Mr. Lansing decided to sell and move to Oregon to be closer to his son. They'd grown alfalfa and kept a few animals, but nothing like the head of cattle the Duke Ranch had. I wondered if Bennett had any intention to grow crops, which I seemed to doubt, or perhaps lease the fields. I turned and glanced back at the house. 2-story typical farmhouse with a gray metal roof. Normal for this area to help the snow slide off. The place needed work but had good bones, a good feel. The renovations he'd made so far were smart and well done. But I was curious to see how someone turned a barn that once housed a bunch of farm animals into a motorcycle shop. And I wanted to see Bennett. It was silly to say I missed him after only an hour or so, but I did. Walking across the open field between his house and barn, I realized I loved him. It gave me pause because it was insane. I'd met him on Friday. Even crazier was that I loved Cash too, even if I didn't really like him at the moment. I wouldn't have been so upset about what he'd said and done the day before otherwise. How was it possible? Could a heart which had been empty for so long just fill right up? It wasn't just the sex. Well, it was partially, but it was what sex with Cash and Bennett did to me. They made me confident. They made me whole. I'd been going through the motions for months watching my friends and family find love. One right after the other, starting with Duke and Jed. Tucker and Colton had fallen next, followed by Gus and the guys, even Porter and the sheriff. I'd been happy for them, but seeing the attention from the sidelines and not getting in on the game myself had been depressing, sad, even a little heartbreaking. I kept on walking, pondered. I wouldn't have given my heart to any guy, like I had any say in the matter, because Frank hadn't gotten any part of me. He'd seen my body, touched it, been inside of me, but I hadn't given myself to him. The barn was huge, perhaps 10 stalls long and a second-story hayloft. The structure had a new coat of paint, new windows down the length to let light in. Animals hadn't needed them, but it seemed Bennett did. I opened the people-sized door to the left of the big sliding barn doors and went inside. The space was bright. Along with the new windows, skylights had been added into the sloped roof, and clean. No animal smells. In fact, inside it didn't look much like a barn at all. Usually the walls were just studs and exterior siding, no insulation, but drywall had been added throughout, probably insulated too and painted a bright white. The floor was concrete with a layer of gray sealant. The animal stalls were gone. Only one was saved in the back corner, but the walls went up all the way to the ceiling and had been turned into what looked like an office. From across the space, I could see the glass was put in where the open upper half of the stall had been. I heard voices coming from within, but from this angle, couldn't see Bennett or the client. Not wanting to disturb them, I took a moment to look around. I took a sip of my coffee, noticed the space was a lot like Carter's auto shop with its tools, parts, work counters, and heavy machinery. Sturdy metal construction and chains, weird contraptions I didn't even recognize were around in one open room. There were no cars like Cash had. Instead, there were 5 motorcycles in various stages of completion, and a single ATV parked in the corner. It had a plow attachment on the front, and I assumed Bennett used it in the snowy months to clear paths. Everything was immaculate and tidy, just like Bennett himself. While his house was only partially completed, it was neat and well thought out. The bike nearest me leaned on its kickstand, gleaming chrome and black from tire to tire. I knew nothing about motorcycles, but it was gorgeous. Pipes and handlebars all appeared custom. I was afraid to touch and get fingerprints on it. They were fancy, although I wouldn't tell Bennett that. These were a work of art, and no wonder he had a wait list, and from what Ava said, it included Colton. Based on the space he'd made here and the size of the property he'd purchased, he did exceptionally well. I walked from bike to bike, seeing what Bennett intended for them, amazed by his artistic eye and craftsmanship. My marketing mind went wild with the glossy brochures and slick website that could be made to promote his work. The exterior door opened behind me and I spun about, barely preventing my coffee from sloshing out of the mug. Cash. He looked around as if searching for someone. When he saw me, he stilled in the doorway and his tense shoulders relaxed. It was as if he was relieved to find me, as if he hadn't expected to actually see me again. He wore a plaid flannel shirt untucked, jeans and boots. His dark hair was a wild tangle, his dark eyes bloodshot. "Julia," he breathed, ducking his head. I glanced over my shoulder toward the office. Setting my mug down on a nearby table, I headed toward Cash in the door. "He's with a client. Let's go outside." He pushed open the door, let me out first. The morning was cool, the sky clear. A new day, a fresh start. I felt different this morning. Loved. A little less lost. What Bennett and I shared made me confident in myself. Not in my work. Not in my friendships or family. In myself. What we had, this ridiculously fast relationship thing that had no word or term to describe it, reassured me. Made me feel whole. Looking at Cash, who ran his hand over his beard, I recognized the old me in him. He seemed unsure of himself, wary. I didn't like that feeling. I recognized it easily enough, and I didn't want him to be that way. It was because of me he was troubled, and I wanted to help him with it. But Bennett had been right. He had to grovel. At least a little bit. "I'm sorry," he said right from the start. He looked at me like a starving man, desperate. He tucked his hands in his pockets as if he had to keep himself from grabbing me. For yesterday. Not all of yesterday. God, being with you, being inside you, watching you with Bennett, all of it was the best thing of my life. It's the after I'm sorry about. The part where I walked out." I crossed my arms over my chest, tipped my chin up. "Did you walk out because you didn't like having sex with me?" His eyes widened as if I'd asked him if he wanted to start a farm raising monkeys. "What?" Then he looked bleak. "You thought that because of me. Fuck baby." He closed the distance between us, cut my face with his big hands. "It was too good. It scared the shit out of me. I'm not good for you." I turned my head, then pushed at his chest. He moved only because he wanted to. He was too big for me to do so otherwise. "Don't you think I should decide that, not you?" I knew the guys in Reigns were bossy and serious alphas, but it still pissed me off when they went too far. I'd heard Ava and Caitlin, even Parker and Jill grumble about it. He shook his head. His eyes roved over my face as if taking me in, memorizing me. "You don't know me, what I've done. I was trying to protect you." Yep, an alpha idiot. I set a hand on his chest, felt how strong he was, how big. And yet for all those pheromones and potent kisses, he was vulnerable too. Still, I shoved him again. "If you'd stayed, I'd have gotten to know you more." He took my wrist, held my hand against his chest. "I know you here." I tapped my hand against his heart. I had no idea how I could feel this way, so sure of him, but I did. Still. "You big idiot." He lowered his forehead to mine and just breathed. "I am an idiot. Baby, I have to tell you some things about me. Things that might make you change your mind about being with me. I left because it was the noble thing to do. But I've discovered I'm not that noble at all. Not with you." "I don't need noble," I practically shouted at him. "I need you." He stared at me. "Fuck, are you real?" He breathed. "I can't forgive you this easily. Bennett said you're supposed to grovel." I countered, letting him know he wasn't off the hook. He lifted his head slightly and I saw his smile. He was so handsome, so virile. I breathed him in. Mint like toothpaste and a scent that was all cash, leather, maybe even a little bit of grease and orange soap. Am I doing a good job? It's a start, I replied, smiling in return. This is all happening so fast. Don't forget I thought you were strippers not even 2 days ago. He grinned. We can take some time to get to know each other. You can tell me about your past, about whatever it is that's made you turn into a moron. Moron? I'll take it. Jackass, asshole, big idiot, they all fit. He paused, studied me. You'll give me time to make this right, tell you everything. I lifted my hand to his cheek now, felt the softness of his beard. I've fallen for you, I admitted. Hard. Even after what you did yesterday. It hurt me, I won't lie. That was my fault, though, because I shouldn't have let something so short affect me this much. He wrapped his arms around me in a fierce hug, rested his cheek on the top of my head. None of this is your fault. You gave your body, your heart, everything to me. I thought leaving was what was best when I should have treasured it. You. I fell too fast, I added. What you did shouldn't have hurt so much. I fell for you too. I've fallen and I can't get up where you're concerned. I laughed at the play on the old commercial from TV. As for hurting you, fuck, I'll never be able to make that right. I walked out. Realized how much being without you sucked. Wondered how a slip of a thing with red hair could knock me on my ass in a day. But you did. He pulled back once again, but only enough to tip my chin up and lean down. His mouth an inch from mine, he stopped. Waited as if he didn't have the right to just take. Kiss me, I whispered, eager to feel his lips on mine. And he did. Even with his arms around me, I fell, again. He was gentle and tender, yet so big and powerful. Whatever the secret, we would get through it. Bennett knew it and wasn't bothered by it. They were still friends. He wouldn't have let Cash get near me if he were to hurt me. I sank into the kiss. Let everything go, just felt. His hand cupped the back of my head, the other at my lower back, fingers cupping my bottom. Julia Duke. I heard my name and pulled back. Cash loosened his hold on me and we turned to see who had spoken. My stomach dropped. Holy fuck, Frank. What was he doing here? They'd come out of the barn and I hadn't even heard. With Cash kissing me, a bomb could have gone off and I'd have missed it. Even after all these months, he held the power over me to feel like shit. A slick grin spread across his face as if he knew he could still fuck with me. He was Bennett's client. God, what were the chances? I'd avoided him at the grocery store, but had to run into him here? Bennett looked between us, curious. How had I ever been interested in Frank? Standing beside Bennett, it was easy to compare them. Frank was several inches shorter, his hair was thinning, a slight paunch rounded his belly, he was pale and weak-looking. But Bennett. My heart skipped a beat looking at Bennett. His sandy-colored hair was neatly combed. He wore a charcoal gray V-neck sweater over a white t-shirt, jeans, and leather boots. And I knew every inch of what was underneath. And Cash beside me. His kiss, no, just his arms around me made me feel more than I ever had with Frank. You and Carter, huh? He asked, slowly shaking his head. The look in his eyes showed condescension. Slumming for the mechanic isn't going to fix you. I felt Cash's fingers tighten against my hip. God, Frank was an asshole. How did I ever think he was worthy of my time? What the fuck? Bennett said, turning angrily toward Frank, who held up his hands. I'm just telling the truth, before she keeps trying to fix a broken pussy. I swear I heard Cash growl. Bennett's eyes narrowed and his jaw clenched, so did his fists. This wasn't Bennett's fight, it was mine. I broke out of Cash's hold, stomped over to Frank, poked him in the chest, just like I had Cash the other night. Instead of the sly smile Cash had given me, Frank just eyed me with derision. There's nothing wrong with me, you little shit. He laughed. Oh yeah, I think I know a fair amount about your problems. Maybe I can tell Carter about them, spare him the trouble of a bad lay. Bennett stepped closer, ready to grab Frank's arm. I put mine out to stop him. My problem was being with a limp dick like you. You couldn't have found my clit if you had a roadmap. For months I'd been all twisted up over Frank. No, over his words. God, no longer. Please, you're a frigid bitch and there's no chance of you thawing out. That's it. You're a dead man, Cash said. I hadn't been watching him, I focused solely on Frank, but his arm shot out from behind me and his fist connected with Frank's face. The sick crunch of bones couldn't be missed. Blood poured from his nose as he bent forward. You fucker! You broke my nose! Bennett grabbed him, hauled him up by the scruff of his neck, and practically carried him toward the car parked nearby. One I'd missed earlier. Get off my property before I kill you and leave you to rot. Oh, you're into her too, he commented, stumbling. He glanced at me, his hand over his face, blood dripping off his chin. Yeah, doubling your chances on making a guy happy. Smart. And one with a big wallet. Clearly Frank didn't realize his life was in danger. Wait, I said before Bennett dragged him toward the nearest ditch. You were cruel with your words, Frank, I said, once Bennett hauled him around to face me. Still are. I couldn't see it before, but I can now. You're shit in bed and take it out on the women you're with. As for me being with Cash and Bennett, I use them for their big dicks. Turns out a small one like yours just doesn't make me hot. Cash laughed and pulled me into his arms as Bennett hauled Frank to his car. He leaned down, spoke to him low enough I couldn't hear, then shoved him in and watched him drive away. He won't be bothering you anymore, Bennett said, walking toward us. I was all for girl power and taking care of myself, but it felt good to know I had protectors, guys who'd watch out for me, and not because I was a little sister. I nodded, not wanting to talk about it. They were now aware I'd slept with Frank. Bennett knew a guy had messed with me. Perhaps Cash even picked up on it as well the day before, but not who. I'd made a mistake being with Frank. God, if I could take that time back, I would, but I couldn't change the past. Cash and Bennett weren't virgins. They'd been with women before me. They couldn't change that either. What mattered was now. Is it true what you said? Bennett asked. I frowned. Huh? You're using us for our big dicks. I grinned. You two definitely know how to use them since you're strippers and all. Cash grabbed me about the waist, tossed me over his shoulder. I shrieked and laughed. I couldn't help but eye his taut ass as he carried me toward the house. You want big dicks? We'll give you big dicks. Chapter 11. Cash. I was in fucking Julia in Bennett's shop. She deserved more comfort than a countertop. Again. Especially after the fucker who'd insulted our woman. I'd hate myself forever for how I'd rejected her. I'd meant to do the right thing, but it was obvious now I'd only poked at an old wound brought about by the douche canoe she'd dated. I didn't want to linger on the thoughts of him touching her, but we all had lovers in our past. I'd make her forget about him. Make her forget her own fucking name. I had the rest of my life to show Julia Duke just how perfect she was. She was hot, responsive, and my dick would never get enough of her. I'd show her starting right now. I carried her through Bennett's house into his bedroom, dropped her onto the unmade bed. The sheets were twisted in disarray, and I had to wonder what Bennett had done with her while I'd had my head up my ass. Sprawled on the bed, hair a wild tangle, her cheeks flushed and her teeth biting into that plump lower lip made my dick throb. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Bennett lean against the wall, content to watch. At least for now. Grabbing an ankle, I took off one shoe, let it fall to the floor, then the other. Her socks went next. God bless yoga pants because I tucked my fingers into the waistband and tugged them down, along with her panties, and off her gorgeous legs in 2 seconds. She gasped when I pulled her to the edge of the bed, dropped to the floor and put her legs over my shoulders. She looked down her body at me as I brushed a finger over her pink center, over the little bare spot where I'd written my name. While the black letters were a little faded, they were very clear. This pussy was mine and I'd never forget it again. Groveling is best done on my knees. Heat flared in her eyes and she dropped her head back onto the bed, closed her eyes. Oh no, baby, up on your elbows. You need to watch me grovel. When she didn't do as I wanted, I moved my hand away. Only then did her head pop up and she pushed up to practically growl at me. Cash,
I grinned and lowered my head. Watch. Then I feasted on her, licked her from her entrance up to her clit and back. Her thighs tightened about my head, and I did it again and again, watching her as she gave over to the pleasure. I felt wicked pride that I could do this to her, to get her to cream all over my lips, coat my beard, to get her to pant and writhe, moan. I slid one finger into her tight sheath, found the spot that had her hips bucking, then made her scream. Only then did she flop back onto the bed. I stood, shucked my clothes, then sat down on the bed beside her. Easily I scooped her up in my arms and kissed her. There was no question she tasted her sweetness, could feel how she'd all but soaked my beard with her juices.
More,
she breathed, working her shirt up and over her head. She wanted to get naked. I wasn't going to stop her. Bennett had been passive until now. I had no idea when he'd taken off his clothes, but his dick bobbed toward our girl as he undid the back hook of her bra. I spun her about, faced her away from me, and spread my knees wide. Since she was straddling me, her legs parted as well. While I wanted to watch her tits bounce as she used me to fuck herself, it was time she took both of us at the same time. Bennett's dick was right there for her to suck. All he had to do was step forward. She glanced over her shoulder at me, shifting her hips to try to back up and climb onto my dick. Condom first, baby. Angel, do you want Cash to fuck you, Bear? I stilled and looked up at Bennett. Bear? You fucked her, Bear? Pre-cum seeped from my dick and it smeared across her lower back. She was still looking at me with those green eyes. Desire and something I didn't deserve. Love was aimed right at me.
Please, Cash.
I need to tell you things first.
Now?
She asked, putting her hands on my knees for balance, then shifted, taking me in part way. Fuck first, talk later. Shit. I growled, then put my hands on her hips and helped her get positioned over me right to take me all the way. I wanted to tell her everything, to not have anything between us, but there was no fucking way I'd lift her off me now. When she sat on my thighs once again, this time my dick filling her up all the way, she moaned. I groaned and my balls drew up tight. I wasn't going to last. I'd never fucked anyone raw before, never gone without a condom, until now. She was hot, tight, and wet. The feel so much more intense. I'd probably cry if I had to put latex on ever again. Bennett stepped close, stroked her hair. She looked up at him, then at his dick. With one hand she gripped his hip, all but pulling him in so she could lick his crown like a fucking ice cream cone. My hips bucked just watching. She gasped and Bennett took the opportunity to slide a little deeper into her mouth. He groaned, tangled his fingers in her hair. Lifting and lowering her carefully, I fucked her as she sucked Bennett off. She had to come again. Once wasn't enough. I easily found her clit, carefully worked it until she creamed all over me, milked my dick of my cum. Bennett stepped back as she cried out her pleasure, probably not wanting to either choke her as she came or get his dick bit. When her peak eased, she grasped him again, took him almost voraciously. It was too much. She was too much. No man could hold back from that kind of pleasurable torture. I came hard, filling her, marking her as mine. I gripped her hips and never wanted to let go, never wanted to come out of her. I could live inside her pussy for the rest of my life. Bennett. I thought Cash had told her everything while I'd been in my meeting, but when he'd said mid-fuck that he had to tell Julia some things, I knew instantly he hadn't. Yet. I couldn't blame him for forgetting about it. He'd had a hot, naked, eager woman on his lap. Not just any woman, our woman. While Cash doubted Julia's ability to get past his arrest for rape, I believed in her. Knew she'd see it for what it was. A scorned, crazy woman wanting revenge. Hell, I'd believed in Cash from the very beginning of the fucked-up mess Kelly had shoveled onto him. He'd done nothing wrong, but it had taken time and annoyance for the charges to be dropped. But the taint of the accusations lingered among friends and colleagues. His repair work had tapered off, and he'd been left reeling, pissed, doubtful. He was innocent. Julia would see that. She trusted him. She was filled with his bare dick. And she trusted him in this, too. But the fucker Frank Marsden might have put me and Cash behind bars for murder. My client turned out to be the guy who had hurt Julia. Not physically. He might be a total dick, but it quickly became obvious he was the type to verbally harm a woman to feel better about himself. A guy who couldn't get Julia hot, the woman who had just swallowed my cum and then licked her lips, whose pussy was full of my best friend's dick, who had the pink glow of a well-fucked, well-pleasured woman. Yeah, Marsden must have a little dick like Julia had said. That didn't excuse him for being an asshole, for making Julia have 1 second of self-doubt. She was sexy, passionate, and as fiery as her red hair. We'd never let her doubt that. Ever. That was why I'd helped her up off of Cash's lap, carried her to the shower. Washed her body myself, watched her nipples harden as I soaped them up with my palms. And lower, I got hard again washing Cash's cum as it slipped from her. Knowing mine was in her belly. Fuck, I needed to come again. When Cash opened the shower door, I thought he was going to join us. Perhaps do a little more ass play because the shower was a great place for it. But he had on his jeans and held up her cell. Baby, your phone's been ringing and pinging from texts. She frowned, then since she was wet, told him the 4-digit password. He swiped over the screen. It says a voicemail from your mom. Another swipe. A text from Tucker, another from Caitlin. They're wondering where you are, if you'd forgotten about brunch. Her eyes widened and her mouth fell open as she grabbed my hand in a death grip. Oh my God, what time is it? He glanced again at her cell. 10 after 11. She pushed Cash out of the way, grabbed a towel, and dried off with military efficiency. I'm hosting brunch. Usually it's dinner on Friday, but with the party we moved it to this morning. Now. Everyone's at my house and I completely forgot. And I don't have my truck. As I shut off the water and grabbed a towel of my own, I felt smug for the reason we'd made her forget she was hosting a family breakfast. Angel, text Tucker. Tell him you'll be there in 20 minutes. We'll stop at the bakery on the way and get bagels and Danish. While I'd met most of her family already, it wasn't as her man, not boyfriend either. That wasn't the right word to describe what I was to her. I had to wonder if she'd even told any of them about us, about this weekend. It seemed we were about to find out.
Chapter 12. Julia. I can't believe I forgot. I'm such an idiot, I said, rubbing my hands on the tops of my thighs. While my yoga pants and t-shirt were what I'd have put on if I'd remembered the brunch at my house, my hair was wet and tangled. Cash and Bennett had kept me busy in bed for too long, not that I was complaining, but we were so late, and making my way up my own walkway with both of them would make things very obvious. I can't believe others haven't been late to one of your get-togethers before, Cash said, taking one of my hands and kissing the knuckles. The gesture was sweet and the look on his face was surprisingly tender, especially after what we'd just done. God, my pussy still tingled from riding him reverse cowgirl. And Cash's cum still slipped from me and made my panties damp. Sure, but not to their own house or when they bring 2 guys for the first time.
You're worried they're going to know what we've been up to? Why we're late?
Bennett added. I glanced up at him. You're not worried? My brothers might kill you, or worse, you might get the evil eye from my mother. A smile turned up the corner of his mouth, but he kept his eyes on the road.
Has anyone ever gotten the evil eye before?
Marcia Carruthers. I replied right away. When Tucker was in 11th grade, she made it clear she wanted him to deflower her. That didn't go over well. Last I heard, she was living in Detroit. Cash laughed deep and throaty.
Deflower? Tucker?
I rolled my eyes and smiled, thinking of my brawny brother.
Being late isn't going to have your family know what we've been up to as much as this.
Cash ran a finger along my neck. I gasped, grabbed the rearview mirror, and angled it toward me, not caring if Bennett needed it to drive. I lifted my butt up as far as the seatbelt would allow to look. There wasn't exactly a hickey, but the delicate skin of my neck was a rosy pink. Whisker burn. When had that happened? In the shower? I looked to Cash and his beard. No way. I glanced at Bennett next, at his pale stubble that caught the morning sunshine. You! I said, pointing, then poking him in the upper arm.
Angel, it was unavoidable and you weren't complaining at the time.
He replied, sounding not the least bit sorry.
I didn't get a chance to shave this morning.
I pursed my lips as Bennett pulled up in front of my house. I recognized my family's various trucks and SUVs on the street and in my driveway. My parents and my brothers either had a spare key or knew where one was hidden, so they weren't sitting around on my porch waiting. I doubt you'll get the evil eye from my mom. She'll probably be thrilled I'm with you two. As for my brothers, I'm their baby sister and they will think you've deflowered me even though I'm 26 years old. I hope your life insurance is up to date. Bennett took one hand, Cash the other. They can be pissed all they want, it's none of their business what we do. I knew he was right, but that didn't stop my brothers from being overly protective. Bennett climbed from the truck, but Cash squeezed my hand and I looked up at him. I still need to talk with you. Explain. I saw Duke and Tucker come out onto the porch. Duke crossed his arms over his chest and Tucker held a mug of coffee. Clearly, they'd made themselves home in my kitchen while they'd been waiting, although I knew that wasn't going to stop him from beating the shit out of someone, if required. I tipped my chin toward my house. It's going to have to wait. I'm surprised they're not holding shotguns. I slid out the driver's side and Bennett took my hand, helped me down, led me up the walk. I'm pretty sure you know Bennett and Cash, I said to my brothers as way of introduction. Duke uncrossed his arms to shake Bennett's proffered hand. Looks like they gave you more than a ride home, Tucker said, nodding his head as greeting to Bennett and Cash. Boys, let your sister into her own house, my mother said, although I couldn't see her around my hulking brothers. They stepped back and I went up to hug her. Her hair, while threaded with gray, had been dark like Duke's. I looked nothing like her, the only genes we shared were in height. Gentlemen, it's good to see you again, she said with much more enthusiasm than Duke and Tucker. Of course my mother knew them. She knew everyone. Sorry we're late, I said as a bland excuse as we walked through my house to the kitchen, the blissful scent of coffee filling the air. I glanced at Cash, who carried the big bakery box. We brought breakfast. Ava and Colton were leaning against the counter drinking coffee, Liam seated at my small kitchen table. Ava waggled her eyebrows and gave me a blatant thumbs up. Clearly she was thrilled things were working out. I saw my dad in the family room reading the paper and I went over to him, leaned over the back of the couch and gave him a kiss on the top of the head before I went back into the kitchen. He was content reading in peace. Caitlin opened the bakery box on the counter, peeked inside. Where's everyone else? I asked. Jed had a late night at the bar, so he's sleeping in, my mother said. Gus is out of town. Kemp, Poe, and Parker should be here soon. Porter and Jill are in Chicago for a college friend's wedding. Your truck was supposed to be fixed, Duke said, coming into the kitchen. The room was small and crowded already. I rolled my eyes. It is. Then where is it? He asked. I rolled my eyes. God, someone get him some coffee. Well, he replied, crossing his arms over his chest. Well, what? I snapped, matching his stance, but it was hard to stand up to him when he was close to 15 inches taller. Where have you been? I tipped my chin up. With Bennett and Cash. I had no intention of lying, and Bennett had been right. If Duke had his panties in a bunch over me being with them, it was his problem, not mine. Duke, leave her alone, Mom quietly scolded. With them? He asked, ignoring her. His dark gaze roved over my hair and latched onto my neck. His jaw clenched. I spun on my heel, refusing to answer that question. Who wants a Danish? We have cherry, nut, and lemon. Dad, what kind do you want? Lemon, he called from the other room. I grabbed a napkin from the pile someone had set on the counter and placed a lemon pastry on it. Duke was blocking the way to the living room, so I arched my brow, waited. If you've got issues with us being with Julia, don't take it out on her. Let's go outside and talk about it, Cash said, settling his hand on my shoulder. I liked the weight of it, knowing he had my back. Says the guy arrested for rape, Duke replied. I sucked in a breath and spun around, stared up at Cash wide-eyed. You didn't tell her, Duke asked. You bring my sister late to brunch at her own house and you kept that a secret. Back off, Bennett warned. Liam stood and Colton took a step toward all of us. I didn't think there was going to be a brawl in my small kitchen. but Duke often behaved like the bulls he used to ride. This was what you wanted to talk about? I thought of the times Cash had tried to tell me, but it hadn't worked out. It all became clear. This was why you walked out yesterday? He looked to me, his face grim, his dark eyes lacking all of the warmth or heat I was used to. Yes. You see how your brother is reacting? Others will too. He'd been arrested for rape. Rape? He hadn't denied Duke's words. I'll go, he murmured. He flicked his gaze to Duke, then back to me. It's clear I'm not welcome. He turned and with long strides walked out the front door. I stared after him, stunned. Cash! I called out, but he didn't turn or stop. All was quiet as I turned back to Duke. What is your problem? I yelled. He stepped back. I got in his space again. He was arrested for rape. Fine. Arrested doesn't mean convicted, right? Duke held up his hands, but I punched him in the stomach anyway. He was too big for it to do much damage, but his breath whooshed out and it felt damned good. I don't know why Caitlin's marrying you. Seriously, you are an idiot. He angled his head toward my front door. He left, didn't he? Because he's honorable. He didn't do it. I stated plainly. He didn't. I knew it. Felt it deep down. Cash wasn't like that. He'd never hurt me, even going to the extreme of walking out on me to save me from himself. Not just yesterday in his shop, but now too. I love him. His eyes widened at the surprise statement. I hadn't expected to say it because I hadn't realized until right then it was true. Jules, Duke warned. You just met him Friday. And you saw Caitlin getting a lap dance from a stripper and knew she was yours. I pointed at Tucker, who was smartly remaining quiet by filling his mouth with a cherry Danish. He saw Ava and stalked her like a lunatic for a month. Why is it wrong for me to be sure like both of you? He sighed. Because you're my baby sister, and no one will be good enough for you. He gave Bennett a look over my shoulder, one that said hurt her and die. I love Cash. I repeated, and I heard a sniffle, realized someone was crying, perhaps my mother. I wasn't sure if it was because I'd shacked up with a guy she considered a rapist or because I'd finally said I loved someone. He didn't do it. I don't know why I'm even standing here talking to you when he's all alone out there. I turned, saw Bennett, paused. You knew about this. It's the reason he moved here, why you followed, isn't it? He nodded. While I could tell he was beyond pissed at Duke, he looked at me with warm affection, a gentleness that made me see how much he cared about me. I loved him too. God, I did. I couldn't stay in Miami after what happened, Angel. He murmured, his voice soft. Too jaded. He told me Cash had been caught up in something in Miami, but it was Cash's story to share. He wouldn't stay best friends with a rapist. He didn't do it, Liam said, then took a sip of his coffee. Everyone turned to face him. What? He added, then shrugged. They were giving you a ride home from the party on Friday. You think I wouldn't look into them, Julia? He might be my future cousin-in-law, but I rolled my eyes at the sheriff's blatant problem with boundaries. He was arrested for rape, he continued, by a former girlfriend who turned out to be bipolar, off her meds, and ridiculously pissed for being dumped. Seems her daddy was a fancy lawyer and got the book thrown at Cash, considered him a threat, and he spent a week in jail. I thought of Cash, innocent and in jail for a crime that went against his principles, his honor. He must have wanted to climb the walls. No wonder he moved here to start over. A friend put investigators on it, got Cash before a judge, and the case was dropped. Liam continued, looking to Bennett. Bennett. I grabbed his hand and knew he was the one who'd helped Cash. The woman recanted, Cash was cleared, but the mess stuck. Liam gazed pointedly at Duke. Of course he didn't do it, Mom said, wiping her nose with a napkin. She tilted her head, smiled at me. His uncle's on the city council. I knew about the whole thing before Cash even moved here. Why didn't you say something? Duke asked, his shoulders relaxing. A little. She narrowed her eyes, clearly not happy with him. Because he did nothing wrong. Young man, have you told Caitlin about the time you stole the numbers off of Mr. Schumacher's mailbox? That Sheriff Gruber caught you red-handed? I have to wonder if she will want to marry a hardened criminal like you." Liam laughed and covered it with another sip of coffee. "Ma, I was 8. Duke grumbled. "But it was a crime you actually committed, unlike this mess with Cash," she countered. Oh my God, Duke was a moron. My mother knew everything like usual, and Liam had done a background check on the men I loved. They were family and weren't going anywhere. But Cash, I have to go after him, I said, handing off the lemon Danish to my mother before hurrying to the front door. I didn't care that everyone was in my house, that I was supposed to play hostess. I didn't care about anything but finding Cash. I had to get to him, to tell him I believed him, trusted him. I reached my hand out to Bennett, not wanting to leave him behind. The 3 of us were a unit. We were together. Hopefully, with more time than just a weekend, we'd be a family of our own. Who knew I'd go from longing for a relationship of my own on Friday to having one of my dreams on Sunday? Come on. He smiled, took my hand, and let me pull him down the walkway to his truck, to find Cash. Chapter 13. Cash. The shop was only half a mile from Julia's house, so the walk wasn't very long. My truck was at Bennett's, but it didn't matter. I needed to do something, so I'd work off my frustration on fixing a bad alternator. I cut through neighborhoods and took in the small, well-kept homes. Some had toys in the yard, one had a tire swing. Family homes. Something I'd never have. I thought, no, dreamed of having it all with Julia, but like I'd told her, I wasn't good for her. There was no question she wanted the picket fence and minivan. Hopefully Bennett would be the one to give it to her. If there was any guy who was worthy of her, it was he. No one else. It would kill me to watch and see them together around town, to see what I couldn't have. Tasted, but nothing more. Marked with my name, but that would fade. Could I handle it? Doubtful. It felt like my insides were being ripped from my body even now. Just picturing Julia in my mind, her sassy smile, that fiery, silky hair, the sound of her laugh. Fuck, the sound of her coming, her taste, her scent, the feel of her pussy fitting my dick like a glove. I was ruined for any other woman. I wanted Julia Duke, my mind, my dick, my heart. As if I'd conjured her, there she was in front of the shop. I stopped, stared. She stood with Bennett, his arm wrapped around her waist, her eyes scanning the area. When she saw me, she tensed. Then, even from a distance, I watched as her tense shoulders relaxed. What the hell were they doing here? I walked toward them, and Julia ran toward me and, to my complete surprise, jumped up in my arms. I was glad I had solid footing because while she was so small, she knocked me a step back. Her arms went around my neck, her legs about my waist. It took me a second of shock before I wrapped one arm around her waist, the other under her ass to support her. "I'm sorry," she said, breathing deeply. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes wild as they roved over my face. "What? Why?" "For Duke. He's just watching out for you. He's a good brother." "He's a dumbass," she countered. The corner of my mouth tipped up at her aggravated tone. "I won't argue with that, but baby, he's right. I'm no good for you." "You didn't rape that woman." She wasn't asking. I shook my head. "No." "Then why do you think you're bad for me? You've done nothing wrong." "Duke's not the only one who's going to think the worst." "So what?" "So what?" I repeated, raising my head so I could stroke her hair back from her face. Her skin was silky soft beneath my rough palm, reminding me of how precious and untarnished she was. "I don't want any of that to touch you." "I love you." She said those 3 little words as plain as could be. My breath caught. My heart skipped a beat. "I do, and if you tell me I'm wrong, that I shouldn't, I'm going to throat punch you." I couldn't help but smile at that. "Throat punch me, huh?" She grinned. "Yep." Bennett walked over, stood behind Julia's back, set a hand on her shoulder. Angling her head, she looked to him. "I love you too. Both of you." "Angel." Bennett breathed. I saw the look on his face, knew he felt the same as me. Having this woman say it, mean it, was the greatest gift ever. My entire life, I will probably say I don't deserve you. But you have my heart, I said.
Tears filled Julia's eyes and one slid down her cheek, but she smiled brilliantly. "Who knew I'd fall hard for 2 strippers?" she asked, slipping her hand from around my neck to wipe it away. "Maybe we need to buy some nut huggers," Bennett prompted. She laughed, which was exactly what he'd intended. That sound made me happy, made me whole. Having her in my arms, the feel of her, the scent. Fuck. It was everything, and I was never letting her go. I'd even put on a pair of neon nut huggers just for her. But there was one thing. "What about your family?" The Dukes were tight. She frowned. "What about them?" "Baby, I don't want to get between any of you." "Liam had you and Bennett checked out. He wouldn't have let me go near you if he thought you were dangerous. You'd have been driven out of town. My mom said your uncle told her why you moved back, what had happened. She's known all along." I wasn't surprised the sheriff had done his due diligence. I was thankful he and the other men, either Dukes themselves or claiming a woman with one, were so protective of their women. As for Mrs. Duke, I hadn't met, but I knew of her. Knew she was a formidable woman, not one to be messed with. Seemed she passed on all those traits to her daughter, as neither woman was flighty or meek. "What about Duke?" "He's Caitlin's problem," she replied easily. "So you don't care if he hates me?" "When I tell him I want you and Bennett for your big dicks, he'll come around." "Julia, I can't believe we came here because you have lube," I said, standing in Cash's small living room. Bennett had driven us to Cash's house. I had to wonder if I'd ever get my truck back because his bed was too far away. My house had my entire family in it. While Duke would have to get used to me being with Bennett and Cash, I didn't think the way to do that was to fuck them both while he was still in my house. Also, Cash had lube, which the two of them said was a requirement for what they planned to do to me. I rubbed my thighs together in anticipation. I had never considered ass play before. But with Bennett's introduction to it the night before, I craved more of those intense, overwhelming sensations. "Yesterday morning before we picked you up, I picked some up at the store," he explained. "You were sure of yourself," I commented. Cash grinned, then winked. "Hopeful." "Angel, are you sore?" Bennett asked. "We've been at you nonstop since Friday. We were in you just a little while ago." Cash added, his gaze heating as he spoke. Was I sore? I'd had more sex in the past 2 days than I'd had the past 2 years. My pussy felt well used, deliciously so, but not sore. "No, I'm fine. I don't care that it's only been 2 hours. I want you again." Looking at them as they slowly approached, I swallowed hard, feeling like prey and they were the predators. Cash scooped me up, tossed me over his shoulder, and carried me into his bedroom. When I was dropped on the bed, I eyed them both as they stood side by side, arms crossed at the foot of the bed. This time was going to be different. More. "I've fallen for you, baby," Cash said. "Hard. Hell, I'm in love with you. I think I fell for you the moment you realized we weren't strippers, that you'd stuck your pretty foot in your mouth." "Cash," I began, but he cut me off. "Who knew my life could be turned upside down by a red-haired vixen?" He continued. "We might have our names written on your pussy, but yours is carved into my heart." Oh shit. Who knew this brash, dark, sullen, and moody man could be so romantic? "I love you." Bennett set his pale eyes squarely on mine. I didn't doubt those 3 words from his lips either. I'd felt them in the way he'd comforted me the day before, the way he'd pleasured me, stood up for me with Frank, protected me from my family even though it hadn't been necessary. "We're marrying you," Cash added, and Bennett nodded his agreement. I gasped. "Marriage? But—" "Someday," Bennett clarified. Cash grinned wickedly, leaned down and grabbed my ankle, slowly pulled me closer. "That's right. We'll give you a happily ever after, but let's work on keeping you happy for now. We'll take it slow," Bennett added. I slid slowly across the bed in Cash's hold. "We're going to take things nice and slow." I gulped and my nipples hardened. I had a feeling I wasn't going to see anything but this bed for a while. They stripped me bare, one on either side of me as their hands unbuttoned, roved, caressed. Their lips brushed over the skin revealed, the fingertips sliding over sensitive spots. He dropped my clothes onto the floor where they'd stay.
By the time I was naked, I was ridiculously aroused. I felt like the center of their world. Nothing beyond Cash's bedroom existed. I was sitting on the edge of the bed as they stood, looking their fill.
Lie back, baby,
Cash murmured, unbuttoning his shirt.
I want to see if my name on your pussy needs a touch-up.
Oh, God. While I was content being naked with them, the idea of lying back and parting my thighs so they could look at the very center of me was a little overwhelming. Suddenly I felt shy. Cash must have seen it, for he leaned down, kissed me.
You're so beautiful. Show me,
he whispered. I breathed in his clean scent, reveled in his soft smile. I fell back onto the soft blanket, raised my knees up toward my chest.
Wider,
Bennett said. When I complied, his jaw clenched. He could see everything. Open as I was, they could see my back entrance, my pussy and my clit. How wet I was, how my juices probably coated their names. Cash and Bennett both dropped to their knees in front of me, each taking hold of one of my ankles, holding me wide.
Tomorrow, Angel, we'll fix our names tomorrow.
Cash grunted, his eyes squarely on my pussy.
A permanent marker is going to stay beside the bed.
Bennett leaned forward, licked me from my puckered opening all the way to my clit. I bucked and they held me still with sure grips on my ankles. Bennett! I cried, squirming. The feel of his tongue was like a bolt of lightning, hot, sizzling, and intense. I'm all wet. He lifted his head, grinned. The evidence of just how wet I was coated his lips.
Sweeter than any Danish.
I rolled my eyes even though I was so needy. But even though I showered, Cash's cum is still sliding from me.
Cash groaned, then grinned. Your panties were ruined. Angel, you think a little cum's going to stop me from putting my mouth on you?
But I didn't want to say that it was Cash's, that I'd assumed Bennett wouldn't want to go there.
I'm not interested in Cash. I don't find him all that cute.
He smiled and Cash rolled his eyes.
But it makes me hard finding your pussy all coated in cum, mine or his. That means we're taking care of you, giving you what you need.
When his hands cupped me, started to spread all my wetness all around, I closed my eyes and gave over. His finger slid inside me, slowly fucked me, taking the time to rub over my G-spot, press, then move back out, around my clit and over the side that made me so hot, lower in and out. I heard the sound of a lid pop open, then a cold, slick finger at my bottom. I gasped and looked down my body. Bennett was playing with my pussy and Cash's finger was circling my back entrance. The extra sensation was so intense I cried out.
Easy, Cash murmured, nice and slow. She likes a little pressure, just the tip inside.
Bennett told him as if he were sharing how I liked my coffee.
We always give you more than just the tip, don't we, baby?
Cash asked, adding pressure so his finger slipped inside. With Bennett stroking my clit as Cash slowly fucked my ass, going a little deeper each time I came, startling me. I wasn't used to the stretch of something in my bottom, but the slight bite of pain merged with the bliss of a light stroke on my clit was incredible. I was a sweaty, boneless mess when they moved their hands away from my pussy and ass, when they lowered my legs. I didn't say a word when I was lifted and placed in the center of the bed.
No napping,
Cash said.
We're not done with you yet.
I blinked my eyes open as the bed shifted and I found Cash, naked and with his hard dick pointed straight at me, crawling closer.
Your ass is too tight to fuck, baby. We'll get in you at the same time. Soon, but not now.
Even through my orgasm-induced haze, I was a little glad. I wasn't sure if I was prepared mentally for that. Bennett crawled up the bed and lay on top of me, his weight supported by his forearms. He stroked my sweaty hair back from my face, and I looked into his fathomless blue eyes.
There you are, Angel.
I felt his dick pressing into my thigh. Shifting my hips, I adjusted so he was settled so his hips pressed into mine.
Ready for more?
I arched my back, pressed my breasts up and into his chest. Yes, please, more. With a hand on my hip, he rolled us so I was on top. He grinned up at me.
Now Cash can get in on this too.
A hand slid down my back. Cash. Lower and lower it went until it spanned my lower back. A thumb settled between my cheeks and pressed against my back entrance. It was coated in lube, and with a gentle push it slid right in. From the angle of entry it hooked into me, and the feel of this kind of penetration had me gasping. Bigger, deeper. Bennett took the opportunity to kiss me, his tongue slipping into my mouth. His dick pushed into my pussy, opening me up. God, they were so big. With things in both my holes, the pleasure was intense. I was so sensitive, my clit rubbing against Bennett's lower belly. Back arching, I gave over. Now I knew why double penetration was so good. Why Caitlin, Ava, Parker, and Jill all looked so well satisfied. Why they were always looking so lovey-dovey at their men. Why they kept telling me how great it was, and I covered my ears so I didn't have to hear about my brothers' and cousins' sex lives. I understood now. It wasn't them messing with me, but sharing how good they had it. The men might be thrilled with that kind of conquest, but it was the woman who really won in that fucking game. Because right now, God, I had 2 men pleasing me, pushing me to another orgasm, making my body sing in ways I never knew, especially with a guy like Frank. I was ruined for other men, and I didn't care. I didn't need others, want them. I knew in this moment I had everything I could ever want. While the men were getting pleasure out of this, it was me they were satisfying. Me they were putting first. Yes, I cried. More. They obeyed, fucking me harder, deeper, faster with dick and thumb. I gave over to everything I felt for them, with them, because of them. I was the center of this relationship, what kept us going. Bennett! Oh God, Cash! I felt the heat of Bennett's cum fill me as his fingers tightened on my waist. Done in, I dropped onto Bennett's chest, my face nuzzled in by his neck. I could feel his heart beating and our ragged breaths mingled. I gasped when Cash slipped his thumb from me and felt the bed shift as he stood and went into the bathroom. Bennett kissed the top of my forehead. Angel, he breathed. I heard the water shut off in the other room. I can't believe I met you on Friday, I murmured. He was still inside me, but I could feel his cum slipping out. We were sweaty and messy, but I was so happy. Time doesn't matter when you find the one, Cash said, coming back into the room. I turned my head so I could see him, naked, aroused, glorious. He stopped to stand at the side of the bed, and while I was worn out, so deliciously sated, I knew I wasn't done. I had 2 men to take care of. Carefully, I climbed off of Bennett and knelt on the bed in front of Cash. He hooked an arm about my waist and pulled me closer, kissed me. I don't think it's crazy, he said when he lifted his head. I think you're crazy for wanting me, but this... Fuck, this is... amazing. Bennett finished for him. I glanced over my shoulder. Bennett was on his side, propped up on his elbow. You're not shy about your body anymore. How you respond. Not with us. I glanced down at myself. My nipples were hard points, my knees were parted, and I could see cum glistening on my thighs. My clit tingled from multiple orgasms, and my pussy was a little achy and swollen. And my ass! It was a little sore, but the nerves Cash had awakened with his fingers, and then his thumb still made me shiver, made me ache for more. I didn't doubt myself any longer. How could I? They'd made it impossible to be anything but hot and wild, wanton, and let my inner hoe out. And it was damn good to meet her, finally. I'm insatiable with you, I admitted. Cash scooped me up, laid me on the bed. He leaned over, one hand beside my head. Good, because I need you. You've got that big dick. Use it. I told him boldly. He grinned, nuzzled my cheek and then my neck, his soft beard raising goosebumps on my skin. You know I'm not a stripper, he said, pressing the broad head right at my entrance. But I still have some moves. With a knee he nudged me wide, slid into me in one slow, easy stroke. I gasped, arched my back. Even though Bennett had just been in me, Cash was still big, still stretched me open, filled me deep. Show me, I said. And he did. His hips circling, thrusting, and doing all kinds of mind-emptying moves. All the while he whispered in my ear how beautiful I was, how hot my pussy was, how it was made for him and Bennett, how he was never letting me go. I came thinking that was good because I wasn't letting either of them go either. I was right where I wanted to be, with them. And not just for the weekend. Forever. This has been Skirt Steak, Grade A Beefcakes Book 5, written by Vanessa Vale, narrated by Kylie Stewart. Production copyright 2019 by Vanessa Vale. Copyright 2019 by Vanessa Vale. This has been the Grade A Beefcakes series, the complete boxed set, written by Vanessa Vale, narrated by Kylie Stewart. Copyright 2019 by Bridger Media. Production copyright 2019 by Bridger Media.